All right, good morning. I'm Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese Lewis-George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. It is 9:43 a.m. on Thursday, February 26, 2026. We are holding this performance oversight hearing for the Department of Parks and Recreation and Department of General Services via hybrid format with government witnesses testifying here in person in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building and council members joining via Zoom and in person. This hearing is for government witnesses only, as public witnesses for DGS testified on January 29th and public witnesses for DPR testified on February 12th, with agencies listening in intently to give feedback on the testimony we heard. This hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janeeseward4.com/live and the council's website. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system. And as a reminder for public witnesses watching, the deadline to submit written testimony for the record for DGS and DPR is 2 weeks from today on March 19th. Written testimony can be submitted either by uploading testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. Performance oversight is an annual process that allows the council and district residents to examine how our agencies have served district residents, where they have succeeded, where they have fallen short, and what the path forward is. Today, we will do so for the Departments of Park and Recreation, followed by the Department of General Services, two agencies whose mission affects virtually every resident, employee, and visitor in the District of Columbia. I want to acknowledge the work of both DPR and DGS employees, first and foremost. Maintaining 80 recreation centers, 35 pools, hundreds of parks, and millions of square feet of district property is no small task. The agencies have made progress in several areas. DGS reduced the median time to complete work orders and expanded preventative maintenance for HVAC systems. DPR welcomed over 2.2 million visitors to recreation centers and increased aquatic facility attendance by nearly 20%, and has provided more equitable access to DPR programming for youth in our community, as well as a robust support for our seniors. We are grateful for their service and the ways they have shown up for our community. Today hearing, we will focus on areas where we would like to see improvement, where we may see persistent problems that we've heard from witnesses through their testimony, either at the hearings or through submitted testimony. Some of the feedback we have received regarding on aquatics, residents in wards 4, 5, and 8 who were without access to Roosevelt, Dunbar, and Baloo pools for several months. During our November roundtable, DPR committed to better communication when schedule changes. And so we want to hear where they are on those commitments, how they have translated into real change, or whether residents are still showing up to locked doors without warning. On maintenance, we remain concerned about work order completion rates. Only 55% of work orders were completed within their service level agreements. Even more troubling is DGS continued non-prioritization of security-related work orders as required under the DGS Process Improvement Act, despite the Inspector General finding that inconsistent classification contributed to delayed safety repairs in our schools. Accessibility work orders also lack prioritization, leaving residents with disabilities waiting longer than necessary for repairs that directly affect their ability to access buildings. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from DGS how we will improve accessibility, access, and the prioritization of those work orders in addition to our security-related work orders. On quality control, we want to understand and continue to see progress with completed work orders and allowing DGS to verify that completed work orders were actually done, ensuring that supervisors are consistently reviewing documentation and spot checks are not being, and making sure spot checks are actually being tracked. So that closed work orders may be more of, are not just a paperwork exercise, but a reflection of actually real repairs. On capital projects, residents want clear timelines and honest communication. The Hillcrest Indoor Aquatic Center has been delayed for about 16 months. And the Marion Berry building continues to experience flooding, pest infestations, and elevator failures that trap employees and visitors inside. And on environmental stewardship, DPR participated in Parks Equity Accelerator with the Trust for Public Land to develop maintenance recommendations, and we want to see what the data analysis from this effort will look like. DGS reports it did not share data needed for the analysis and what it will take to implement those recommendations. Today, the expectation is direct answers about what is working, what is not, and what resources the agencies need to meet their obligations to district residents. With that, I'd like to acknowledge any colleagues who are currently present. We have heard that we will at least have at least 5 council members show up at some point during this hearing. And so when they do, we will allow them an opening statement followed by questions. We will start with performance oversight hearing for Department of Parks and Recreation. And then we're going to transition to the performance oversight hearing for the Department of General Services. Here now, we are going to turn to our DPR government witness, which here with us today is the mighty Director Thene Freeman of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and who has been very busy. I saw her getting her move on and exercising, and I guess she's going to be running again in her story. Director, you are on the move, so thank you for being here today. You may begin, well, actually, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Louis George, members of the Committee on Facilities, council members, and constituents. My name is Thene Mack Freeman. I am honored to serve the residents of the District of Columbia as the Director of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. Under the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser and Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, DPR continues to be a leader among parks and recreation agencies as we deliver programs that enhance the public's health, well-being, and quality of life, especially for our youth, our seniors, and individuals with varying abilities, families, and visitors. Our mission is to provide DC residents with equitable access to high-quality recreation programs, services, and facilities across 8 wards. DPR is guided by our bold vision to be one of the premier parks and recreation agencies in the United States and to be the place in the District of Columbia where fun happens safely. As you know, Washington, D.C. has been ranked the nation's #1 park system by Trust for Public Land for the past 5 years. Actually, it's been 6 of the last 7 years. We are proud that 99% of district residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park and that 18% of district's land is dedicated to parks and recreation. I am pleased to be able to share with this committee our achievements in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. In FY 2025, we hosted over 2.2 million visitors who came to our 80 recreation centers, community centers, which was a 9% increase from the prior year. We welcomed nearly 700,000 people who took advantage of our outstanding network of 35 aquatic facilities, a nearly 20% increase in aquatic center patrons from the previous fiscal year. We issued nearly 43,000 permits for groups and individuals to make use of our fields and facilities at an affordable rate. We help district residents create memorable moments every day of the year across 6 skate parks, 60 outdoor pickleball courts, 122 basketball courts, 20 dog parks, 105 playgrounds, 244 park sites, and 851 acres of green space. In addition, we continue to invest in our people as well as investing in our infrastructure by delivering a number of unique projects that provide tremendous community benefits and new recreational opportunities to our city. We advanced our mission in FY 2025 by continuing to invest in our workforce as individuals and professionals. We offered excellent events and programs and built upon and operating a portfolio of recreational facilities to serve the diverse needs of district residents. At this time, I'd like to highlight our work in a video that encompasses FY25 and FY26 to date.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. In FY25, hundreds of thousands of district residents and visitors came to DPR to hit the pool, learn a new skill, or just shoot hoops until mom or dad got off work. Of course, DPR is all of those things, but also much more. We provided over 268,000 meals through our food and nutrition programs. We engaged 106,000 participants in our signature special events, ranging from Doggy Day Swim to Chuck Brown Day. We partnered with the commanders on everything from youth football clinics featuring Wale and Debo Samuel to commanders tailgates and watch parties. From Roving Leader Day to Senior Fest and beyond, we are proud of the ways we build community through our events. Through Mayor Muriel Bowser's Fit DC initiative, we continue to offer high quality, creative, and traditional fitness and wellness offerings for free to district residents through events like Fresh Start 5K, Yoga Fest, Juneteenth fitness offerings, the Mankind campaign, and the Her Story 5K, which will take place this Saturday right outside this building. In FY25, DPR continued its commitment to addressing food insecurity and promoting healthy eating among district residents. Through the Summer Meals Program, DPR served nearly 185,000 meals to children at 82 sites across the city, ensuring access to nutritious meals during the summer months. Our after-school meals program served over 105,000 meals to children. Additionally, DPR supported 117 donation events, distributing just short of 100,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables with the assistance of 1,400 registered volunteers. Over 1,400. We don't want to cheat ourselves. DPR's Environment and Great Outdoors Division, we call Indigo, goes beyond managing our community gardens and urban farms and support produce giveaways. It cultivates new unique opportunities for residents to connect with nature and stay active. We partnered with the DC Hike Club to host several successful hikes that brought hundreds of people into our green spaces. We also supported the DC Bike Ride and launched Cycling at Anacostia, a weekly group that rides along the Anacostia River for both novice and experienced cyclists. Additionally, DPR operates Camp Riverview, our overnight camp in Southern Maryland, where we offer multiple weeks of overnight youth camp in the summer, senior camps in August, and Camp Wizard View, a Harry Potter themed weekend camp in the fall. Camp Riverview offers residents of all ages a unique outdoor experience of adventure, learning, and connection with nature. At DPR, we promote outdoor recreation, healthy lifestyles, and environmental stewardship across the district. We remain committed to providing enriching experiences for our seniors through programs and events that foster community, wellness, and active living. Our signature offerings include the DC Senior Games, a qualifying event for the National Senior Games. In FY25, 58 seniors proudly represented the district at the National Senior Games in Des Moines, Iowa, after qualifying through our local competition, an achievement that reflects both their dedication and DPR's support for active aging. Beyond athletic opportunities, DPR creates vibrant social experiences for seniors through events like Senior Fest, daytime celebration, and Senior Drip, a series of poolside parties designed exclusively for older adults. Additionally, senior day programs operating at more than 20 sites across the district provide essential social engagement and activities that strengthen connections and enhance quality of life for our senior residents. We know how important it is for our seniors to remain active, engaged, and celebrated amongst their community. At this time, I'd like to give our seniors a special shout out because I know that they watch these hearings at their senior day programs. Hey, y'all. Pickleball continues to be one of DPR's biggest and fastest growing recreational offerings, and that trend continued through FY 2025. DPR hosted 57 play pickleball programs at 18 indoor and outdoor sites, hosting 1,345 participants. In addition, we offered 31 structured pickleball classes at 8 locations, serving 207 participants. Competitive play also thrived with 2 major tournaments, the spring tournament exclusively for DC residents and the fall DC Senior Games pickleball event. This spring, DPR will be implementing expansions of our pickleball court inventory, funded in a previous budget by building a new standalone courts at 3 locations. 2 of those locations, Hamilton, 3 additional courts, and the 3rd location, King Greenleaf, will have 4 modernized courts. In addition, we will see new courts come online when the Jefferson Field renovation project is completed and the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center expansion opens later this year. As we continue to see pickleball grow in popularity, it is growing at DPR as well. In FY25, DPR's aquatics division delivered a safe and successful summer season, reflecting our commitment to safety and preparedness. In partnership with the Department of General Services and the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, DPR installed new AEDs and life-saving stations at pools and recreation centers across the district. So we have the equipment we need to help patrons in the event of an emergency. To further promote water safety and swimming skills, DPR hosted the world's largest swim lesson, an innovative citywide event that provided instruction at nearly every pool, highlighting the importance of learning to swim. We also launched Southside Saturdays, an intentional initiative to advocate for swim education, particularly in Ward 8, and continued offering a popular fitness program such as Aqua Boot Camp and Aqua Natal, which encourage health and wellness through aquatic exercise. We recently hosted the 39th annual Black History Invitational Swim Meet, which welcomed over 1,300 participants from 42 teams and broke 15 records. DPR has made lifeguard training and aquatic safety a top priority. These efforts reflect our intentional approach to building a culture of water safety, expanding access to aquatic programs, and creating opportunities for residents of all ages to engage in fun, healthy, and potentially life-saving activities. We maintain a rigorous lifeguard operations program that emphasizes comprehensive instruction, ongoing skill development, and strict adherence to nationally recognized standards. DPR lifeguards are required to successfully complete and maintain the following certifications: International Lifeguard Training Program, CPR for professional rescuers that includes adult, child, and infant, automated external defibrillator, first aid certification, oxygen administration, and blood-borne pathogens training. This robust training framework ensures that every DPR pool is staffed by highly qualified professionals who are equipped to prevent emergencies, respond effectively, and uphold the highest standards in our aquatics facilities. DPR's Rec for All initiative continues to expand opportunities for district youth by providing critical support to community organizations and former program participants. In FY25, we awarded 87 grants totaling nearly $1.7 million to local organizations that deliver unique recreation experiences, engage youth in meaningful ways, and promote skill development. These investments strengthen our community and help young people across the city access safe, enriching programs that foster both growth and connection. Building on this success, we expanded Rec for All to include scholarships for former DPR program participants pursuing higher education. In FY25, we provided scholarships to 50 former DPR participants, helping them transition from home to college with resources they need to succeed. These scholarships represent a tangible benefit for district residents and underscore our commitment to supporting athletes beyond the playing field, creating pathways for lifelong achievement. DPR continues to leverage strategic partnerships to extend our reach and empower residents to help responsibly manage parks and open spaces. In FY25, we worked with 43 park partners and 48 programmatic partners to deliver high-quality programs and support parks across the district. One standout collaboration is with Monumental Sports and Entertainment through their District of Play initiative. With MSC support, the Rush Rink at Watkins Elementary was refurbished, and DPR also updated the playground. Monumental also supported the refurbishment of basketball courts at Marvin Gaye Recreation Center and Berry Farm Recreation Center, with plans underway this year honoring John Wall Randall Recreation Center. These partnerships exemplify how DPR works with community and corporate partners to enhance facilities, expand recreational opportunities, and create vibrant spaces for residents of all ages. At DPR, we also broaden our reach by mobilizing volunteers to serve more individuals interested in our offerings. In FY25, DPR utilized over 2,000 volunteers through our programs and events, totaling over 67,000 volunteer hours. Because we know the value and impact of these volunteers, we launched an initiative to provide stipends to our volunteer athletic coaches so that they can continue to create a safe, motivating environment for young people without having to pay out of pocket for travel and other incidental expenses. Regardless of the role that a volunteer fills at DPR, it is important job for us, that's for those that serve. And I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of the DPR volunteers and those that lend us their time, blood, sweat, and tears. We're deeply grateful for the work that you all do in your community and around your community that helps all of us build through service. At DPR, we know that recreation is prevention, creating safe, engaging spaces that keep young people active and connected. Our mobile recreation specialists brought programs directly to communities, serving several housing authority sites and hosting late-night hype events on Friday nights throughout the summer, welcoming more than 10,000 young people to our centers and pools. These efforts provide positive alternatives during critical hours. Our roving leaders continue to engage young people in the district through a diverse array of programs and events, as well as through referrals from agency partners, the DC Public Schools and Metropolitan Police Department, as well as our charter schools. Roving leaders visited DC schools over 3,500 times in FY '25, and across all events and programs engaged more than 126,000 young people. Through mentorship, outreach, and recreation-based programming, Roving leaders build trust and relationships that help guide youth toward healthy choices and productive opportunities. Together, these initiatives demonstrate DPR's commitment to prevention through recreation, empowering young people and strengthening neighborhoods citywide. In FY '25, DPR delivered another successful year of summer camps, offering a wide range of programs designed to meet the diverse interests and needs of district youth. Our signature camps included Discovery Camp and Little Explorers Camp, providing foundational experiences for younger participants. We also provided specialty camps such as Aqua Day Camp, Kitchen Confidential Culinary Camp, Future EGOT, Performing Arts, and STEAM, alongside sports-focused options like basketball and gymnastics. For youth with unique needs, our inclusive therapeutic recreation camp ensured accessibility and engagement. We continue to offer boost camps for tweens, featuring innovative themes such as CSI, esports, robotics, and challenge camp. We hosted 901 young people through the Marion Berry Summer Youth Employment Program and hosted 420 high school age youth for our image camps. Responding to the need for more camps for tweens, this year we launched Camp Around Town, a series of camps for tweens ages 11 to 13, supported by DPR grants and hosted and operated by external community-based organizations. These camps explore STEAM, health, science, and music, offering enriching experiences beyond our traditional offerings. In FY '25, we also was the subject of an audit initiated by the Office of the District of Columbia Auditor concerning the implementation of our summer camp lottery program for the years 2023 and 2024. The first 2 years of the summer camp lottery, the audit findings verified that our lottery system is demonstrably more equitable than the preceding registration method. It was also noted that the number of households qualifying for the reduced rate increased by 15% over the period examined. We continue to learn from the audit. Our staff meets regularly to track progress against the audit's recommendation, and we continue to report updates to DCA and the public. At DPR, we are fortunate to have a strong guiding vision for our capital projects, the Ready to Play Master Plan. In FY '25, DPR continued to implement the recommendations of the Ready to Play Master Plan in many ways, including by modernizing facilities and improving accessibility across the district. We continue to modernize in alignment with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ensuring that recreation spaces are welcoming and inclusive for all residents. DPR completed ADA upgrades to several outdoor aquatics facilities, including Volta, Randall, Woody Ward, Douglas, Banneker, and Harry Thomas. Additionally, accessibility improvements were made at recreation sites like Guy Mason, Petworth, and Tacoma, with plans underway for further upgrades at Bald Eagle, Fort Stanton, Trinidad, Banneker, Kalorama, Mitchell Park, Rose Park, and Turkey Thicket Aquatic Center. Just as we improve our infrastructure, we also improved how we share this information with a new directory on our website that includes access and accessibility details for every playground. We visited 105 playgrounds and captured a comprehensive understanding of accessibility of the playgrounds, documenting each specific equipment, the kinds of play, and the site access routes. These projects reflected DPR's commitment to equity and inclusion in public spaces. Community engagement remained a cornerstone of DPR's capital project process. For every project, DPR hosts numerous community meetings to introduce residents to project teams, explain design rationale, and incorporate feedback. In FY 25-26 thus far, we are averaging almost 10 meetings per month to engage and update residents on capital projects. At our meetings, we facilitate a community discussion working to achieve a shared understanding of the delicate balance between user preferences, resource constraints, and other obstacles affecting project completion. We are committed to meaningful engagement of community so that the new and renovated facilities reflect the needs and priorities of the residents they serve. FY 25 was also a year of recognition for DPR's design excellence. The Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation and Aquatic Center received the American Institute of Architects Potomac Valley Chapter Award for Design Excellence and the Honor Award for Institutional Architecture. The Arboretum Recreation Center, the 2025 SARA California Honor Award for Excellence in Design, and the Marvin Gaye Recreation Center was honored with the Society of American Registered Architects National Honor Award. These accolades show DPR's dedication to delivering high-quality innovation facilities and enhance the district's recreational landscape. DPR celebrated several major milestones in FY 25, including groundbreakings at the Fort Lincoln Recreation Center and Park in March and Fort Davis Recreation Center in July. The agency also completed playground resurfacing in Raymond, Fort Stevens, Newark, Mitchell Park, Rosedale, Berry Farm, Harrison, Volta Park, and Benning started, improving safety and play experiences for children. Among the most notable achievements was the delivery of the $39 million Fort DuPont Ice Arena, now welcoming skaters daily. The ceremony of ribbon cutting last week at the brand new Anacostia Recreation Center at Ketchum and Ward 8. This 15,000 square foot facility features an indoor gymnasium, fitness rooms, kitchen, multi-purpose room, tech lounge, staff offices, and provide an outstanding recreational space for students at Ketchum Elementary School right next door. Ward 8 continued to see transformative investments in our capital projects in FY 25. DPR broke ground on the Douglas Community Center, which will deliver a 13,550 square feet energy efficient building with multi-purpose rooms, a fitness center, media center, commercial kitchen, playgrounds, courts, community garden, a pool, and a splash pad. The Southeast Tennis and Learning Center expansion, expected to open later this year, will add indoor tennis facility with 3 hard courts, multi-purpose room, and enhanced outdoor amenities, including pickleball courts and lighting. DPR also anticipates reopening the Fort Greble Community Center, featuring a demonstration kitchen, outdoor classroom, garden, and splash park. We also anticipate opening the boxing gym at Fairby Hope Recreation Center later this year. Construction is underway for the beautiful new Congress Heights Recreation Center, further demonstrating DPR's commitment to delivering state-of-the-art facilities that serve residents of all ages. About a year ago, we launched our first cohort of the Youth Development Professional Certification in partnership with the George Washington University. This is a 9-month program that equips participants with skills, knowledge, and strategies needed to effectively mentor and support youth across various educational and community settings. This program is an example of how we are advancing the entire field of parks and recreation, and at the same time investing in our employees so that they can best serve the needs of district young people. After finishing our first cohort in late 2025, Our second cohort is underway, and I look forward to seeing how these passionate, service-oriented individuals utilize the tools they have learned as they complete the certificate within DPR and beyond. As we elevate our industry, we're also building skills and expanding the horizons of our workforce at DPR. Last year, we launched the Women in Work and Leadership series for DPR employees, hosting 8 sessions throughout 2025 that brought together attendees to discuss topics like personal growth, intentional leadership practices, and collective empowerment. In 2026, we expanded the Women in Leadership series to include participation by people outside of DPR. This was at the public's request. It is clear that we are meeting an unmet demand for this kind of leadership program, and every session we ran last year was at capacity, and all sessions posted for 2026 have wait lists. In addition to leadership programs, we offer opportunities for DPR employees to engage with wellness initiatives and healthy lifestyle choices. This work includes activities such as grief and trauma sessions, youth mental health, first aid certification, health education, fitness activities, nutrition demonstrations, team building, and therapeutic sessions. Staff have expressed appreciation for these initiatives, noting improved well-being and productivity in the workplace and in their personal lives. These initiatives help DPR attract and retain a high-quality workforce, and we're looking forward to doing more in FY26. With our focus on employee wellness, DPR has been selected to participate in an exclusive endeavor with Care First and the DC Department of Human Resources entitled 2026 Believe and Achieve Wellness Partnership. This initiative will include monthly wellness activities such as fitness, meditation, nutrition presentations, and team building exercises, aiming to foster a cohesive and supportive work environment through engaging activities tailored to meet the varying needs of staff. Additionally, workshops, work-life balance, stress management, and resilience training will be offered, underscoring our supportive work environment and encouraging personal growth. In FY25, DPR provided on-site wellness activities and sessions to 778 employees. This does not include the numerous staff members who also participate in virtual webinars offered through DCHR's employee wellness platform. By engaging our team members in these on-site virtual wellness activities, DPR staff enhance their health and well-being, becoming more effective and empathetic service providers. The resulting improvements in mental clarity, reduced stress, and increased physical fitness will enable them to better meet the needs of the community. Additionally, the emphasis on team building and resilience helps create a more cohesive and collaborative work culture, ultimately leading to higher quality service and stronger community relationships. DPR remains deeply committed to delivering high quality customer service and ensuring a positive experience for all residents. FY24, our positive experience ratings since FY24, we have increased our ratings by 7.65 points, with 87% of our customers reporting that their interactions with DPR were positive. Our customer care team continues to serve as a vital frontline resource for the community, fielding over 42,000 calls in FY25. To further strengthen service delivery, we trained 450 staff members on best practices when delivering customer care. During FY25, DPR was recognized with the Commitment to Action Award from Fight for Children, which recognizes individuals and organizations making tangible commitments to strengthen youth sports. Through our partnership with Fight for Children, we hosted a seasonal coach training conducted by the Center for Healing and Justice Through Sports to better equip our coaches for challenges they may face. I am also proud to be the recipient of the 2024 FBI Office Directors Washington Field Office Directors Community Leadership Award. It recognizes DPR for the work the FBI to bring DPR boys and girls basketball teams to FBI headquarters on Pennsylvania Avenue. Our young people received a tour of the FBI museum, participated in lively panel discussion with current and former FBI staff, and then we were hosted a spirited basketball game in the gymnasium. In conclusion, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Gotta talk about it. Performance oversight is designed for you all to hear the great work that we do, and we will leave no page unturned. But in closing, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to testify to you today about all the great work on our performance for FY 25 and 26 to date. It is an honor to represent an agency powered by more than 500 dedicated individuals who serve our residents with joy, pride, and unwavering commitment. Their passion is the heartbeat of DPR. And DPR is the heartbeat of the city. And I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to my executive team, Gina Simpson, Chief of Staff, Deputy Directors Ashley Williams, Marcus Coates, Hakeem Rogers, and James Washington, our General Counsel, Lisa Spari. To the team, your innovation, leadership, and steadfast support inspire me every day. Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the committee for your continued advocacy and partnership. I look forward to working alongside you as we continue serving residents with excellence. And now I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Should the district government ever need to go to Congress and filibuster, I want you to know that I'm recommending you first step for the filibuster. I'm like, don't worry, just send Thene. Get it done.
That was all.
Thank you so much. I just for all of that. Okay, we're gonna do 10-minute rounds. Councilmember Parker first, Councilmember Freeman after my first. No, you're not first step. I meant after my round, 10 minutes. This is the order we're going in. Okay. Director, I'm gonna start with staffing and some of the key staffing areas. I wanna make sure we're there. First up, roving leader staffing. During the previous hearings, we discussed the roving leaders program. We were surprised that some rec centers serve as a hub for roving leaders, as their purpose is to really have a presence at multiple DPR sites throughout the district. Where are we on staffing for roving leaders? How many do we have, and how many vacancies do we currently have?
So we currently have 36 roving leaders. I do not believe that we have any vacancies currently.
Okay.
And to answer your first question about the model, we recognize, for example, Kennedy Recreation Center and even Upshur, there's a heavy youth presence. And we wanted to make sure that we had the staff, not only is there heavy youth presence, we were seeing violence in those particular communities.
Yeah.
And so our roving leaders team, they're experts, they're trained in this area. And we wanted to have our best staff. Unfortunately, we had a young person who was shot on the playground, who ran into Kennedy Recreation Center, and the staff immediately went into action. That's the kind of community that when we say this is a roving leader hub, because we understand it takes a little bit more expertise to serve in those communities.
About how many DPR sites is a single roving leaders portfolio?
Kennedy, sure. Those I think are the two that are singular roving leader in the portfolio, and then the other sites, Brentwood and Anacostia, Fairview, they all have roving leaders who rove throughout.
Gotcha.
They leave the schools because
Yeah.
they come from the schools and go to the centers in the evening.
Okay. And are roving leaders available at all DPR sites? And if not, how does DPR decide where to dispatch the roving leaders?
They're not at all sites. They're heavy in sites where there are a lot of youth, and there's also a need. We may have knowledge of community beefs, various things bustling in the community, and we will kind of transition. I know, Yeah, so we've identified the sites
Okay.
that, you may not have a roving leader at Hearst,
Right.
but you will have one at Trinidad.
Got it. So for right now, there's 0 vacancies. So it's 36 right now is the number of roving leaders to serve our entire DPR portfolio.
Correct.
Okay. And do we feel like that's enough roving leaders for our current portfolio size?
Currently, we're seeing more young people. So the supports help, but we've been able to make do with what we have.
So yeah, roving leaders is one of the big requests we get from neighbors and neighborhoods for having roving leaders because they are acting as more than just, being a presence
Correct.
there. They can intervene, they can de-escalate, they can support. And so that ask has been asked that is increased versus decreased. And so that may be a number where we have to look at whether we should be increasing in it. The other group of people are rangers that I want to talk about staffing wise. Rangers also have a wide responsibilities, including opening and closing indoor and outdoor facilities at DPR. How many rangers does DPR have, and how many vacancies are there in our ranger portfolio?
We currently have 19 rangers, 17 rangers, and I do not, let me see. We have 2 vacancies.
Okay. So we have a total of 21 rangers. This is the area where I would ask you, but I just want to say that I think we need more rangers because a lot of the issues we have is when people are complaining that facilities aren't opening on time or the bathroom isn't open when we have we were at Chevy Chase Playground and they were talking about the bathroom not opening on time for hours. And so I just want to understand what is, I can say, I would ask you, but I believe that we don't have enough rangers for the portfolio size to do the range of responsibilities that rangers have to do. And that has creates issues. Rangers also are the ones putting in 311 requests at or
The staff, and we don't necessarily do 311 requests. We have,
just when there are like facility issues at some of the.
we work directly with DGS in our
Okay.
own facilities. So we have a Salesforce system that all of our staff are trained on, not just recreation.
How do we disperse our rangers? Are they dispersed by ward, by area? Like how are they dispersed currently?
They are, so the hub, of course, is on Franklin Street, and they all have their particular assigned areas. I would say that I hear this, I've heard this about our rangers. People call our rangers, even the community now calls.
Right.
Our rangers, our ranger hotline. So not only do we open gates early, we mitigate issues with oftentimes first responders, especially to the unhoused, and other emergency situations.
Okay. So yeah, rangers are definitely an area where I think we need to look at how we better can disperse them throughout the city and whether we have enough, and whether their portfolios are too big, which is why if I have to ride, if I'm a ranger and I'm serving 3 and 4, it's going to take me a while once I finish Ward 4 locations to then get to Ward 3 locations. And that's where we're getting, I think, some of our complaints about facilities being open late or not open. The last staffing area is that I wanted to reach on is aquatics and go overall to aquatics. Where are we on staffing of lifeguards? How many do we currently have as not the seasonal, the year-round lifeguards first? Where are we on year-round lifeguards? And how many vacancies do we have in that particular staffing area?
We have 130 lifeguards.
Okay.
And those are positions that we're currently filling. As they leave, we backfill them. And so we have maybe about 5 vacancies in our lifeguard, but we are currently filling. The exact number is 6.
Okay. So given, because one of the things we heard is like a lot of the pools have been closed because of lifeguard shortages, which then we've heard back, that's not true, that's not the case. Does DPR still plan to close Roosevelt, Dunbar, and Baloo this summer, given the public had not had access to them for the last 8 months, and given that we hopefully will have 136 lifeguards if you hire for the 6 vacancies?
So we also hire additional lifeguards to support with summer operations. Our goal, usually we take our school, those pools offline during the summer. And I know that members of the community are saying, well, can we get our time back? We are not yet committing to a one-to-one because there are enough options that provide service to those facilities. So for example, Baloo, but you have Fairby Hope and Berry Farm, which are less than a mile. Roosevelt, but you have Tacoma, Wilson, and then Dunbar, you have Reservoir, which is right up the road, and Turkey Thicket, which is not too far. But we are looking, because there are some construction projects that will happen with some of our pools. So we are looking at the best way to serve the community to the maximum. And
Okay. I would just say Tacoma's closed right now, and Turkey Thicket is closed without a reopening day. I'm sure my colleague will ask about it, so I don't need to go there further. But
so you do know that this is the time of year when we close for like 2 weeks.
okay. I just think with Turkey Thicket and Tacoma especially, and even Baloo actually, the pools that are noted that are nearby are pools that are already heavily used. And so all of these pools would still continue to be utilized by the public if they remained open. And if we don't have a lifeguard shortage, then I'm not certain why we can't open them, because if there's not a safety concern there, then and not a staffing concern there, then I think they should remain open to the public for the summer.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay, so we put more lifeguards at our outdoor pools, and we also put a lot of our seasoned staff at our outdoor pools. I'm sure, I've gotten texts from Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Parker, you as well, about there's a line outside, there's a waiting, people are waiting to get in. And so because of that, we heavily put a lot of lifeguards at our outdoor facilities, more than we would normally staff due to the sheer volume that we receive.
Okay.
So it's not a no, it's a we are looking at and considering things.
Okay. I'm gonna Councilmember Parker, followed by Councilmember Freeman, followed by Councilmember Nadeau, followed by Councilmember Henderson. Thank you.
You have a packed house. Thank you, Chairperson Louis George. Good to see you, Director.
Good to see you.
That may have been the longest presentation I've sat through, but it was filled with good content. So we'll allow it. At a joint hearing with DPR and DGS earlier this year, there were a number of commitments for follow-up. My team has flagged for me that we've either not received many of them, or the information that we did receive doesn't fully align with what was shared in the hearing. So I want to go through some of those. So DPR and DGS stated that there was a ground management plan for the Cromell School in Ivy City in Ward 5. Upon further inquiry, there does not exist a ground management plan for Cromell, and possibly only a landscaping schedule. Can you clarify or speak to this?
Let me look into this. Give me a few seconds.
If you could, okay, a few seconds. I appreciate that. I thought you were going to say you needed to follow up. So while you look for that, I would just say shout out to the directors that come to these hearings and search for answers in real time versus those that say, let me follow up with you in 3 months. So I appreciate it. I'll go to the next area I wanted to talk on, and I'm assuming your team is searching for some of this, but DPR and DGS also stated that there was a management plan for the Langdon Park Forest Patch. Upon further inquiry, there does not seem to exist a management plan for the forest patch. And so similarly wanted to clarify, and I don't want this to be a gotcha, but we really do want, if this exists, we would like to have it. If it doesn't exist, we would love to work with your team to see how we can create one so that neighbors are informed, we are clear on timeline.
So we do have an entire landscape plan for the whole 2 acres of Carmel,
Okay?
and I will make sure that you get a copy
So that
today.
we received the landscaping,
Okay.
but that was not our interpretation of what a grounds management plan was fully.
Okay.
Because as you know, neighbors routinely complain about graffiti and litter and
Grounds
trash.
management.
Yes, grounds management.
So we're working to resolve that.
Okay.
We're currently looking at partnering with, I think you and I directly spoke about this. You brought an idea to my attention.
Yes.
And we're looking into that. I think that will solve for some of that because it will allow us to have eyes because it's an unmanned location currently. And so we do have a solution for that, and
Okay.
we should be prepared to give you more details later.
Okay. If you could also follow up with the Langdon Forest Patch Grounds Management Plan. As you know, there's a group of neighbors that are keenly interested in that forest patch. And so we are just wanting to know what are the expectations of DPR and other agencies relative to what neighbors should be doing.
Okay, our environmental team, so I think we spoke, well, I know in previous hearings, there is a park and policy programs officer position that we're looking to hire for, and that will resolve some of that. It will allow us to have an individual whose sole focus is on our parks, our unmanned parks, and our forestry patches. So we're looking to resolve that because we do hear community feedback about it being unmanned, unkept, and people throwing tires and different little things. So we're trying to solve for that.
Okay. We were promised that we would receive an implementation tracker for the Ready to Play plan, but we haven't received that. So are you still willing to share that?
We are still working on that. It is in progress. Technology, I have big vision and we are working internally, and we would not want to roll anything out that has not been fully baked and iced. And as you just saw, all the good work. So we want to make sure we can deliver a product that is helpful.
Okay, I wanted to come to some of our CAP projects in Ward 5, and I'm assuming in 5 minutes it won't do us justice, but for Carmel, that's a $35 and roughly a $500,000 budget. Delivery date is expected in 2028. The community has requested a number of design features that are not fully adopted rather by the DPR design. Some of those requests is more covered seating, Wi-Fi, DC public library space, large community room, etc. Can you just provide an update where we are with Carmel and addressing some of the concerns from residents?
I think the thing that we've talked about often with capital projects is that no one is ever going to get everything that they want, and there are some trade-offs. We try to build, well, of course, we build within budget. We work with DGS to provide what we think will be a sustainable project. It is moving through. The permits have been advanced. There's a schematic design that has progressed that seems to be favorable. And so that's continuing to move as far as the amenities that the community is looking for. I know that we're scheduled to have a community meeting on March 17th to provide updates, and I can make sure you have the updates prior to that meeting.
That would be great. That would be great. I wanted to go to Langdon Park, Langdon Park. It goes without saying, neighbors are just not happy with where things are there. And in particular, the ANC passed a resolution requesting information from DPR on how certain design decisions were made relating to the project. DPR essentially responded and said, we can't make that available because it's deliberative. And the zooming out, the big issue is that people want a fully modernized rec center that the community has access to. And the plan that has been presented by DPR, it seems as though there's going to be a modernization with limited gymnastics programming as there is now, where the community generally wouldn't have broad access to. Part of the conversation we had was, should we be able to find more money in a tough budget cycle? Would DPR be willing to go back to the drawing board and reconsider the design? It seems like you all were open to that, but we still have yet to receive like what might be an ideal budget that would allow you all to do that. So can you share that number with us?
So
With me and my team? If that's like $5 more million, if that's $10 more million?
So we've designed to budget, and I hear you. You want to know what would the budget look like to have additional space, additional gym. I will speak with Director Hunter and our capital projects team and see what number that would provide you.
Yes. So just for the record, that this has been like many months and we still have yet to get the number, but if I could speak up for Langdon residents, they feel as though their time has finally come for a modernized rec center, and the rec center won't be made available to them in large part. And I think this is a tension where I believe that gymnastics program is really important. But it shouldn't come at the expense of also having space and amenities for residents. I think both can exist, but it seems like the concerns of residents are falling on deaf ears. And I'm not seeing how the ANC's concerns have been acted on or residents' concerns have been addressed.
I want to say I sent you an email in January. Let me go back. I think we had a ref, but I'll go back. I remember us having this conversation.
Yes.
But I thought I sent you something. I
don't recall receiving that, but
Okay.
if you could resend it if you did.
Yeah, I think the estimate came, this is that real-time appreciation. If we can get
Yes,
some
yeah.
service, I can give you the number, but I can resend it to you. But I sent it to you on Thursday, January 15th, but I'll resend it.
Okay, and do you have that number?
I'm trying to pull it up as we speak. Hold on. It's a lot happening.
And while you look for that, in my last 18 seconds, I in no way want to delay the modernization of the Langdon Rec, but neighbors are clear. They don't want a nice looking building for the sake of having one. They actually want to be able to use it. And so I feel as though we should invest in it properly so that neighbors have access.
So it would be an additional $18 million
Okay.
to have a new build. Indoor amenities include boxing, gymnastics, basketball. The distinction that both gymnastics and basketball could have their own spaces within the building, 2 elevators and all site amenities, what we currently have in ADA. So the total cost would be $44 million. So there would be an additional $18 million, and I will re-forward this to you.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it there. But I'm glad Chairperson Lewis George heard that so she can help us find the money. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you very much. Director Freeman, that was a tour de force. You may have thought, oh, if I talk for long enough, I won't have to answer any questions. And then lo and behold, everybody turned up. So if that was a strategy, didn't know.
Strategy. Is that this is my last performance oversight hearing, and we've done a lot of great work. And I want to make sure that you know and that the public knows.
Wonderful. So one of the perennial challenges is field permitting. And I have come to you about field permitting in different kinds of ways, you could feel like pulling in different directions. One of the one of the factors is historical use,
Mhm.
but another factor is supposed to be the number of DC residents who are in the various programs applying. So I'm curious to what extent do you take that factor into account? And what data do you use to evaluate that, the number of DC residents in each of the different programs? Because I had been part of a task force years ago, and we had suggested that DPR get rosters from the different leagues so that they could have objective data. But how are you going about that?
So there are times when we do pull, and we do require our community partners to, because we get inquiries about, especially when someone's new, and we'll get calls, hey, these people don't live in DC. And we ask for a roster, and the roster shows that those individuals do live in DC.
No, but what I'm talking about is, I mean, there's so much competition for fields. And so there are big players out there that have had fields for a long time. And then there are other players that are trying to get access to fields. And you need an objective way to determine as between them, how much field usage should we give to this group as compared to that group? And in order to do that, it would seem, and seemed to me when we did this task force, you should get the rosters so that you can see this group has 1,000 and this group has 200, and you could have an objective basis to decide how to distribute the fields. Do you do that at all?
So under that premise, what happens when the 1,000 live in DC and the 200 live in DC?
Well, I would think that you would try to give the two groups proportional to the number of DC residents, so that you didn't give the same amount to a group that had 1,000 and the group that had 200 DC residents.
I hear you. So what we do is we work with organizations, and many times organizations will share space, especially when there's competing priorities. We try to, maximize, and we offer. So I'm just trying to think, for example, Edgewood. There's volleyball that happens at Edgewood. There's soccer that happens at Edgewood. There's football that happens at Edgewood. Edgewood is highly used, and that is a complaint. I've been here, historical, and now soccer's in the community, and pull the rosters, and we've done that. And, because we've heard, well, they don't live in this community, so we pull the rosters, and those young people may not all live in the community, but they live in Southeast DC. They live on Capitol Hill. They're district residents. The same thing with the soccer. And so we work with them and say, what's the resolution? Can you do soccer on half of the field? Can you do football on the other half? The same thing with volleyball. Can you do volleyball on half the court? Can you do and it seems to work out. What we recognize is there has, especially post-COVID, people have begun to utilize our spaces. You can get a gym for $5, a field for $7. So because of that, because our costs are nominal, we do have people, but we try to be fair. And we have about 90 youth organizations who permit our spaces across the city, and we work with all of them.
No, I hear you. And, one year I've had a small group saying we should get just a little bit of time, and this bigger group is getting all of the time. And now this year I'm hearing about some would feel like abrupt changes for a big group that lost a lot of fields, and wonder why is it that they would have lost those fields? What's the data underlying it? And I think we would all be better off if you gathered that data and you could use it. I mean, in your hierarchy of factors, there's historical usage and number of DC residents.
Correct.
So
what I'm saying, Councilmember, is what happens when they're all those things, right? Like I hear, because what happens, people are saying, I see the tags, they have Maryland tags, they have Virginia tags, but they're DC residents.
but I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
I'm not, there is that phenomenon. And there is that phenomenon because
And the calls that we get.
yeah, there is that phenomenon, and because the fees are so low, there is a incentive to hoard fields
Yep.
because it doesn't cost anything.
Correct.
And there are people, and so there does need to be a policing of the hoarding of fields. That's sort of a ranger's job. But up front, well, and anyways, I don't want to go down that path right now. I want to stay on in the initial distribution. Let's establish that both groups are all DC residents, but one is 1,000 and another is 200. There would be a difference in the distribution, and you would want, I would think, to be proportional to the number of DC residents. It's a limited resource. The better thing is if we had more fields, but having objective data so that you can make those decisions seems like, why wouldn't you do that?
I'm trying to solve for, I hear you, right? And I hear that in one year, the smaller group, the 200, was complaining about not getting enough time. And now they're getting it. And now the 1,000 is complaining that they're not getting enough time. And what I hear is, why can't the 200 and the 1,000 both get equal time? And what I'm saying is, our permits office does a great job in working with organizations with historical use. We, again, because your initial question was, why don't we ask for rosters? And we do. We also believe that organizations work really, really well together. And if they come to, because the other thing is this, everybody may rent one particular field. There may be a field all by itself that nobody wants. And that then, and we've done that in baseball, baseball is a perfect example. We offered an additional amenity to offset I want to be right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you, but part of the way that you've reflected it back is just not what I said. It isn't, it's opposite of what I said. I didn't say the 1,000 and the 200 should each get the same amount. I think you would be in a stronger position if you had the data and you said, listen, 1,000 group, you're getting 5/6 of the fields because you got 1,000, and listen, 200 group, you're getting a 6 because you have a 1/6 of it. If you had objective data that you could base your distribution on, I think we would all be in a stronger position.
So I hear that, but I have to, who's going to, like, the manpower, so then that requires for each organization for us, because what happens is all of the organizations submit a list or roster to us that says that district resident.
Yeah, they have to submit a roster
Right.
because this is routine in other jurisdictions. It's absolutely routine in other jurisdictions.
And other jurisdictions are also $400 and $500.
Yeah, and I'm with you actually about making changes to the fee structure, but
Okay.
in a way that protects low-income residents and organizations serving low-income residents. I'm with you on that. But it's this challenge of distribution of a cherished resource with
Okay.
lots of demands. And other places, the leagues submit the rosters,
Yeah.
the permit office reviews them. They don't go through verifying on each one what the address is, but they have the data that they can use to base and defend their decision. This is a thing 10 years ago I recommended.
So do you have the name of the two organizations in question?
I'll follow back up with you.
Okay, because if there's a way that we can support them, I think then that solves for this.
Okay, well, that's a perfect way, and I'll give back 10 seconds. Thank you very much.
Councilman Lindo?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing. Director, thank you for your testimony today and for all the work that you're doing in the community. I want to specifically thank you and your team for the improvements that have been made to regular public updates on DPR projects that are still in the planning and design stage because they've been much more frequent and informative. And as a result, I only have pressing questions on two of the more complex recreation center projects in Ward 1 today. I want to start with the Parkview Recreation Center project. Is there a commitment to fully replacing the building and reconfiguring the site?
Is there a commitment to fully replacing?
Yeah.
I think that we're planning to renovate the existing facility.
Okay. So one of the things that I have been having trouble with is, let me just explain. So I had made a $4.3 million enhancement for the purpose of tearing down that building and reconfiguring the site because it's a design that doesn't work for the community. I mean, it's in the sight line, it's in the corner, and it blocks the view of the whole park. It makes it unsafe, and it's also an old building that isn't large enough for the amount of programming that happens in the neighborhood. When I added those funds, and in subsequent conversations, I was assured that the new $16.65 million budget was in line with comparable DPR projects that were replacements rather than renovations. And I thought I had made really clear that we wanted a full renovation there, a full modernization rather than just renovations, and also that we would remain in conversation with DPR if the allotted budget could not accomplish that. So we've been trying to work with the staff since November, since that was announced, to sort this out, and we have another funding source to address it, but we just haven't gotten anybody to the table to work with us on this.
Okay, yeah, 16.6 million is not going to, will not get a tear down in a new facility, but what I can, I'll make sure we meet to discuss what, but we would work with DGS to get you a number, and I can also set up some time to meet with you directly.
Okay, we had provided to DPR and DGS staff an option to fund from another project that is delayed, which is the Rita Bright renovation, which is actually a DEMPED project. And we just couldn't get any traction on that, but the money is available in there, and we don't want to move forward with this until we have a plan for that full demo and renovation. And also, just despite my comments earlier that things have gotten better, when we asked to talk to the team in the lead up to the presentation of the design, we were told we had to wait till the public meeting. This is exactly what we were worried would happen. So let's meet quickly because I think
Councilmember,
yeah,
can you hit me offline with who you spoke with, please?
absolutely. There's an email thread I will send to you if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you understand as the plans to do the lead remediation on site?
Was this I think we spoke about this, when DGS, and there was I will follow up with Director Hunter, but if I'm not mistaken, that was mitigated.
Well, I mean, I think it won't be completely mitigated until the reno is done, but because it's been in the soil and it's been in other places. But at the last community meeting, the project team said there wasn't enough funding to do full lead remediation work on the site, and especially on the historic field house. And I don't know why we would do even a $16 million renovation without ensuring we had gotten all the lead.
I will follow up with our DGS partners.
Great. And
about that.
they're obviously going to be next, and I can ask them too, but I want to flag that for you because I know you're all about the kids. So like the presence of lead is not going to fly for you either. Okay, that was really it. I wanted to pop in and ask about that and just make sure you understood where it was with us. So we will follow up with you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And
Thank you so much.
for continued support with our basketball.
Yeah, with my little player. Let me just tell you, those Turkey Thicket players, Councilmember Parker was still here. They crushed our little Columbia Heights kids. I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
they're
like
putting in the-
39-2? Yeah, I
Well,
know.
we don't keep score in the U6
I'm
league
sorry.
very much. But
Sorry.
I don't know what they have in the water at Turkey Thicket, but we got to up our game at Columbia Heights. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Okay, great. Hi. I didn't think she was done. Director, good to see you. I want to start on spring and summer programs. So the Office of the DC Auditor conducted an audit of the agency's summer camp lottery system, and they recommended that DPR analyze the discounts that were issued and applied credits to participants who did not receive the full discount that they were entitled to for 23 and 24 summer camps. In response, the agency said no action will be taken. Management accepts risk. Obviously, I don't necessarily look backwards. I want to look forward in terms of how you all improved, ensuring that the families that were entitled to credits or reductions were able to actually get those.
Thank you. We corrected the formula in the system.
Okay.
So there was a formula when you registered that just, but that has been updated and we updated it in real time.
Okay, great. So we shouldn't necessarily have these issues going forward?
No.
All right. Okay, so another recommendation was around credits to non-resident households who overpaid. How often do we have non-residents who sign up for our summer camps?
Every year. So what happens, and you will hear me say that we had 100%, if you want a slot, you got a slot, right?
Yes.
And I base that off of after we go through camp lottery, when people don't pay, then slots become back available to those who entered the lottery. They may not take those slots. Then we go back to the general public. If general public does not fill that spot, then we open up to out of state Maryland and Virginia.
Okay, so it's not they entered the lottery, it's the after the process, when there's still open slots available, then we're able to accommodate.
Correct.
Okay.
And I will tell you, just to give you context, Fairby Hope and Brentwood are usually sites that if you're not familiar with the community and you don't live in the community, people usually don't want to bring their child. And so in those instances, those slots will become available to, residents outside the district. So those are the sites where you normally see that, but Turkey Thicket is not happening, Greenleaf is not happening, but just perimeter sites.
Got it. Okay. What type of training do camp leaders receive before spring break and summer camp begins?
We host a camp university.
Okay.
And during our camp university, we talk about trauma-informed care. We've introduced youth first aid, mental health. We talk about how to engage young people, de-escalation tactics, signs, what signs to look for, just basically basic customer care. How do you greet a 5-year-old
Yep.
who comes in? So we do a robust training through Camp University.
Okay, does Camp University also allow for site teams to plan in terms of what are the particular activities we're going to be doing? I don't know if it's themes, field trips, whatever it is. There's a curriculum.
There is a curriculum for we have a whole kids camps and co-ops division under our programs division, and there's a curriculum that's based on the discipline. So whether it's the culinary camp, the esports camp, the aqua day camp.
Right, but on those where there's specialty camps, yes. I'm talking about the non-specialty.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Every camp, there is a date, because I know you know this because you a user of our camps, which I appreciate. So there's a 10-day, there's a 2-week session for each camp. All activities are outlined. So day 1 of session 1, this is what we're doing. Day 2, right? And families are getting notification. Hey, families, on day 4, we're going swimming, bring swimsuits. We're going to the movies on day 8. So there's a whole curriculum that exists.
Okay, so how do you all evaluate the feedback that you get in terms of the quality of camps? While there is a curriculum, I think we can, in the parent circles, not camps are made equal, even though they are quote unquote equal, if that makes sense. There are some locations where the creativity of the staff is just a bit better. Their engagement is a little bit different. How do we sort of evaluate and make adjustments such that it's not, oh, hey, I have to get into these 4 locations, otherwise my summer is going to be terrible?
So we implemented, we had an independent evaluator to evaluate our camps.
Okay.
We know hiring 600 people to support with operations throughout the summer. While the goal is to get the best version of DPR, we know that in many instances we have not.
Okay, when's the last time that you guys did an evaluation?
2025.
2025. Did you share that or the results or the findings or the report with the committee?
No, that was an internal evaluation for us to understand better how to serve.
Okay,
But we can, it's not, yeah, we can, absolutely.
okay. I'd be interested to sort of see what the feedback is from a third party
Absolutely.
around what we're doing and not. I want to switch to talking a little bit more about teen and young adult programming. So I reviewed the Excel spreadsheet that you guys submitted listing the grants that you all issued for fiscal year 25 and 26. And while the programs were certainly diverse in scope, I noticed that many skewed towards the younger participants, with programming often cutting off at age 14. So, you know, the tweens and teens, they are a special bunch of individuals who are in need of active engagement so that they can do something productive with their time. Is it that organizations serving those older young people are not applying for grants? Are we not necessarily soliciting for the older age groups? Are we, talking to the teen council? Like, how do we figure that out?
So I appreciate this line of questioning. I really do. Our evaluation revealed what we already knew was that there's a problem with tween programs. There's a drop off, right? When young people begin to have some independence over agency, it begins, usually mom will drop off and, now they're at the age where I don't want to go, I don't want to do. And so we have intentionally, and we're piloting this year, tween grants.
Okay.
And so we want organizations that specialize in that population. And so our evaluation did reveal to us that there was a drop off. Also, another thing that we noticed with teenagers, teenagers who haven't been playing sports forever since they were like little bitty ones at Turkey Thicket or Columbia Heights, but there's a drop off in being introduced because they may not feel like they're as good as their peers.
Yeah.
So we're trying to introduce non-traditional sports. We did a training. Our team recently went to Tucker Road to learn the sport of broom ball, right? So it's hockey or basketball on ice with tennis shoes, for lack of better description.
Okay.
Not basketball, but sliding, broom ball.
Broom ball.
Right? So you don't have to you don't have to know how to ice skate. You don't have to know how to play basketball, but this is something that we can introduce you to get you active and moving. So we're looking at different ways, different modalities, and through partnerships to connect to that population, because early intervention is the best.
Okay, so you guys have just done a release of the application for these grants? All right, and so the idea is to target it for summertime or?
Yes, for more tween camps, because we ran in our boost camps, but they were nominal.
Okay.
We wanted to do more, because the 11 to 13-year-olds, they're too young for SYEP.
Right.
They're too old. They feel like they're too old, so they want to stay in the house. We want to address that.
Okay. On that, in terms of the conversation that you were having with Councilmember Lewis George about lifeguards, have we thought about building our own? And by that, I mean a two-tier program, right? So you like a junior lifeguard.
Do that.
Where is the application for that?
Posted. So we started our junior lifeguard. He introduced him. He's a junior at Dunbar. He learned how to be a lifeguard after school. We hired him. We hired how many junior lifeguards that were from our program? As a reminder, those were the ones with the gold shirts. Last year, if you went to the pool, you had some gold shirts and some red shirts.
Yeah.
So we have a group in our lifeguard and
What's the problem with y'all doing too much? Because then we don't really know. Like you got too many things going on. But if the application for the junior lifeguard program is currently open, would love to get information about that because I feel like that's an excellent opportunity to sort of build a summer job career path. And also lifeguards are in high demand. So if you can get your certification, go make $30. I mean, we want you in DC, but our surrounding jurisdictions.
Most for our lifeguards. So there's nowhere else to go. They're coming, other jurisdictions are coming to us.
Okay. I'm over my time. Thank you, Councilmember. But you know what? You segued right back where I was, which I really appreciate that loop. It was great. Back to our pools and aquatics. We discussed at length about DPR communicating with residents. Since our conversation, I've noticed more NICSL alerts go out about closures for maintenance, but also have continued to receive complaints about unexpected schedule changes. What, if any, changes to communication policies and procedures has DPR made since the pool roundtable?
I'm trying to understand when you said unexpected schedule changes. The only thing that I could think about schedule is for snow.
Like early closures, late openings due to staffing.
We don't have that.
Okay, well, that's not our information is different because that's what we get feedback of.
Yeah,
That's early closures or late openings due to staff callouts, which I think we talked about last time. I know DPR said it was exploring creating a real-time status page for indoor pool like it has for outdoor pools and splash pads in the summer. What updates does DPR have on this effort?
I think our splash that is open and that should exist. But going back to your first point, I know we don't have any closures due to staffing.
Okay. So, wait, what was the answer on the splash, on the real-time status page? For
The splash that should be up.
For the indoor pools?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the areas of improvement you all committed to was sending out NICS alerts if the pool deviated from schedule, particularly due to staffing constraints. So your answer to me is, we haven't seen any NICS alert for pool or closings early or openings late. Is that because the pools have not experienced staffing related closures since, or have NICS alerts just not been sent out when they did occur?
We do not have staffing related closures.
Okay.
We have closures due to
Closures, but late openings or early closings.
So we don't have staff related openings and closings where we would send out a NICSL. Now, because our sites are localized, not tell you that a staff member who's running late, because remember, there has to be a certain number to open a facility. That decision may be made on site, and we, meaning headquarters or leadership, is not aware that particular site is not open. It is our expectation that they are open and operable.
Okay. One thing that has come up during testimony as well was residents discussed frustration with their inability to register for aquatics programming, especially swim lessons, given how greater demand is than the number of slots. DPR has a viewable waitlist feature that allows residents to see their placement on the waitlist when they're not selected in the camp lottery. I'm wondering, would DPR support creating a similar waitlist feature for swimming classes and other aquatics programming?
We've talked about that, and we do understand that our swimming, we've just talked about with swimming as well as gymnastics. There are several programs that are just hugely popular. And yeah, we're looking at the best way to solve for, because the classes go immediately.
Right.
And we recognize that.
Yeah.
I also want to, just so the public is aware, if you go to DPR indoor pools, that will bring up the real time for you.
Okay.
And it's up and listed.
So we gotta, if we can, I mean, that waitlist feature could be helpful, but we also should just look at sort of the numbers that are coming in and seeing what we can do to, I guess, offer more. One of the questions I had is around equity in this issue as well. What is DPR's position on registration system that would prioritize residents who live near a pool rather than a district-wide open model?
We've talked about that as well. There are some sites out Fairby Hope where we support residents walking in because they're directly across from a public housing complex. So we encourage residents to come in. The same thing as Berry Farms, where we do on-site registration. But we are looking at, again, we have become hugely popular.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to solve for that. And I'll just, our seniors who have been taking the Body Wise class at 8 o'clock, and now, especially after DOGE, you had more people leave the federal government and who are now home, right? Who may not have thought about retiring. Well, now they're using our facilities and taking these spots that were previously, and our beautiful seniors, they love their amenities and they want to know who you are and why you're here. And so we are trying to mitigate and solve for that as well.
Yeah. So here, if you guys can explore the waitlist feature for the aquatics placements, and if you could also explore some type of equity. We did that with camps, right? And it made a huge difference.
Yep.
And so a registration system that maybe prioritizes residents that live nearby or district-wide open, if you could just explore it and get back to me. I think giving local residents more access to their local pools could improve programming access for families with young children and seniors who can't easily travel across the district for lessons, particularly. Turning away from aquatics and going back to talk about programming, in question 61, I asked about the average cost for DPR to provide programming. DPR provided the tuition families pay, not really the cost to DPR. Can DPR resubmit data for this question on DPR's cost?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The senior residents of DC, obviously, you've talked about enjoy enriching experiences that foster community and wellness and activity and continue longevity. Many of the senior residents are appreciative of DPR's initiatives. During public testimony, seniors drew attention to a lack of nutritious meals and a clear notice of ingredients and asked for foods that help with chronic disease prevention. How is DPR engaging with our senior residents about their dietary needs and preferences? I know DPR has food guidelines for summer meals for youth, but I have not heard of a similar policy for seniors. So does DPR have guidelines for senior meals?
We do, and I heard the testimony of one senior in particular who I will see on Saturday because she frequents most of our events about the food. But we do offer quality programming. We also partner with some of the partners at our various sites far southeast. We also partner with the DACL. And so we do offer food that meets the guidelines.
Okay. Are there actual written food guidelines for seniors?
There are food guidelines for all of food programs because there are come through all the funding comes through USDA for
Okay.
the meals, so they're all standardized.
Okay. Will you send me the guidelines for the seniors? And
Sure.
because I'd love to get some feedback from DC Health and see if they can help, see if we need to update or develop them, and see if those are the best, I guess, the best guidance we can have. How has DPR been engaging with seniors to explore programming that DPR currently doesn't offer, but seniors ask for?
So as you know, our seniors robust and they mean the world to us. And if they ask for it, we make it happen for them. And so Camp Riverview was 3 days. They would go away for 3 days and they asked for 5 and we settled on 4. And so we try, because we understand when we talk about a city that's aging in place, we have to get the people what they want. And so we try our very best to do so, whether it's the sail, the dancing, we have sail instructors. So we're training our staff to be able to do some of the programs so that we don't have to necessarily contract them out. And sail is a great example. Our staff members are certified. I know Emory Heights, you frequent that and, would love to see you participate in their sail exercise program, the boxing program. But again, we want to make sure that our seniors are engaged. We take our seniors to the farmers market. And so that they can buy fresh produce, and help. That also helps with them who are on fixed incomes stretch their money.
Yeah.
Also, whether we donate, we bring food from Lederer Gardens, so that the seniors can get it for free.
Okay. The other group of seniors we want to figure out is how are you all, DPR, intentional about reaching out to seniors who are not already involved with their local recreation or senior center? We want to get more seniors out of their homes. In fact, some of the seniors told me we don't have enough male seniors coming to programming. Now, I'm not here to solve the senior dating pool problem, but I was asked for you all to be intentional about reaching out to male singers who often are not showing up. And how are you all intentionally reaching out to bring more people in?
So, Councilmember, I too have heard this request, and so have my male staff. I've recruited a couple through like card parties, and we've hosted like old school game night. We do the line dance, which does bring more male. We've noticed that I want to make sure I'm politically correct. The male senior population enjoy more physical activities versus the knitting or the making the doll babies. I see you laughing. Okay, so you heard it there.
Valentine's, sip and paint.
Yes, they're more engaged and they show up more when we offer something physical like bowling. So we're working to do that.
Okay. I promised I would ask that question on the record. So they gave me some suggestions. They said we should be sending out, putting mail or newspaper or putting on TV,
Writing it down.
advertising.
Something else.
No, just advertising the activities so that people
Got it.
will come out. So I don't know, you work us alongside DACL, maybe they have a list of our seniors and they just think that we need to up our recruitment efforts for that area. And so would like to see DPR explore those recruitments.
Excited to solve for this.
Okay, I'm excited for you to solve for it, and I believe that you can. With that, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I took note. The seniors want to know where the men are. Okay, that's news to me. Director, I wanted to jump back in. Harry Thomas Rec Center. Is the agency open to the idea shared by Ward 5 neighbors to use that rec center after its modernization as an opportunity to connect to other district-owned properties in the surrounding site? Namely, it abuts like the Langley campus, and neighbors want it to feel like part of that broader community versus it being closed off.
Yeah, so actually that's what we just did with Ketchum, with Anacostia Recreation Center at Ketchum. And I think of Shepherd Recreation, even Hearst. There are not been started, but Yeah, been started. There are some co-located sites,
Mhm.
and that's the goal for it to feel more like community. So we absolutely welcome that.
Nice. Okay, turkey thicket. In February, my office was made aware that the turkey thicket will go offline for a period of time for regularly scheduled maintenance.
Correct.
Can DPR commit to sharing future information related to planned closures with my office before making the information available to the public?
Yes, so let me apologize if you did not receive that in advance, because this is the same time of year when we close our pools for like a 2 week to do the refresher, toilets, handles, painting. We've had the schedule for some time, so it is my understanding that we shared it, and if we did not with each council member, and at least the committee chair, please accept my
We-
apologies.
Awesome. We did not know. And as you can imagine, when something like that happens or neighbors go and see a flyer on the door, then we're inundated and then we're scrambling trying to find out what's going on.
Okay.
So some of these capital projects I'll come back to when we have DGS. I did want to jump to like some agency general questions. Your personnel data shows that there's extremely high separation numbers. It's looking like 438 separations in September alone.
Yep.
And large fluctuations. I
That's
think I
right.
know what you're gonna say in response to that, but can you speak to the reasons for this?
So we hire about 600 people to support with
Seasonal.
seasonal, so they come on about May. Based on attrition, we're able to keep our seasonals a little bit longer. And, you know, because again, our budget accounts that hypothetically 600 people will work the maximum number of hours. And so where people are taking off or leaving early to go back to school, we use those same dollars that are allocated for summer just to maintain continuity of operations and to support with our sites. So that's the number that is the separation of our seasonals.
Understood. And then several of your performance targets, unfortunately, were not met, including aquatics programming, tutoring, participation, lifeguard training, I believe. What specific strategies is DPR implementing to restore or replace programming that was phased out due to federal funding ending, like ARPA funds?
So we do want to increase, so I think we're going to resubmit our performance plan to you, because I think I saw the areas that were that not necessarily did not meet, but no longer we were measured on because the opera funding expired. But I want to say we met all of our goals.
Okay. So is it that those areas you're just not being measured against anymore?
Correct.
So I guess that means you're not trying to replace those categories. So like tutoring, for instance, or...
So we do it differently. So with tutoring, correct, that was an opera-funded initiative, but through our after-school enrichment program, tutoring happens. And so we are doing tutoring in that. We also work with the DME and the Office of Out of School Time. We work with the schools, but as far as that was opera funding designed for summer learning loss, that particular funding.
Okay. I wanted to turn to the lottery system. You referenced that in your opening statement, as well as the auditor's investigation or audit.
Not investigation.
Well, not investigation, but audit, the auditor's audit. What concrete changes has the agency made in response to the recommendations received from the auditor?
Biggest thing we learned is the lottery wasn't fair for DPR staff. That was one of the biggest things, because we had a mandate that staff could not enter their children in the lottery. And they had to wait until after all the public decided, the public had slots before staff. With the lottery, it was very new, and we didn't want the appearance that staff had an unfair advantage. And so we learned that by doing that, we really did a disservice to our staff, because our staff are still district residents who many of them even qualify for a reduced rate. And so we changed that last year. We also strengthened our residency verification. In the past, Councilmember Henderson, I will use you as an example. You have been participating in DPR programs with your children, and you verify residence one time when you first, but your account has been active for about 12 years. And so we have an obligation to require people to re-register. Now, I'm sure you received an email that said, come re-register and re-verify. However, it was a soft, like we made the request, but we weren't mandating because it could just be so cumbersome. But now we're mandating that we see residency verification.
And are you seeing a shift in participation, or are you identifying people once eligible that are no longer eligible because they've moved out of
It's
line?
so we have not, everybody that we've done audits on have been able to prove that they're residents. So it's just been, hey, Councilmember Henderson, this is your account, please verify residency. And they upload documents to verify residency. So we have not seen any bad actors.
Okay. Any additional actions that you're planning to take action on from that report?
Proud of the audit. I think the
Should
audit,
be.
I lived through some audits at other agencies and they were not so nice. This audit tells us that by doing this, it allowed us to be more equitable. The biggest thing that I'm really proud of is, and I don't think we captured the 800% increase in reduced rate. So that means families who work roles that in hospitality or security, concierge, right? They're not able to sit in front of the computer at 12 noon, as Councilmember Henderson used to describe it as Hunger Games. They're also not, families at the end of the month are not always able to pay on the spot. So with the lottery, we're able to offer payment plans. We're able to offer reduced rate. Families are submitting their documents. So we've seen an 800% increase in those who get reduced rate. I think that is the biggest thing that we're proud of.
Nice, nice. And this will likely be my last question for this round. The agency states that facility improvements improve the life cycle of facilities, and that is not surprising. How does DPR prioritize maintenance and capital improvements across your assets and working with DGS to ensure there is timely repairs and accountability? And I know you all are working closely, but when I think of some of our aging facilities, how are you prioritizing or taking action?
So, Ready to Play Master Plan is our North Star, our guiding light as the world turns.
And you're gonna follow up with that tracker?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And so we use that. There are some facilities that are aging faster than expected, but that's because of high use and high volume. And so we're taking that into consideration and having those conversations with DGS as well.
Understood. Okay, I have 45 seconds. I'll ask this, not so you can get in front of the mayor and her budget, but as we look towards the budget process, what are things that are top of mind for you and DPR that is necessary or that is important for this budget cycle?
I think staffing, as we professionalize play, we're looking at how staff, some of our staff grades. So we're kind of phasing out some of the grade 5s. That doesn't mean we're terminating anybody for anybody that's hearing and doesn't understand. I don't want to scare or cause an alarm, but as individuals are leaving those positions, we want to make sure that we're able to retain talent. And so we're looking at how we can do that by being competitive in our offerings of pay.
Understood. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Hi, I'm back. I actually just had a couple questions I forgot about when we were talking earlier, Director. So we had a hearing in my committee recently about the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant Public Life Study, which was very exciting because you probably know Columbia Heights Public Realm was built 20 years ago. And so it was time to look at that, plus all of the parks sort of in the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant network, all the triangles and plazas, et cetera. So did you get a chance to look at it yet?
I have not.
Okay. Well, when you do, it's great stuff. And one of the reasons that I wanted to flag it for you is there's a number of recommendations under DPR's purview because of these, plazas and parks, et cetera. And one major item was for DPR to initiate a redesign process for the Columbia Heights Civic Plaza, which, is not being used, I think, as well as it could be. That godforsaken fountain, right? Splash pad. So we definitely want to talk more with you that maybe when we meet, we can do this because I think we need to initiate something in the capital project pipeline for the plaza and see if we can get someone assigned to it. So
I know that this is top of mind for the Office of Planning as well, to support a unified capital planning with this particular area. So it is top of mind.
great. So I was also told, let me know if you know about this, but I was also told that as a result of the study, that DPR was able to greenlight a new improvement project to Marconi Park, which is the triangle next to Mount Pleasant Library. But I know that would require, I think that requires some partnership with the feds. Is that one on your radar yet?
Not yet. I know the study was just posted and shared with us, so if you can give me some time to digest it and I can regurgitate it to you at a later date.
Yeah, that'd be great. We had to wrestle it out of Opla's hands, and now it is finally public. So read away. And in that vein, because there actually is a sort of a lot of federal parkland in that service area as well. Have you had any progress in your discussions with National Park Service on transfers or cooperative agreements for any of the smaller pocket parks?
We are still working with National Park Service from the holistic district as a wide, the executive. And so I think we will have something to share really soon.
Okay, great. Hope that ends up being exciting because I know that's just like such a thorn in all of our sides that we can't get better cooperation there. So thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any more now. I'm really done for
I
real.
want to,
Thank you.
just for the record,
Yeah.
because there is no lead at Parkview. It has been tested, and there currently is no lead at Parkview from what's been tested. So I just wanted to come back on the record so that I could answer your previous question about.
Was there a recent test?
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, my mic kind of just went out.
Oh, okay.
But
Was there a more recent test?
Was there a more recent test is what she?
Okay. Last time I did a site visit there were still some issues. There was some exposed area on the field house, the historic field house that needed to be remediated. But I think the bigger issue is the play surface that keeps absorbing lead and there being some, I'll say consternation over the assumptions being made about where the lead is coming from. And so I think we just wanted to make sure that the whole site is remediated, which would necessitate removing a lot of the surfaces that are currently on site.
okay, I know that lead historically is in the soil. And I know that there's been talk that it's coming off some residual off the paint, off the buildings, but the site has been tested and there's no lead.
Okay.
What
Right.
was the most recent test?
I'll get that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Councilmember Henderson? Councilmember Nadeau keeps doing this where she don't use her full time and it catches me off guard. Okay, anyhow.
Director, I want to get back to talking about the grants that you all, the information that you shared. So the spreadsheet that you showed, one of the largest grant recipients was the Friends of Fort DuPont Ice Arena. They received 230,000 in FY25.
No,
That was in the spreadsheet.
no, that is incorrect. And that is a administrative error if we submitted that to you. We do not have a grant with Friends of Fort DuPont. You said Friends of Fort DuPont?
Yes, Friends of Fort DuPont Ice Arena, 230,000. This was for fiscal year 25.
No.
Okay, so that's incorrect.
That is incorrect. I'm trying to. Where are you looking?
I think the committee requested information about the grants for fiscal year 25, 26. Grants issued it was a spreadsheet.
What's the question? Hold on a second, please.
Okay. You know what number? Okay.
Yeah, we didn't issue I think that.
Which was I was asking because I was confused. I was like, why are we giving them a grant when we're now operating the facility? But also the facility was not in operation in fiscal year 25. So why would we still be giving them a grant?
Question 117, by the way, page 52.
Yeah, I think that was earmarked initially for the Friends of Fort DuPont when they were going to open and operate the facility.
Okay.
Those funds were earmarked. However, they did not open or come into, so we're no longer in partnership with them.
Okay, now I got to ask you now. I wasn't going to ask all of them. Do you have a grant? Did you issue a grant to Barracks Row Main Street?
To who?
Barracks Row Main Street.
Yes.
Okay. What about an organization called Global Kids?
Yes.
The Center for Nonprofit Advancement?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so there's a little bit of a typo there. Okay. Were any of the programs for these grantees, these are the larger grantees, were any of these programs available to youth over the age of 14?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're doing the grant evaluation, how do we evaluate success for these programs? Either through, are we doing parent or participant satisfaction surveys?
We do pre and post program evaluation.
Okay.
For 14 years, the teens, we evaluate them. We allow them to tell us what is success for them. There's also, we have a grant monitoring.
Okay.
Monitors the site and make sure that the grantees are doing what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
And so.
I mean, we're looking at these organizations, my staff check their websites, just to see like, hey, what do you offer? What are you doing? And they either had inactive websites or primarily only posted on social, but didn't have very much recent activity within the last year. And so I'm trying to understand, we're providing information or we're providing funding to do activities and do outreach and do all of these things, but these organizations don't seem to be doing a heavy amount of recruitment for their own type of programming.
You know, some of them are mom and pop. I think about, for example, Friends of Emory. They do great work. Are you going to find a website where Friends of Emory saying, hey, come here? No, you won't. But if you go to Emory Heights Recreation Center, you're going to see the Friends of Emory programming operation. And I think that's typical for some of the community partners where they may not have the necessary infrastructure administratively, but we know that they do good work. That's designed for Rec for All. Really for those organizations who were volunteering their time and who were truly doing good work, but did not necessarily have the capacity, they were paying out of their own pocket.
Yeah. I understand that. And I'm not suggesting that everyone needs to have some strong comm team or back office support or those types of things. But I also feel like in conversations around budgets, we have to make sure that we are providing funding to those who are being good stewards of the funding and actually effective in terms of meeting the programmatic goals. In fiscal year 25, did the agency identify any grantees that were not in good standing and therefore we will not be renewing? Or do we require everyone to apply every year?
Everyone has to apply every year,
Okay,
so we don't carry them over.
okay. I want to ask about MPS land transfers. So my staff recently spoke with the National Park Service about ongoing transfer of jurisdiction agreements. And I understand that approximately 15 to 20 small park transfer agreements may currently be in progress with DPR. Is that accurate? Sure. So small park transfers with MPS. My understanding is that you might have about 15 to 20 that are currently in progress. Is that accurate?
There are quite a few, yes, that
Okay.
are in progress that we're working on. That was the question I responded. Hopefully we'll have some good news to share.
Okay. Additional land brings additional maintenance responsibilities. So what steps does the agency take during that land transfer time period to make sure that you all have the capacity to essentially integrate these parks into your portfolio?
So going back to the Parks Policy and Programs Officer, that will be the functionality of the individual who's selected for that position
Okay.
to support.
Is that position currently in active recruitment?
Yes.
All right. And I'm not even thinking about it, I would say for the public, right? DPR has all types of parks. I'm not talking about playgrounds. These are what we're talking about are like
Forest patches, small parking. Gotcha.
different type of ecological expertise in terms of how to maintain.
Absolutely, for
Yeah.
invasive plants,
Yeah.
species, all of those things. And the reason, so we have an environmental, which is our environmental is. And the work is happening there, however, is just with 244 small parks and potential to acquire more. It's a lot for an office who's also doing programming. So we're looking at having that all encompassing.
What do you mean by
Under the park, so Indigo is our environmental program.
So I know, but before that, you had said that's a lot for an office that's also doing programming. I would think that the recommendation then would be perhaps one person shouldn't be doing all things, or one.
Well, that's why we're separating it. So
Okay.
the environmental program Indigo currently exists.
Got it.
We're recruiting for the parks, programs, and policy officer.
To be
Which would
separate.
be separate.
Got
and
it.
apart from what's currently happening, because to your point, it's a lot and it requires a different level, of attention.
Yep. You all still have the Kingman Park Rangers program?
No, so Kingman Park belongs to DOEE, although we've been in conversation as to where Kingman Park goes.
Oh, okay. I'm reading between the lines that there may be some jurisdictional dispute there, but I was just sort of thinking from a perspective of the Kingman Park Rangers, this could be an opportunity because they also focus sort of on the environmental, ecological, like if we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can all work together in the sandbox, that might be an excellent opportunity for us to sort of do that part. Okay, let me change in my, really quickly going back to the junior lifeguard program. Do they get paid?
So we work with Department of Employment Services for the youth in school
Okay.
to get them funding, as well it doesn't happen at SYP. So we do work with the high school internship program to get them paid.
Okay. Why can't junior lifeguard be a part of SYP?
Oh, it can't. Well, during the summer, SYP is open for 6 weeks in the summer. That's prime time. We're not in training. We're on. That's Super Bowl. These can't play.
The rookies can't play, but they could be juniors on the team.
Well, they do have junior lifeguards but so it's two different things. There's junior lifeguards that support the sites.
Yeah.
And they usually help with patron, crowd control, maybe the
Check-in.
Check-in, correct.
Okay.
That was always a title.
but that's not necessarily junior lifeguard. So now we have a program that is specific to junior lifeguard, where they're learning the basics of a certification programs that exist for a lifeguard. They just don't have the age. So our junior lifeguard program starts at 14.
Okay, so the idea is that that's happening during the school year. You're prepping, and then once the summer comes, once you become of age.
Correct. And we had 54 junior
That was
lifeguards
gonna be my next question.
last year, and this year we have 125.
Okay,
So we've doubled the number and the interest.
how much is DOES paying them?
The little stipend, well, not little, but the after-school stipend dollar amount.
Okay, all right. I don't know how much that is. All right. I'm over my time, but I would just say this as you guys are sort of planning the tween teen
Mhm.
piece, this summer is going to be critical.
Mhm.
Had a meeting with Chief Carroll, and we're talking about America 250, and he basically was like, Councilmember, this city from like Memorial Day to Labor Day is going to be wild, just in terms of the sheer number of events,
People,
activities,
yeah.
et cetera, people. And I think it's just going to be very important that, not to say that we're not encouraging our young people to participate in that type of programming, but that we provide options, a robust amount of options that are available for folks to get into constructive, fun entertainment.
So we're currently, Mayor Bowser has convened a DC 250 committee,
Okay,
and we're looking at activities for young people that happen kind of simultaneously.
Okay.
So that we can support and give young people the experience in their city as well.
all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember.
You always segue so nicely.
And we don't talk about it.
You know, we don't even talk about it. I think, that Alpha Kappa Alpha
I
connection.
think that's fine.
That was that, just like pink and green telepathy is real. All right, we're gonna leave the Delta alone. Okay, come back. I was going to youth programming, and so turning to that piece, one thing we heard from testimony was that young people participate in DPR programming, and one thing they wanted to say was like they want to get to and from school to DPR centers safely. Concerns were raised about gaps in safe passage program to recreation centers specifically. What recreation centers currently participate in safe passage, if any? And at sites without it, how does DPR ensure youth can get from school to DPR safely?
So we do, our members do safe passage. We've identified communities where safe passage is paramount. We also work with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement to kind of fill some gaps. When we do host our late night hikes and our other events, we provide safe passage to and from the metro. We started offering shuttles in the middle of the summer and during the summer for late night hikes, and we intentionally did was shuttle young people to metros outside of the area. So for example, if we were at LaSalle, instead of ushering young people to Brookland Metro Station, we shuttled them to another metro station so that it was not in that area and you wouldn't have that congestion on those particular entry points. So we worked with MPD and Metro to kind of mitigate and try to solve for that during those late night events.
Got it. Are there any rec centers that currently participate in safe passage, like officially, like an official?
I know that there is, and I will get those sites to you.
Okay. Can DPR set up a meeting with the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice to explore, and I guess to DME to explore safe passage to more DPR locations?
Sure.
Okay. During this committee's hearing on recreational programming, several youth from Brooklyn Middle School shared their suggestions for ways for DPR to better interest youth. I'm not sure, did DPR have a chance to follow up with these youth after the hearing? And has DPR explored or started to offer any of their proposals for new programming such as robotics, reading club, et cetera?
So we have followed up with those young people, and the robotics will be entered during our summer. And the reading club, that's a good one, that we can implement and activate.
Okay. During public testimony, we heard a best practice for programming for youth crime prevention is that the program should be primarily community-based and led by community organizations, as they are better suited than the government to do prevention and diversion work. What prevention and diversion programming does DPR currently have?
So, recreation is prevention. That is not a motto. That is, we are thoughtful. We understand youth development. We understand the brains of young people. And so the experts live in-house, even with the creation and partnership with the GW for the Youth Development Professional Certification Program. That's just from the adult lens. We have our Supreme Teens program, which hosts about 450 teens after school. We're hosting a teen summit on the 13th of March.
I saw that. Competent, very excited about it.
To hear from them. We have studios and esports. We want to hear from them what their needs are and how we can better serve them. We want to get away from adultism, which is adults telling young people what to do, and have a youth-centered approach. And so that is the goal.
Okay. What the youth have said is that they want more longer evening hours and weekend hours.
Correct.
It's hard to figure out how we do that because the cost and labor are a factor there. If we wanted to, in some very specific areas where we have teens, which you've already done, and how do we quantify what it would take for us to extend hours, evening hours and weekend hours in teen heavy neighborhoods and locations?
You know, we've heard this from teens, we've heard it from communities, we've heard it from parents. Actually, that was the goal of Late Night Hype. And I will tell you that Late Night Hype on average was seeing 1,500 youth. Late Night Hype has been so effective that we've done technical assistance for Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Baltimore is doing a Late Night Hype, and you know, they call it Teen Hype. You know, we thank you. You know, other jurisdictions are doing the same thing, and we're looking at ways.
How much does a Late Night Hype cost us? Is there a
We're probably paying about 60,000, 75,000 a night.
Okay.
And we're going into staff, and that's probably not even including staffing hours, because staff, you talk about load in and load out, because you're really loading in what looks like a carnival.
Mm-hmm.
And so staff aren't leaving till like 1 o'clock in the morning. And we're serving food because we also recognize that, you know, that.
Yeah.
So things. So, but I wanted to go back to, and we've talked about strategies for whether it's a basketball tournament at one location, whether we're doing.
I think they just need somewhere to go, because what's happening is, you know, people are saying, okay, when they leave school, then they may hang out at Navy Yard, they may hang out at U Street, they may hang out, you know, at Fort Reno Park, depending on what location, and everybody got a problem with it. But I didn't hear anybody upset about kids hanging out at Fort Reno Park, but they were upset with kids hanging at Navy Yard. I don't know what the differences are there, but the point is, teens, they can't hang out in their own neighborhood and communities that we built for them, they need somewhere to go, because saying teens can only be in school and then be at home is ridiculous in every way, because none of us went straight home from school.
Especially we're playing with different models, having fun, but we're looking at what it could look like, instead of doing Late Night Hype at one location, to do different activations at 6.
Okay.
But it may not be as large, but we're trying to play with, and hopefully the Teen Summit will drive some of this.
Some of the what?
Worst thing that we can do is create something that they don't attend.
Yeah. As you know, there was a bill before this committee to establish youth teen centers that DPR would run. The stated reason for this bill is that DPR does not do enough for youth. So that's why I'm really wanting to know what you all are thinking of outside of moving this bill forward to address youth programming and do the work necessary to find safe spaces and places for youth.
I am a youth development expert. I do not say that for fluff. I do not say, I've studied young people. I've studied their brains. There's not a young person that I have not been able to connect with in practice and in policy. And that lives and breathes in our recreation centers. When we speak about professionalizing play, it is not because we just want to build the staff up. We know that studies show that when staff are better equipped to serve, then young people are more responsive. I can tell you everything I need to know about a community center if I walk up and more people, young people, are outside than inside. That tells me that we have work to do. So every center is a teen center. Every center is a teen hub. We don't take this lightly. And I'm grateful that people believe we don't do, because that challenges us to make sure we do more. So I guess the next time I vote for 20, I guess the next time I need to vote for 27.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I can't wait to see, I hope you all will be like taking notes from the youth summit and then using
Absolutely.
and dissecting that so that next time we talk, we can talk about like what we've learned from that and what we're gonna implement as a result of it. So I'm gonna try to stop by because I want to hear some of it too, but I'm really excited for that opportunity. Pickleball. As made clear during public witness testimony, pickleball is quickly gaining popularity, and many residents have expressed interest in the creation of courts and more accessibility to existing courts, as access is currently concentrated in some areas while leaving gaps in others. How does DPR plan to ensure that funds used for pickleball are spread equitably across the district?
We have 57 pickleball courts. I think what we've done with our new building of our new courts does that for equity. When you think about, we've striped many of our courts so they're co-located. We were also very respectful to the tennis community because there's just some communities that do not want pickleball. We heard that, we respected that, we did not stripe it. We believe it's going to be a great location. King Greenleaf is going to be striped. We worked directly with the members of the Pickleball Advisory Group
Yes.
to identify the spaces. Again, when SETLC North is open, it will have some fresh courts, as well as the current SETLC has been striped. So we believe that there's
So we have pickleball in all 8 wards right now?
absolutely.
Okay. And as far as that goes, is there any more that, who has the least amount of pickleball? As far as wards go, or how evenly distributed are they?
It's evenly distributed. I really do. I know that. I think it's evenly distributed. I think it's also, when I think about the Brentwood Hamilton, though, we're taking off basketball courts. We're taking those basketball courts offline to have pickleball courts, but
We talked, yeah, that came up as well. I guess there was a disparity between indoor and outdoor, courts, and some have almost indoor and some have almost all only outdoor. I guess what witnesses have said is they want both indoor and outdoor court options.
We do.
And a disparity that was a disparity that came up.
So we play pickleball. I'd love for you to join me at any of the indoor courts. We currently play Joy Evans, Rosedale, King Greenleaf, Hillcrest. I think there are about 14 courts that are striped for pickleball. And so Palisades, yeah. The biggest disparity that we found within the agency in our own internal audit is youth.
Yeah.
Enough young people playing.
That was my next question, which is sort of witnesses did express that DPR needs, I guess, a desire to begin allowing youth to participate in DPR run pickleball programs. Why, are you not eligible for pickleball games?
Absolutely.
So they are eligible.
Pickleball is table tennis on the ground, if that can help you at all. So many of the pickleball members, many of them are retired. So they're playing during the day when young people are in school. And then young people in the evenings have other competing priorities. Yeah.
Will DPR commit to offering pickleball as an auxiliary activity for spring break and summer camps for DC youth?
So we started last year with introducing it in our camps.
Okay,
So-
so yes to that.
Yes.
I want to talk about fees. As you know, DPR regulations set fees associated with use of facilities. The district's cost recovery rate for park services is very low, under 5%, compared to the national average, which is over 20%. How does DPR determine fees and ensure that they are appropriate? And when were the fees last adjusted?
Our fees are legislated. And so,
Okay.
yeah, so, and I think the last adjustment may have been 2017, 2018.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to just two things. I want to go back. We're hosting the DC Classic Pickleball Tournament for ages 10 and up at SETLC. That will be in May.
Okay. Many parks departments deploy a cost recovery pyramid as a policy tool to determine how much of a service's cost should be covered by general taxes versus user fee based on community versus individual benefits. For example, a service with only individual benefits, such as a private event rentals, will be more fee-based, while a service with great community fee benefit will be low cost or even free. Does DPR have such a policy informing its cost recovery and fee structure? And if so, can you describe and provide that to the committee?
Again, our fees are kind of legislated.
Okay.
So
It's up to me.
we follow the guidelines of what's already existing.
Okay. All right. Would DPR support a cost recovery model?
DPR would absolutely love a cost recovery model, especially as budget constraints.
Yeah.
You know that sports builds revenue, and you don't necessarily charge for games. However, we know that high schools may charge $5. Our events are free, so even nominal costs could support. And it's industry standard. It's a term of the industry of recreation that you eat what you dispose of.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay, I appreciate that. We can work together to look at what model would be good and best, because as the demands on DPR grow from the community, we have to look at a tool that can pour back into DPR. So I'm not thinking like, oh, put money more into the general fund. I'm talking about if community wants DPR to do late night hypes every month, if they want DPR to have longer hours, they want DPR to do all these things, which you are apparently the solution to everything. That comes, right? Then we got to look at our cost recovery model and maybe implement it in a way that takes that into account as a way to add additional funds into DPR's capabilities. Speaking of fees, Ward 7 residents have commented on the prohibitive prices of the Fort DuPont Ice Arena and its detrimental effect on the arena's stated purpose of ensuring an accessible arena for DC residents. DPR responded in public hearing and deferred to DGS with regard to spending. Is DPR capable of lowering costs by implementing programs like annual or monthly memberships, tiered pricing, or expansion of free skate days?
so we do all of those things. We offered the first 2 months free because we wanted to build community connection, which we did. It's about $1.7 million to operate. It was something that we had not budgeted for because initially it wasn't going into our portfolio. But in choosing the price, the cost is still nominal. It's lower than Tucker Road, it's lower than Ruston, it's lower than Alexandria. We are the lowest option. Our public skate for seniors is $5 for a resident. For a non-resident, it's $10 for a senior. So the highest price is for an adult non-resident, which is $20. An adult resident is $10. Again, those costs are really nominal. And so,
Let me ask you this. Does DPR expect to be able to offer lower prices once it has a dedicated funding for the arena in fiscal year 27?
I think the price is nominal in comparison, and we don't turn anyone away. We just don't turn anyone away. We've not had someone that come in and say, I can't pay, and we say, okay, go home.
Okay, you're being conscious of the neighborhood and any fees that come. I think what residents wanted to know is if the prices were gonna be reduced once there's actual fiscal year 27 dedicated funding, or whether they would remain the same as they are now.
So the prior to DPR getting the ice arena in its portfolio, there was always a charge.
Right.
And so the price are lower than what was originally, but would have been paid if anyone else was in that facility.
Okay. There was a lot of publicity about making tennis more accessible when the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center expansion project was completed. Many local residents have reached out frustrated that the center is often unavailable for their children to play. Is DPR tracking how many people use the facility each year and how many of them live in the surrounding neighborhoods?
So we're trying to grow the capacity at Southeast Tennis and Learning Center. We do that. I've heard it from the Councilmember. I've heard it from residents who believe that the center is not accessible, and we say that that's simply not true. That's why we're hosting junior tennis tournaments. We're open Sunday. We have classes, and we're encouraging. We've even started offering piano classes at SCTLC because we want people to understand that this is a DPR amenity that's open for them. And so we're starting to build capacity at SCTLC. And as we grow and open up a second facility, we want to make sure that the community knows that this belongs to them.
I appreciate that, and that's what we just want to make sure the community understands. Is DPR making efforts to reach out to students attending nearby schools like Ballou and Hart, for whom this facility is walking distance from where they live?
Yes, we've working with the site manager to build capacity, to do some recruiting, some targeted recruitment, to grow the after-school program.
Okay.
We want the community in that space, especially as we open up a new facility.
That's right.
We want to make sure that there are bodies inside that know that this is a safe place for them.
Yeah. In addition to residents in Ward 7 and Ward 8 having access to Tennis and Learning Center, it is a district-wide asset, and we want to make sure it also is targeted to all wards. Are there any efforts to make sure students in all wards will be able to benefit from the additional opening that's happening?
Yes, ma'am. That's why, again, and I'll make sure I send you a list of, as a matter of fact, we received an award in December of 2025. Andrew Quadro, our tennis, received an award from the U.S. Tennis Association of Mid-Atlantic.
Okay.
At the CTLC. So we're trying our best to grow tennis district-wide.
Okay. And according to pre-hearing responses, the highest enrolled tennis programs for DPR were the junior match play events held in the winter and spring of fiscal year 2025 at Southeast Tennis and Learning Center. However, there are no enrollment counts for program in the summer and fall of fiscal year 2025. Were those programs discontinued? And if so, what led to them being discontinued in May 2025?
So we have a partner in that space who operates in the summer. And so those attendees attend that program.
Instead, okay.
Mhm.
So it's not a cutoff, it's just a different
Correct.
program doing it. Wow, okay. Does DPR has control of the user fees at the Southeast Tennis and Learning Center?
Yes.
Okay. And can DPR follow up with the number of contract packages purchased for indoor court time by district residents during the peak hours of 7 and 9 p.m., I guess Monday through Friday, from September 1st, 2025 through April 30th, 2026?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to go talk about lighting because it's come up a lot, as you know. You all been engaged with us in the various lighting issues across the city. In pre-hearing responses, I asked DPR to provide a copy of its current field lighting policy. Does DPR provided a list of maintenance issues related to lights? Does DPR follow the lighting guidelines the agency developed in February 2023 with input from community members?
Yes, we do. We work with DGS. I know that there's a lot of light, what they call it. We've spoken about this light intrusion or
Mhm.
in some neighborhoods, and so we're working to mitigate those. Yes.
There's the Dark Sky International and Illuminating Engineering Society, which provides guidelines and best practices for outdoor lighting. For example, all lights should have a clear purpose. Lights should be directed only where needed to reduce light trespass and glare. Light should be no brighter than necessary, and control light should be used only where it has a clear purpose. And color. I think best practices to fulfill these guidelines would include installing fully shielded fixtures with zero uplight and installing motion sensors, dimmers and timers to reduce lighting at night with facilities areas not in use. Does DPR follow any of the Dark Sky International or IE's lighting guidelines on existing properties?
Yes, we are dark sky compliant.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, street lights are brighter than our athletic field lights.
With the DDOT, when DDOT redid their streetlights, we had the program go, they had the ability to then be able to control lighting now from a location so that if a light is too bright or too, they can adjust it. DPR currently does not have the technology to control lights from a controlled location, and so people have to continue to go out to make adjustments to the light. Is that correct?
Correct. We are, we can control ours. We can control our lights, some of them, from a satellite, or not satellite, but from a central location.
Central location.
Yes, we can control some of them through our Musco system.
Musco system.
So we can control some of them, but some of them we cannot. And we're currently working with DGS to solve and mitigate any of the lighting issues and outages.
Okay. We'll have some more questions of DGS about that, but I think there needs to be an overall lighting project regarding DPR fields to make sure that they are, and that might take some capital dollars to be able to do, but so that I think it would help reduce the lighting issues and we don't have to one-off do lighting issues. And Ward 6 has had some, Ward 4 has had some, and there seemed to be a persistent issue, just the lighting intrusion into people's homes, particularly coming up most notably.
So I think what seems to be the trend is more in the winter when the days are shorter. Does that make sense? We're hearing it more with the lights because they're on a timer. And so they go off at the same time and come on at the same time. I think it's just when it's darker, longer, it appears that the lights are on longer, but they're actually going off at the same time every day.
Okay. We'll talk further because I have questions. Tacoma has been a persistent issue in Ward 4, but I'm going to ask those questions to DGS regarding where we are with Tacoma. Some maintenance stuff, we talked about this a little bit, but when a pool is closed for annual maintenance, does DGS give DPR a time frame for when it expects for maintenance to be completed?
Correct. We work in
Okay.
coordination with DGS.
And with pools that are taken offline for scheduled maintenance, about how long are they usually offline?
For 2 weeks.
Okay. And then we're still getting a lot of questions about Turkey Thicket in Ward 5, which has been closed since February 14th for annual maintenance. Does DPR have an expected opening date for Turkey Thicket?
I will get back to you on the Turkey Thicket opening date.
Okay, when Fairby Hope was taken offline for annual maintenance, DPR announced it would be closed from March 8th to March 15th. Why did DPR know how long it would take to do annual maintenance in Fairby Hope, but not Turkey Thicket?
So my understanding is we had an issue arise. Well, actually,
Turkey Thicket is doing its ADA upgrades in this one.
Got it.
So that's what took longer in this session of the annual closing. And then the same thing with Tacoma. We took Tacoma offline to do the locker rooms that the community had been asking for and that had been needed to be done
Yes,
for a
Lord.
while.
I've been yes. I'm very happy about that. So I don't have to hear from my seniors who are have been upset about the conditions of
Turkey
our.
Thicket is also getting upgrades to the locker room as well in this particular.
Okay, good. And it will make senior because both Turkey Thicket and Tacoma, we've gotten a lot of complaints about the locker room. So I'm hopeful to see what that finished looks like. Could annual pool maintenance for indoor pools be done more over the summer when outdoor pools are also open to avoid the situation we are in now with so many indoor pools being closed at one time without a lot of other nearby options?
I think your question is great. That's why we closed Roosevelt, Dunbar, and Blue to do maintenance in the summer so that we can make sure that they're ready for when schools open. But
That would be fine if it was 2 weeks and not the whole summer.
But again, to answer your question, our pools are hugely popular, and there are some days where there are heat advisories. Being outdoor at a pool is just not necessarily optimal because sometimes people forget that if you're outside in a pool, you're still exposed to direct sunlight. So on our heat advisory days, we welcome people to our indoor controlled environment. So the summer will not be optimum for indoor pools.
Got it.
And we have campers. And so we want to make sure, we rotate our campers in those spaces as well.
Okay. The DPR is green space and natural areas. You talked a little bit about this already. I think there's gonna be a new position. DPR is ready to plan specifies the use of native plants and natural landscapes for future projects. Many of these native plant landscapes are already in place. What is the capacity of DPR and DGS to manage these landscapes? And what type of training do DPR and DGS staff receive to ensure best practices?
So yes, you are correct. We have an environmental program, environmental staff that work with native plants. However, to your point, we're going to hire for the park policy and programs officer who will be more designated to that area.
Okay. You all set forth in your promising recommendations for improving park maintenance coming out of the Parks Equity Accelerator, noting that all will require close partnerships with DGS. Given DGS key role in maintenance, we have have those recommendations been formally shared with DGS already?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask about DPR indicated that you all will, in quote, pursue additional funding in the coming year to improve maintenance, tracking, and oversight. Does this mean DPR will be requesting funding in the next budget cycle for fiscal year 2027, or are you pursuing funding in the nearer term?
I'm not prepared to get in front of the executive with the budget for 2027.
Okay. The Parks Equity Accelerator includes several deliverables relevant to the level 1 maintenance, which is priority site list, task list, schedule, et cetera. Does DPR currently have sufficient staff and funding to implement those recommendations, the level 1 maintenance recommendations?
Thank you for funding 2 positions this fiscal year for level 1 maintenance, and we're currently staffing for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that and want to continue to do the work in that area. I want to talk about 311 for a minute. DPR stated that the review of 311 historical data found that certain wards generate a disproportionately high number of 311 tickets and that approximately 30 DPR sites account for over half of all tickets. Can you all provide that analysis to the committee?
Sure.
Okay. And how is DPR currently using 311 and maintenance data to prioritize resources and address inequities across the ward?
So I think, the community is a secondary line of defense, a tertiary line of defense. Our staff, our rangers, our on-site staff, our managers are first line of defense. And so oftentimes a 311 call may have been entered, but there's already a Salesforce ticket or a Novo ticket that's already been entered and addressed in the pipeline.
Okay. Which wards generate a disproportionately high number of 311 tickets?
I'll get that for you.
And when you do the sites that account, we would love to see which sites account for majority of those tickets, because that could also help us inform budgeting from a capital and small capital projects perspective if certain sites are having so many 311 tickets as well. Is DPR like DCPS solely responsible for replacing broken tennis nets?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the dark screening that hangs on fences around some courts to help with visibility of the tennis ball? Is that DPR or DGS?
Some of them we do in conjunction with DGS because of the tools and how high it is. I think about there's certain equipment that we didn't have in our inventory to be able to get that high. But I want to thank Level 1 team and DGS. I know that Councilmember Freeman is not here, but the nets at Chevy Chase were a big thing that we were able to mitigate.
Okay. I know I've told that the screening at Friendship Park is so tattered to the point it doesn't serve its purpose, and it also just looks janky.
Are you talking about Turbo Park Friendship?
Uh-huh.
I'll look into it.
Can DPR replace the screening before the spring tennis season starts? We've gotten an influx of residents who would like to see that happen, regarding that particular park as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna look
Okay.
into it.
DPR signs. DPR is solely responsible for putting up signage around its campuses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At Friendship Park, we've told that dogs can often be seen running off leash, including baseball fields, damaging the turf. Several years ago, DPR installed signs addressing DPR's dog rules, but they were shortly thereafter stolen, apparently.
We can, our Level 1 can address that.
Okay.
Level 1 can address that.
Okay. And how does DPR determine if and where to put signs on its properties?
How do we determine it? I guess, we try to make it equitable. Some of the larger sites have more signs than others, and especially we want to be responsive if people are bringing dogs to a non-dog park and off the leash. So we use like a high traffic area visibility to kind of address and mitigate. And to your point, we'll address that one.
Okay. I want to bring up some ward-specific issues that haven't been raised. Turning to your ward, Ward 7, Hillcrest Indoor Aquatic Center. Have there been any changes to design that was presented during the community meeting on November 6th?
No.
Okay. Regarding the project delay, the project says delay stemming from value engineering exercises, revised pricing submissions, and funding constraints from geothermal well system to fulfill net zero regulations have collectively pushed it nearly 16 months beyond the original contract milestone. Can DPR work with DGS to provide more information on those reasons, and how much of the $7 million fiscal year 26 budget increase was spent on those?
Yes. Yes, we're working with value engineering.
Okay.
Yep.
Comparing the 2024 standalone designs to the current addition designs, both have the 25-yard pool, lifeguard office, family changing rooms, and an indoor splash pad. Were there any reductions in the aquatic scope of the project?
No.
Okay. In addition, the 2024 community presentation included the slide below the notes that the square footage used for various uses. If this information is available for the new concept design, can DPR and DGS share it?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I just want to be clear that one of the things that came to us from the Hillcrest Community and Association and others was moving forward. They just want clear communication and set deadlines that don't, and no further delays. Are we on track to ensure that we can guarantee those things to the Hillcrest community?
So the next meeting is scheduled April 7th of 2026, and we've notified the community, the Hillcrest Association, and the Greater Community Ward 7. And so We've been communicating. We will continue to.
Okay. And we'll try to have somebody from my staff there as well, because I made a promise to the Hillcrest community that we would stay on top of this project, so there would be no more delays. Ward 8, does DPR have any plans to activate the Capitol Pump House at Diamond T Park? From my understanding, it has been closed to the public for the past 6 years due to non-functioning heating and air conditioning systems and bathroom facilities. The community would like to use the space for the events, learning, arts, or cultural engagements, but can't. Earth Conservation Corps currently occupies the pump house, is that correct? Correct. Is DPR aware they have a federal lien and so they are not able to use the facility for programming?
So we've heard from the ANC and some of the other communities, there seems, we're exploring all of this and I'd love to talk with you offline, but I don't want to speak because so there needs to be a building inspection, before anyone can go in. We need to make sure it is safe. And then we need to see what the feasibility of it is.
Okay. The Friends of Diamond T Park have been working for a long time, I think, to activate this space and as a special event area. And so it shouldn't be it should be instead of sitting broken and empty. I know it was designated as special event area under the mayor's order as a designation of a special event areas. Can DPR engage with the Friends of Group to work on assessing whether Earth Conservation Corps should maintain control over the pump house and how the agency can work with the community to open up this valuable space?
Yeah, there are about 4 organizations and or entities who've come to us about this. So we're looking to, it's lots of interest in this. So again, I can think of 4 organizations who have attempted to submit partnership agreements. So we're looking at
how we can activate that space for community use.
correct.
Turning to Ward 5, Lewis Crow Park, Bethesda Baptist Church, and the surrounding homes that are downstream from Mount Olivet Cemetery and Mount Olivet Road have experienced flooding as much as 4 feet of water. The park is currently owned by DC Housing Authority. DOE's IBC Climate Resiliency Strategy Plan design will minimize flooding and pressure on the stormwater system while at the same time improving public space. Does DPR have plans to acquire Lewis Crow Park from DC Housing Authority?
At this time, I'm not familiar that we are.
Okay. Does DPR, through its grant-making authority, offer community organizations funding to improve parks, such as in the case of Lewis Crow Park, to address the park's vulnerability to flooding?
No, our Rec for All funding is designed to serve members.
Okay. Certainly, last but not least, Ward 4. The Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center is currently undergoing a project around the field, but many residents wanted a track to be a part of that, where seniors, particularly in that senior rich neighborhood, would be able to walk around the track. I'm unclear whether that is currently a part of the scope of the Riggs LaSalle project. Is DPR aware of whether a track will be included with the field? And if not, I can reach out to DGS, but I just wanted to know if DPR is aware that would happen.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
So we currently don't have enough budget for a track, but we're working on striping the perimeter.
Okay. Let's talk about what that would look like and whether that solves the problem or would be what we need or with the community. One thing that continues to come up is just overall the fitness equipment in a lot of our DPR centers are, old or continue to have issues. Does DPR purchase new fitness equipment to go into these facilities? And if so, I guess, how do you make sure that you're putting in new equipment when equipment continues to break consistently. You guys, it gets fixed, it's broken a week later, which means the machine is, I think, out of its useful lifeness and needs to be replaced.
So we absolutely put in new equipment. We also provide, rules to patrons on how to use the machines.
Okay.
But just heavy use by different people and heavy wear and tear.
Okay. The Emory Recreation Center, the field looks amazing. We're so happy about the field. When will the project start on the actual recreation center?
We're scheduled to start,
If you need to get back to me on it, that's
I'll
fine.
get back to
Okay.
you.
Wanted to ask, last week, DC International School shared plans to construct a new building at the Fort Stevens Recreation Center.
Mhm.
And which came as a surprise to the Brightwood community, particularly the seniors, the youth, the Brightwood Citizens Association, and ANC 4A.
Mhm.
When was DPR first approached by DCI about this proposal? And is there an agreement that was already finalized?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that, I think I heard about it through the city administrator, because I think someone had raised it to him, but DC, we aren't aware. I'm not aware. I know that there's been some emails, but we have not agreed or engaged, anyone in a partnership.
Okay. So needless to say, there's no current agreement between DPR and DCI at this moment regarding Fort Stevens Recreation Center.
Correct.
Okay. And if there were to be an agreement, it would be after some real robust community engagement.
So we've had, we've entered into partnerships like this in the past. I can think of, at this time, this isn't anything that DPR has looked at really exploring.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we will follow up there, but I think, they put out, I think they flyered the neighborhood with the proposal. And so community members, so you may be getting some emails, because we got emails once they flyered. It was the first time I had heard about it as well. And so community members are thinking that y'all have already made an agreement and DCI is buying the field and they're going to put up a structure. And so I just want to make sure we can slow the train down of misinformation.
So maybe there's a public campaign potentially to create something that isn't there. I'm saying on the record to you, Chair, we do not have an agreement with them. We have not been in discussion with them to build a facility at Fort Stevens Recreation Center.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to come to the Brentwood Rec in Ward 5. The community has requested for years just updates on the anticipated construction. I think when I first joined the council, we were told there's about $2 to $3 million in a budget line item for renovations. I'm rounding out year 4, and we still have not seen the money moved out the door. So can you give an update on construction timeline for the Brentwood Rec?
So, Councilmember, this is one of the things that you and I met about when you first joined the council, and I think your request was for us to wait and to see if you could get more money because it was only $2.3 million.
I don't recall that. I didn't envision that we would be able to find money for a complete overhaul of that rec center.
Okay.
But the $2 million could go a long way to refurbishing the facility, making sure there's technology for young people. What I hear all the time is that young people come and hang out and personnel are using their own equipment, but there is not much to the rec center.
So we've done upgrades to the technology. We had it outfitted with Octo capabilities. We put computers in the middle room to create a teen lounge. I know, there was a young man from that community that visited that center that lost his life, and we were intentional about getting that space activated so that teens could. That Brentwood is a site, as I think you may have stepped out. If you don't live in the community, you don't visit that center.
Agreed. And I'm coming to that next because I'm confused why we're adding pickleball courts there.
I didn't say Brentwood. I said
Oh,
Brentwood.
Hamilton. Not bad. It's like, how did we go for $3 million to a facility? Okay, I digress. What's our timeline for construction there? No shade to the pickleball. We like pickleball, but that's not what the community is asking.
Stay in our community.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that we serve our community and give them what they're asking for. So just for clarity, pickleball is going to Brentwood Hamilton, which is also in Ward 5 by Gallaudet. There's some basketball courts way in the back. That's where that's going.
And that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Bringing back to Brentwood, construction is scheduled to take place in 2027.
Okay. And also the playground cleaning schedule. We've received complaints about just the cleanliness of the grounds. Can you just speak to what the agency is doing to address those routine issues?
So that should be something that's addressed daily. And I will follow up with the community recreation team. And as the weather warms up, we do a power wash of all the equipment. We have playground inspectors that inspect all of the equipment. But as you know, the playground is directly in front of the door.
Mhm.
So it is our expectation that when you see something, do something.
To DPR personnel.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to neighbors. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure.
Our neighbors engage and own and feel, because
Absolutely.
oftentimes the neighbors are the ones who are hanging out and throwing trash. So we appreciate when they clean up behind themselves.
Okay. In terms of security, it is our understanding that a security guard was previously assigned to the rec center but has since been removed. Can you share what prompted the removal of the security guard and what are the long-term needs of this facility?
Yeah, we don't need security at that location. What we've done, just like the schools, we had a reduction in our security guard budget, and we had to put security at what made the most sense. Brentwood may have 12 visitors a day during the day. That may be the senior population. Then after school, Brentwood has the same youth who attend the site every day. And it's not a lot, so it did not require that we needed security personnel. We had to look at our entire portfolio of what security needs were for the agency. King Greenleaf, Deanwood, Berry Farms are sites that require more security than a Brentwood, which is heavily community focused and have the same visitors who live in that community. And what we've learned is when you engage the community, you can go to Brentwood, Black will be outside, and that is a form of security. Neighborhood engagement, understanding who the individuals who live in the community and make sure, that that the recreation center is safe. And Brentwood is one that is safe.
Okay. Just noting that there was a fatal shooting September of last year in front of the rec center. There are routine reports of lewd acts around the facilities. There's drug paraphernalia found in and around the rec space. And so I just challenge the notion that there are no issues. I would like to believe it's safe as well. And I totally hear you that with limited resources, we have to be strategic. But there is still a concern amongst neighbors about how are we ensuring that this facility and the people that are frequenting it are safe.
So of course, the shooting is unfortunate. It is across the street from public housing. We also work with the public housing police to have some coverage. We work with the public housing police department to have cameras So there is some security abatement. When I say that I'm saying we don't need a security officer necessarily. The door to Brentwood, you have to be buzzed in the facility. And so while there are things that are unfortunate that are happening in and around the neighborhood, the site is not easily accessible. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Okay, a lot of these other questions I have are probably better suited for DGS. I'll just end here with communication. We routinely field complaints from neighbors that just feel as though it is hard to communicate with DPR. Yes, you're doing a lot of great work, but I don't feel as though residents always feel heard. And there's a difference between a community meeting and neighbors feeling as though the input they give at that community meeting is actually being translated into something. And so I'll give you an opportunity to address that. And I know this is a reoccurring theme, but it's literally something we hear about DPR every time the topic comes up.
We get it. We get it. And I think I said earlier, as much as we try, we can't solve for everyone's everything, but we do try. And I think sometimes a response is a no. And community members don't like to hear that. What I do not appreciate is community members not being responded to at all. And so when you hear
And that is also a complaint we
well,
hear.
that's an area of opportunity. And as you heard in FY25, we trained 458 staff members in customer care. Because yes, we do have a customer care department, but that's not where customer care lives and that's not where it ends. Customer care is in all of us. And so it is my expectation that we are communicative and that we are responding to all of the constituents in a timely manner. Even if it's no, I can't do that, or I'm sorry, response is warranted. And so we are working to build and solve for that engagement. I'd like to think that the community engagement efforts that we've done around capital projects is an example of that, where now we're hosting meetings. I can tell you in advance when this meeting is coming. I think one area of opportunity for us is to make sure that you all have the information. So now it's not just a single point of dissemination. Now we have our council members, now we have our ANCs, now we have our friends of groups who are also surrogates. So we take that and I know that you've seen improvement in
Yes.
communication.
You are doing a lot more community engagement. I will just elevate Langdon and Harry Thomas Rex as two areas where neighbors, if you were to engage at your next meeting, do you feel as though your concerns have been addressed? Chances are you're going to hear a resounding no.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the level of ownership. Again, you're modeling. We don't always get that ownership, but I think there's more work that can be done to say, this is what we heard, and this is what we're taking action on, and these are the reasons why we're not taking action on these other things, where neighbors just sometimes feel as though their recommendations are falling on deaf ears.
So say for those two communities specifically, as it relates to at the time when you're getting you're notified that you're going to get a capital improvement project and it looks like one thing and then the budget happens because it's in the out years and you don't have the money to do what you thought you could do. I'll even say for Brentwood, what we thought we could do for $2.3 million looks a lot different in 2026 and in 2027. And that can be very disappointing for community members. And I know it's disappointing for you all because then you have to go back to the table to try to advocate to get more money to get the amenities that you would have gotten had it been built in the year in which the money was allocated. And I think there's an opportunity for us to educate the public better. And I don't know exactly, I haven't solved for that yet.
That's fair. Well, thank you. I am at time. As always, it is a pleasure working with you, Director. It was kind of bittersweet to hear you say this was going to be your last hearing. I would not count on that per se, but I do plan to follow up with more questions on work by specific projects. Thank you.
Did you check your email to see that the Langdon, just to make sure?
You sent it today?
I sent it today. I want to make sure for the record that you have
Love it.
exactly what
I
you
love
need.
it. Be accountable. It came from you?
It came from Feeny.Freeman@bc.gov.
1 second, Councilmember Lewis George. I'm sorry. I do not see it,
Send it.
but I will say yes. And before I leave the chamber, I'll make sure I get it from you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last questions. Letter garden greenhouse construction, that I put capital money in. Where are we with, letter garden greenhouse?
There is $1.5 million
Mhm.
for letterer. There has been a design.
Okay.
I think we shared the design with you for letterer, and the design was done in-house, so we saved money on our in-house architect. And I'm really excited about letterer. I'm looking forward so I can give you specific details.
Mhm.
That's just what I know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I will get you.
If you can, if you could just share design and just updates on that, because I know we fought to get that funding in, as well. I think what Councilmember Parker is naming is what the biggest the concern is. Community members have design ideas and plans, and ward members have also reached out about this frustration of just why can't DPR build the projects that our community let our community shape the projects and designs, so that there isn't so much pushback on the final product. And that has been consistent across all the wards. And so I think there has to be a better way for us to get more input before designs are completed, actual input before designs are completed. And then when we come back to community with the designs, we can say, this is what you asked for and this is what we gave you, versus what people feel like is like, you all are like, this is design, that's the end of the story. And we don't care what you say, which is how people feel, which makes them frustrated. So I just think overall there has to be better improvement. When you do the ward project meetings, et cetera, I think people want those to be more of a dialogue than a talk at session, and more that feedback actually taken into consideration of how they are going to utilize that. Because we don't want to spend all these capital dollars to, again, build something that people aren't going to utilize. The goal is for the community centers to be utilized. So I just think that's the overall bigger overarching theme that we hear from ward members and ANC commissioners is like, let us, our input on the designs be real input and not just sort of a conversation that's had and then you still do what you want to do afterwards. I would just say that overall. The rec spec bill that has been introduced, has DPR, where does DPR stand on the rec spec bill and our ability to move that forward out of our committee?
I think that the rec spec bill is, I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
That what DGS and what DPR do, we work together well. And I think that the rec spec bill could cause more bureaucracy than it's intended. And I think that we can do the work without it being codified into law.
Okay. All right. I think that is all I have for you, Director. Let me do one more check.
Councilmember Parker, 10:48 a.m. Okay, then I resent it.
I got it on the record. I received it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Director, my ask of you is what I make of every director after performance oversight and before budget is you know the demands of our community. You understand the demands of the council, which has numerous of legislations that are asking you to do more and tons of things. So please fight for our budget, for DPR's budget, so that it's not one that we have to fill tons of gaps later on. I will just say that. You don't have to say anything in response to that. My ask is to just be clear about the expectations that are asked of DPR and what that means for accounting for that in our budgets. And I look forward to you calling me and Councilmember Parker and Councilmember White very soon in telling us that the Roosevelt, Dunbar, and Baloo pools will be open this summer for our community. I cannot wait for that phone call. With that, thank you. And this portion, a DPR portion of our oversight hearing is complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we got a 1:05 start time, DGS, 1:05 start time. We are back with the performance oversight hearing for the Department of General Services now. Joining us from DGS is Delano Hunter, who is the Director of Department of General Services, Osei Headley, who is our Deputy Director of Capital Construction Services, and Jen COF, who is our Associate Director of Sustainability and Energy Division. Everyone who will be testifying today, if you could just raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give the Committee on Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you all. And Director Hunter, you may begin your testimony.
All right, thanks, Councilmember. We have a presentation, just queuing this presentation up. All right, and we'll get started. Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George, committee members and staff. My name is Delano Hunter, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of the DC Department of General Services. For the fiscal year 2025 Performance Oversight hearing, I'm joined by Osei Headley, Deputy Director of our Capital Construction Services Division, and Jen Croft, Associate Director of our Sustainability and Energy Division. I want to thank the public witnesses who testified before you in January. I would like to express my appreciation to Mayor Bowser for entrusting me to lead DGS, as well as to City Administrator Donahue and Assistant City Administrator Dr. Rodriguez for their continued commitment to our mission to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio, which includes more than 40 million square feet of owned and leased property and roughly 21.8 billion in assessed property value. I want to acknowledge the nearly 600 DGS employees who are not in the room, but whose work is felt across the district each day. They respond to work orders, clear snow and ice, ensure our facilities are heated and cooled, manage capital projects, provide security services, advance the district's green energy goals, and so much more. Their dedication is the backbone of our agency. Last year, I introduced our BEAMS scorecard, an acronym for Build, Economic Catalyst, Agency Management, Maintenance, and Sustainability. We've had a full year of using this scorecard, and I want to share our achievements across each category. I will also outline key opportunities for FY26 and beyond. Build. Heading our BEAM scorecard is Build, which measures the development of resilient, sustainable facilities that empower our client agencies to deliver high-quality public services. While Build encompasses many goals, I want to highlight a few key areas for today's hearing. DGS delivered numerous high-quality capital projects. In our DCPS portfolio, we completed major modernizations at Truesdale Elementary in Ward 4 and the Oyster Adams Bilingual Elementary School in Ward 1. In our DPR portfolio, we delivered a new park at 26th and 9th Street Northwest, includes a playground and also a dog park. And in Ward 7, we delivered the district's only indoor ice rink, the Fort DuPont Ice Arena, and the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center. We have maximized small capital funding to replace critical building systems such as roofs, elevators, and HVACs, systems that keep facilities safe and in good working order. In FY25, we executed $55.5 million in small capital improvements. Completed projects include the Thomas Elementary HVAC upgrade, a roof replacement at Tyler Elementary, and a new elevator at Garnett Patterson State. These targeted upgrades are essential, especially when a full modernization is not planned and repairs are no longer sufficient. We have expanded our quality assurance and quality control capital framework, originally developed for DCPS, to the Jelliff and Fort Davis Recreation Center projects for DPR. The QA/QC program is embedded in the planning, design, and construction phases, leading to reduced error and better final products. A critical component of DGS's Build objective is adapting to the district's evolving regulatory landscape. DOEE is working to streamline the net zero energy review process, and we are working with both DOEE and DOB to develop a new energy code. We continue to build projects to high efficiency standards when possible. To date, DGS has delivered 10 NZE-ready projects representing approximately 1 million square feet of facility space. And 9 of these projects were designed and constructed to be NZE-ready before Appendix Z was a requirement. Also, prior to the requirement, DGS delivered several true on-site NZE facilities, including Raymond Elementary, John Lewis Elementary, and Benjamin Banneker High School. Our agency is proud to lead on the district's climate initiative. In fact, our research indicates that the district has delivered more NZE-ready schools and recreation facilities than both Maryland and Virginia combined. We appreciate this committee's partnership, and thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for your partnership in passing temporary exemptions for aquatic centers and 24/7 public safety facilities. And we look forward to working with the council on permanent legislation. We remain committed to delivering new facilities that prioritize environmental sustainability while meeting the needs of residents we serve without sacrificing scope. Likewise, for existing buildings, we are updating our roadmap to reduce energy use in line with building energy performance standards while ensuring that the targets that we do set are achievable with available resources and within a timeline. Economic catalyst. The next pillar of our BEAM scorecard is economic catalyst. We embrace our work in support of Mayor Bowser's Grow DC agenda. We advance this work by strengthening small businesses and their participation and delivery of projects that drive investment both downtown and east of the river. We continue to support the growth of DC-based businesses through phase 2 of our Mentor Protege program, which is designed to expand the capacity of certified business enterprises and small business enterprises. The modernizations for the Harry Thomas Recreation Center in Ward 5 and the Jelliff Recreation Center in Ward 2 are part of phase 2. To align with the mayor's objectives, we established an annual SBE participation goal in consultation with DSLBD. We are on track to achieve our FY25 goal of $387 million and have raised our FY26 goal to $410 million. We have improved our procurement process by adopting a fully automated bidding and vendor management system, and our new system has enhanced the procurement experience, increased transparency, and made it easier for our vendors to participate in our DGS solicitations. Next, I'd like to touch on agency management. The third pillar of the DGS BEAM scorecard is agency management, which we strengthen through focused procurement, technology upgrades, and targeted engagement. For today's hearing, I want to highlight on 2 key areas: our commitment to transparent and accountable operations and our investments in human capital. We advance transparency and accountability by expanding how we communicate with stakeholders. In FY25, we participated in nearly 200 community meetings, including our quarterly town halls on our Percent for Art program and Getting to Know DGS. We streamline our annual symposium and business engagement events to focus on what our stakeholders wanted more: networking, procurement forecasts, and technical assistance. In FY25, our External Affairs Unit completed a major refresh of the DGS website and developed new digital tools to help residents and partners navigate our services, including the enhanced DGS Public Work Order Dashboard. Our digital footprint helped reach more people, and we are proud to have accomplished the following. Our revamped website has received over 400,000 views in FY25. We created digital and hard copy flyers on the following topics: net zero energy, our work order process, snow and ice operations, HVAC PM, elevators, artificial turf and grass maintenance, and more. We had over 600,000 social media impressions in FY25, and we are on track to double that number in FY26 as we are already nearing 1 million impressions. Our Snow Creek removal video at Brooklyn Middle and Turkey Thicket Rec was viewed over 100,000 times across various platforms. Overall, traffic on DGS's social media platform is up nearly 21% compared to FY24. The value of social media engagement is not being seen or going viral, but communicating the agency's work and the value that we provide. Also, DGS continues to hold contractors accountable through cure notices and, when necessary, terminations. In FY25, we held contractors accountable by issuing more cure notices, completing 100% of contract evaluations. In fact, over 600 warranty-related work orders were completed in FY25 to date and tracked in Smart DGS. We've also issued more terminations when appropriate. We also require contractors to correct latent defects beyond the warranty period at no cost to the district, including venting issues at McFarland waterproofing failures at the DBH Stabilization Center, and window flashing concerns at Maury Elementary. These corrective actions demonstrate our commitment to protecting district assets and ensuring accountability. Finally, we also made significant investments in human capital. Last year, we shared our plan to hire 23 officers for our Protective Services Division to reduce reliance on contract security. The hiring process is well underway, and we expect 19 of those 23 officers to be fully onboarded by the end of April. Maintenance is our fourth pillar, which is central to how we sustain resilient facilities that support our client agency's mission. Our facilities management divisions continues to progress with 90,000 service requests, or nearly 90,000 service requests spanning 4 fiscal years. We are shifting from a reactive, backlogged operation to one defined by on-time, predictable delivery. We completed almost 27,000 work orders in FY25. Of those, about 5,500 were from previous fiscal years, and about 21,000 were from the current fiscal year of FY25. Of those, 79% were completed by in-house staff and 21% were completed by contractors. Compared to FY24, we saw decreases in completion times. We completed over 13,000 work orders within SLA. The median aging rate for completed work orders declined by 23% from 40 days in FY24 to 31 days in FY25. More emergency work orders were completed within SLA, and specifically 78% were completed within SLA in FY25, compared with 62% in FY24. Dedicated work order funding is essential to helping us respond more quickly and consistently, and to improving services for our partner agencies and the public. Last year, DGS procured a third-party elevator inspection, maintenance, and testing service. All elevators now receive annual inspections, and the results have been promising. The average time an elevator work order was open decreased by 27% compared to FY24 to present. DGS continues to make progress on HVAC maintenance. We are now in our 5th year of the HVAC preventative maintenance program for DCPS. FY25 marked the first year of extending the PM program to other agencies, including DPR and DPW. Preventative maintenance does not eliminate HVAC issues entirely, but since its implementation, systems have been more reliable, catastrophic failures have decreased, and downtime has been reduced. We've reduced heating work orders by 27% from January 25 to January of 26. We are also closing heating work orders faster. In January 2026, we closed heating work orders on average within 13 days, compared to 67 days in January of 24. In many cases, HVAC systems are restored within hours of an issue being identified. During the recent extreme cold weather event in January, no DCPS school had to close due to heating concerns. As we expand the successful HVAC PM program across our portfolio, we expect to see similar results. We're also continuing our commitment to ensuring safe drinking water in schools and recreation centers through our lead and water testing program. According to Environment America Research and Policy Center, the district was named the best in the nation for our lead and drinking water testing program. We install lead removing filters for drinking water in schools. We conduct annual testing, and we are committed to transparency. The final pillar of our BEAM scorecard is sustainability, where we measure how effectively we implement strategies to make district facilities amongst the most environmentally sustainable and energy efficient in the nation. Our S&E division has made significant progress in expanding the district's solar capacity. As of today, DGS has installed nearly 18 megawatts of solar PV across district government properties, enough to power almost 2,400 homes each year. Building on this momentum, we are advancing the solicitation and design of solar PV for an additional 50 sites. By the end of FY26, we will have awarded a cumulative total of 36 megawatts of solar PV across our portfolio since the program has started. This is the equivalent to powering nearly 5,000 homes each year. The DGS solar program is reducing districts' greenhouse gas emissions and energy costs, easing demand on our electrical grid, and strengthening the local CBE-driven green economy. DGS is proud of what we have accomplished in 25, and we are looking forward to further achievement as in FY26 and beyond. I want to highlight several initiatives underway or planned for FY26. We're in the early stages of revamping the building manager program to improve communication and collaboration. We will strengthen our internal HVAC maintenance capacity by recruiting more personnel with technical experience. We will develop a comprehensive maintenance plan template for different building types to better anticipate needs and allocate resources for preventative and routine maintenance, as well as guidelines for replacing critical systems in new, aging, and older facilities. We'll provide more robust communication for client agencies and stakeholders via smart DGS and the public work order dashboard. We will activate underutilized retail spaces in district-owned office buildings with a focus on bringing healthy food options to employees and the surrounding community. 2 target locations will include the DOES headquarters in Ward 7 and the Marionberry building at Judiciary Square in Ward 6. We hope to execute our first energy savings performance contract while we reduce energy and water use through targeted building improvements. And finally, we are proud to lead the development of the DPR Sportsplex on the RFK campus and day one horizontal infrastructure in support of the Commander Stadium. In conclusion, DGS has made significant strides in FY25, and we have incredible momentum as we continue in FY26. I want to thank you, Chairperson Lewis George, and members of the committee for your partnership. Thank you for your time and attention, and we are available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, for your thorough presentation and all the work to you and the workers of DGS who do the real work on the ground as well. I want to start with contracting and procurement with warranties area. I think that's gotten much better under your leadership. DGS's FTE in the school construction division dedicated for warranty follow-up worked on 11 addition and modernization warranties, as well as DCPS small capital projects. Fiscal year 25, DGS addressed 646 warranty items. All DCPS capital and small projects is a lot to track for a single FTE. I'm wondering now that the agency is being more aggressive and fiscally responsible about doing this, does DGS have a warranty dedicated FTE for other client agencies or just DCPS?
We recently transitioned or transferred one of the employees solely from working on capital to work with FMD across various across our portfolio of properties. So I can't say with certainty that we can dedicate a full FTE, but we've repurposed staff that we've had. And the goal is to expand the best practice from DCPS to other portions of the capital portfolio.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I was just thinking, given how much money the district saves by fully exercising warranties, I was wondering if you thought this should be effort we expand it with a larger dedicated warranty team.
Absolutely. And it's also a mindset that we are embracing just as an agency.
Right.
Like, for instance, I referenced the DBH Stabilization Center. And we had some waterproofing issues. And the first thing that came to mind, and I tasked my facility maintenance operations manager, I said, no, don't repair a thing. We're calling this company out. They're going to fix this. Right. So in addition to there being a dedicated person, it's more of a mindset we now are embracing.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And it does go a long way. DGS said extending warranties for capital projects warranty coverage beyond the standard warranty period requires annual payments funded through operating dollars, which DGS does not have. If we were to do this, why is additional funding needed, and how much does DGS estimate extended warranties would cost us?
You know, it varies by building, and I know Bard High School was an example of where we had an extended warranty. Like, typically, what we have is that you'll have a general builder's warranty for approximately a year. However, individual components like elevators, HVAC, roofing systems, they sometimes can last up to 10 years.
Yeah.
Right. So we think there's adequate coverage if we stay on top of things, during that warranty period. In any event that there is a latent defect, there's no limit on that. We can come back years if something was designed incorrectly, but we only like the McFarland heating issue. To the company's credit, you know, they recognized that mistake immediately, repaired it immediately at no cost to the district.
Got it. Do you think adding dedicated warranty teams for other client agencies would increase the level of accountability for capital and small capital projects beyond DCPS?
It would.
Okay. I appreciate that you all have really led in this effort and done a great job in that respect. And I think it's something we should look to try to teach other client agencies to do that type of work, because I think it can go a long way for all of us. I want to talk about DGS mentioned that it includes disincentives for noncompliance with contract terms and conditions. What are some examples of those disincentives? And have these disincentives remained consistent or recently changed?
Well, it has. I think we've increased enforcement again, as I think holistically to contract accountability. We've issued more cure notices, formal cure notices. We terminate at a much higher clip, I think, than people recognize. We don't, promote those, right? Because those are very sensitive issues. And sometimes it's just not a good fit on either side. And we have certain provisions where we can withhold payments. Let's speak to security. Maybe Osei, you can chime in on capital, what some of those disincentives are, like how we can go about withholding payment and what that change order process and that negotiation look like. But I'll speak to non-capital. I know like in security services, we have the ability to withhold payment or dock them for payment if a guard misses a shift or there's inadequate coverage. And that's something that we're doing a lot more. I want to say within the past 3 years that we've done. A lot of that has come just from having consistent leadership, specifically in PSD.
Got it.
We now have had consistent leadership and they can get to this work.
Got it.
And how about capital?
So for capital, we also withhold payments if the work is not completed properly. We do this through our retainage reduction process. We generally hold a percentage of a project until the end. And after inspection, after we walk through and the district is fully satisfied, only then we will release that final payment.
Understood.
And that way it motivates the contractor to gather all of their subs to get out on site and complete the work.
Got it. How long have we been being consistent in doing that?
We have been. I think to the director's point, however, there's been a renewed energy in making sure that we do that on a more consistent basis, but it's general practice for us.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I want to turn to the Facilities Management Division. I want to start with snow, which is hopefully not something we'll have to think about for a while after this discussion. Now, you knock on wood because I don't have any wood over here, please. DGS said it had integrated snow mapping within Salesforce, which enables real-time updates and photo uploads. The goal of doing so was to improve transparency and accountability. First, I want to thank the entire DGS snow team and the many other FMD employees who I know pitched in. Clearing roads or schools is never perfect, and both could have been better, but I think it's clear so many government employees spent a lot of time and effort fighting these recent storms. And I would say, I'm biased, but of the agencies who had to deal with snow, I thought DGS agency did the best job of clearing government buildings and schools. So I want to commend you all on that. I got the least emails of Oversight council members, and I appreciate you for that piece. I want to ask, how did DGS utilize this snow mapping integration during the most recent snowstorms? And what were areas in which you saw improvement compared to DGS responses to past storms as a result of that?
Well, first, I want to thank you for that acknowledgement. The team, we did work extremely hard. The mayor set a very high expectation that she wanted schools open, and one of the benchmarks of reopening schools, of course, is clearing those lots. I would say what worked differently this time is that I would say we were able to pivot. Again, the snow in January was unlike, I think, a traditional snowstorm. We sort of coined it as, or I guess the term they used, the snowcrete. Well, we knew very early on that our traditional equipment was not going to work. We saw F-150, F-250s, Dodge Ram 1500s just breaking down. And we were uniquely positioned because of the construction work we do to call upon civil contractors with front wheelers, with skid rows, like heavier construction type equipment that is utilized for excavation. And we were able to use emergency procurement authority to bring them on within hours. And that is what made the difference. I would say from a smart DGS verification standpoint, we were able to upload those maps online with pictures, and then we were able to sync verification. It wasn't perfect, but what we saw was contractors, especially new contractors and in-house staff, we had a better idea of like maps and the terrain and what needed to be done. Again, it was not perfect. I think there's room for growth, but we saw really promising results. And then also I think the difference was we all personally did QA/QC. I did it, Deputy Gonzalez, Mr. Killian, Mr. Robert Saunders, and others. There were literally folks who worked 24 hours and slept in the DGS headquarters, sort of manning that operation. So I think the combination of technology, being able to pivot, And also just a focus on leadership is what allowed us to, again, wasn't perfect, but what allowed us to do relatively well.
One of the things that came up, as I said, schools and municipal buildings were cleared better than our streets were, especially at the beginning. One complaint we got, and my colleagues in multiple boards received, was that the main entrances were really well cleared. Some of the issues was after several days, some of the surrounding pathways and sidewalks that allow people to get to the main entrances were not. What is that sort of encompassing entrances and the back doors? Do you all believe DGS can spread out a little more to take into account sort of when we have long blocks where students have to walk? I guess clearing greater area is what I would say. Is that something that is possible for DGS to clear more area pathways?
We are looking at that. And I think what was unique about Snowcrete was the fact, even if you cleared, let's say, the crosswalk entrance and the plow serviced it, let's say 8 hours later, you had to go back and clear it again.
Yeah.
And it isn't always an easy process. During a traditional snowstorm, maybe you have some melting that occurs and it's not really an issue. But when you have the Snowcrete, and what we ended up doing was we ended up actually, especially sites in densely populated neighborhoods, we sent back in some instances multiple times.
Yeah.
Heavy equipment to clear those crosswalks.
Got it.
So I would say going forward, we want to be able, especially if we have something similar, where you have more of a ice event or you have a large amount of snow.
Yeah.
We think we're going to have each of our contractors, we want to stipulate that they have the capacity to at least have one vehicle where they can remove Snowcrete or heavy snow and relocate it to another portion of that property so that the crosswalks remain entrance for every crosswalk that abuts the school.
Yeah. Does the snow mapping allow for tracking to the level of detail of specific areas on a campus, or is it more of a count for which buildings have been cleared?
It's essentially a document we use. So we use it in phases, right? Because when you do a snow, typically what you'll have a pre-treatment that occurs anywhere between 36 to 12 hours prior to a snow event.
Okay.
And then there are key areas in which pictures have to be captured and submitted in Smart DGS or Salesforce to verify that the pre-treatment has occurred. And then typically, depending upon the scale of the storm, they'll have to do multiple passes, right? Initially, what we were planning for the Snowcrete storm was upwards, I think, of like 15, 16 inches of snow, right? And what we ended up seeing was closer to 5, maybe 6 or 7 inches, and then 2, 3 inches of just sleet and ice.
Got it.
So that required multiple passes, and each pass requires verification.
Got it.
Pictures can be deceiving, and this is why that on-the-ground QA/QC is important. We were able to flag like, hey, there's a secondary entrance you missed. And then some of it, to be honest, is just education. Like typically our focus is on primary and secondary entrances, 88 entrances. At times there may be a tertiary or a backdoor entrance that's utilized by a few people. That's not always the focus, right? Because we have to focus on those doors and entryways that has like the highest traffic.
Got it. An issue that was raised at Lafayette Elementary School in Ward 4 was that the snow was cleared, but most of it were moved to areas that were needed for the school to reopen, such as the teacher parking lot, rather than in the back of the lot or grass area is usually done. Does the snow mapping help DGS track not just where the snow is cleared, but where it's put? And is there a way to designate areas where snow should and should not be moved to in the future?
We tried our best to, and we worked with DCPS and we said, hey, well, if you currently had 20 slots, or 20 parking spaces, you may have 16, after the storm, because we tried our best to place the snow in areas that were least intrusive to operations. And I'm not quite familiar with the configuration of the Lafayette lot, but I know in some circumstances we did not have the capacity to truck the snow off.
Right.
So sometimes we would dump it, for lack of a better term, on like a grassy meadow that did not abut like a sidewalk. So we tried our best to dump it in the least intrusive areas as possible, but at times it was unavoidable.
Yeah. Again, thank you. I think, again, schools and municipals were more than cleared. I think the future lessons is what future feedback from the community has been, more clearing of sidewalks, maybe not currently in your scope, but if in instances where we have snowcrete of this nature, to help clear more sidewalks so people have more pathways to walk up, and then to see if we can use the snow mapping to help with the level of detail for other entrances and parking lots. But overall, we'll move on from snow, and I will, I don't know if Councilman Doe is ready. If she's not, because I know she also had a parent-teacher conference, then I will go to Councilmember Henderson.
Is Councilmember Nadeau there or no?
No, you're up.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you, Director? Okay, I want to start with rec specs. And so the committee included a subtitle around annual survey on facility conditions of spray parks, artificial turf fields, playgrounds, courts, such as tennis, pickleball, basketball, etc. The survey results were required to be disaggregated by facility and made publicly available by March 1st of each year. I don't know what today's date is, but I know we're in March. So I just want to ask though, is an update, how are things going in terms of looking at just a survey of the facilities?
We're working with DPR on this report, so we hope to have it finalized this month.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
All right, so we're making some progress on that front, and it will be made publicly available, yes?
It's on our websites.
Okay. I want to turn to talking about St. Elizabeth's Hospital. So it's an asset in our portfolio. I know that you all are not directly engaged in it, and we asked some questions about this previously, and you all said that historically DGS has supported campus-wide infrastructure needs, such as if there's a water main break or electrical disruptions to the general campus, as well as you do snow removal and ice removal services there. How was it also, I guess, kind of decided that you wouldn't be involved in the maintenance pieces?
I think it's just a legacy responsibility that the hospital has always maintained. Keep in mind, DGS is just 15 years old,
Mhm.
right? And it was created around 2011, 2012 to centralize, at least amongst DCPS, DPR, and other municipals, right? But there are some agencies that retain legacy maintenance responsibilities, like DOC has some, DYRS has some, and
Yeah.
St. Elizabeth's Hospital just was one. I don't know the thinking back in 2010, 2011 under the Gray administration, where this was finalized, but certain agencies maintain responsibilities. However, in the case of DOC, DYRS, and St. Elizabeth's Hospital, we are responsible for their capital projects, right?
Okay, so like if there was a renovation or something that was going to occur, you guys are the
We do
agency?
that. In fact, there is an HVAC replacement project planned for the hospital. To your point, if there's a water main break, we take care of. If there are issues with delivering electricity rather to the facility, that's on us. And then some other ancillary needs like snow, where it's just easier because we have economy of scales to be able to
Okay,
procure
so
that.
in terms of HVAC replacement, you would be working with the hospital to determine how best to execute such a project while you actually have patients?
That is the plan. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, that is the plan.
Replacement at a school, you guys would do it during the summer when nobody's there. Doing an HVAC replacement when there are actual individuals in the building that can't leave presents some challenges, and I just want to make sure that we're planning ahead.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay,
Mhm.
but in terms of, let's say, DYRS, DOC, and St. Elizabeth's Hospital, if any of these leadership needed the assistance of DGS in terms of work order maintenance assistance, is that something that they can request?
So I have a very close working relationship with Dr. Bazran, and then also our teams have a close working relationship with hospital administration. I think you may be familiar with the fire that occurred late last summer.
Yep.
That shut down the kitchen. We managed that project. That was kind of like a hybrid between operating and capital.
Yep.
We were able to secure emergency funds, like some was capital. I think it was like an industrial grade dishwasher that was like a couple of
I know
$100,000.
you're describing our larger projects. Some of the things that I'm deeply concerned about, for instance, is like St. Elizabeth's Hospital hasn't had a locksmith in like a year. And locks not working at a psychiatric hospital, kind of important. And instead of either contracting out or reaching out to you all for assistance, it feels like they have just been sort of going along. Now, I don't know though, in terms of the protocol, are you a resource that they could have turned to?
We are. Like, for instance, the HVAC maintenance, non-capital, the HVAC maintenance is procured from a vendor that we also do work with. And we were able to provide just our independent thoughts about what we thought it would take to keep that system in good working order until there was an HVAC replacement. So absolutely, we're available for technical assistance.
Okay.
We often make referrals when it is asked of us.
All right. Let's talk about energy savings. So, you know, everybody mad at Pepco. Everybody's mad at Pepco. But I'm mad on behalf of the government side of things because when I look at your budget and I look at the budgets of our agencies, the amount of money that we are spending on utilities, it feels like nobody is turning off a light in DC government. Have we gotten away from our energy savings initiatives and programs where, you know, there was a time when we were installing motion censored lighting, especially like in bathrooms or things like that. If nobody's there, turn off the light. I even remember, you know, there were a couple of times in this building several years ago where when it got really, really hot outside and there were worries about the electrical grid, folks were like, turn off all lights that were non-essential. But I feel like now I drive by some of our DC government buildings and it's 9 o'clock at night and all the lights are on. And I know y'all not there.
You missed our wonderful presentation where we where we talked about number one, the number of the increased solar PVs and how it's leading to generation of more megawatts.
Yeah.
I think on one end, but actually, and Jim, please chime in as we look at, you know, phase one of BEPS. I'm very promised by the results. We're seeing a decrease in electricity usage in portions of our portfolio, like namely DCPS schools, almost was it 6%? Yeah, 6% reduction compared to 2017 in the amount of electricity that we're utilizing in DCPS schools.
For DCPS, but if the rest of the government is doing, you know, they sort of counteract. FY25, we budgeted 14.7 million for electricity account. You guys spent 11.9. And that required a reprogramming for us to up the amount.
Yeah, and that's just a portion. Some is paid through the, Sustainable Energy Trust Funds. Our total utility.
No, we shouldn't be electricity bills through the trust fund, but that's another fight for another day.
Yeah, but if you look at it, I would say that the main trend that we're seeing is this. We're actually decreasing our electricity usage.
Okay.
You're right. Rates are going up, right? Not just distribution, but also supply. However, we have strategies in place to blunt the increase of rates. And Jen, if you could maybe talk about how we procure electricity, which is different than PEPCO's standard office of service for providers.
Okay.
Sure, happy to. Hi, Councilwoman.
Hi. Can you just introduce yourself?
Sure.
we have
Yeah.
time, so.
Sure. Jen Croft with DGS Sustainability and Energy Management Division.
Okay.
So as far as electricity costs go, if you're just like a regular standard offer of service PEPCO customer, PEPCO purchases your electricity once a year, essentially. But with DGS, we have a little bit different of a purchasing strategy where we secure blocks of electricity months and years in advance.
Okay.
Up to about 70 to 80% of total electricity usage. And then the remainder we buy on that real-time market. And that helps stabilize our supply costs and take advantage of dips in the marketplace for the blocks when they're available.
We'd love the opportunity to talk more about this offline. I want to get smart about energy usage, especially since our neighbors, you know, they keep doing with these data centers. But I want to turn real quick because I only got like 2 minutes. I want to talk about trash collection. I know your social media people are tired of me. I said this to the same and DPW folks, but I feel like how we present ourselves in public is super important. It also is important from a health standpoint, right? Where trash lives, rats thrive. And I'm tired of our parks or our public streets essentially being buffets for the little rodents amongst us. Not that I want them to see their demise, but I do not want to see them thrive, if you feel me. We've talked before about the sort of maintenance, or I wouldn't say maintenance, the flow chart of responsibilities, who does what and picks up what. Just for clarification, is DGS picking up loose litter?
Yes.
Where?
In parks.
Okay, all parks? All right. What division is that?
That's our facilities maintenance division. We have a team of at any given time, maybe 25 per shift that will go out and service parks across the city.
25 per shift. Does a shift include a weekend?
They do through overtime. They work that shift, meaning that for personnel, typically we do not mandatory, but suggested overtime. They cover weekend shifts as well.
Okay. When's the last time you sort of audited the frequency by which they hit certain public or high trafficked areas?
What I see is this. First of all, I think is we're missing the mark on trash collection as a whole, meaning government.
Yes.
And I just want to be honest about that. What I would say, what I've seen often is frequency, right? So for instance, I remember last summer, I did a shift with the team in 90-degree weather. And I think it was like 95 that day. And that route had like 16 sites. And we stopped, I think we started around like 7:30 in the morning. And I had to depart at 12. And, I slowed them down, of course. And we got to like half the sites in like 5 hours, right? And they had another half of sites to do in another 3 hours. So what I've often seen is that if you have trash on your field at 8 o'clock in the morning, it may not be serviced till 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's an issue. We have to work on the frequency. In terms of trash collection, there are sites that are twice per week. They need to be 3 per week, right? What we see is that we decrease during the winter months, right? But during the summer months, we have to probably increase that frequency. So I don't want to defend what is. I think I want to work towards what it should be, which means more people picking up trash, high frequency, and probably some sort of consolidation.
That's the part that I want to see in terms of like, let's be solution oriented about it instead of finger pointing. And there's so many agencies that are engaged. I feel like too many times we're like, that's not my can. That's a DPW can. Or no, that's not my piece of trash on that field. That belongs to DCPS or whatever it is. We just have to more streamline it so it won't be everybody sort of looking at each other like the Spider-Man meme.
We had some productive conversations, I think, with Councilmember Nadeau last budget cycle.
Okay.
And I think between the mayor's team, OCA, DPW, DPR, DGS, I think we should revisit those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau is back now. And then you, Councilmember Felder. She was here first. She just had to do something. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you. I heard my name, so I had to pop up on your screen. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for your testimony. Speaking of DPW, we had our oversight hearing yesterday, and it seems like there are continued issues with
Councilmember Nadeau,
them.
can you turn your volume up for me, please?
How do I do- Maybe I'll just speak up. Does that help?
No, you still sound low. I don't know. Maybe the team can turn you up for us, volume up.
Yeah, I don't know that I can turn up my microphone. I think you guys have to
Okay,
turn.
you go ahead and
Yeah.
hopefully we can get the council team to turn it up for us. It's
Okay.
just hard to hear you.
All right. Well, we don't want that. So, Director, we had our oversight hearing with DPW yesterday, and it seems like there are continued issues with them having to handle a lot of time-sensitive maintenance in-house, and that money is coming out of DPW program budgets. What conversations have you had with your team and Director Crispino's staff about how to improve DGS responsiveness to DPW facility needs?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I can't hear you.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
They're working on it. The tech team is working on it. The only other option right now is to kind of yell.
Okay, do you want to go to Felder while they fix that?
We can do that. We'll go to Councilmember
Okay.
Felder and then come back to you, and hopefully the tech is working.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Director Hunter, members of your senior leadership team, is always good to see each and every one of you guys. I will say, given external factors outside of DC government, oftentimes government agencies' work is normally overshadowed by external factors. And sometimes the good work that different agencies are doing isn't always highlighted. So Director, I'll start off with some general questions. Could you share what has been DGS's biggest successes in FY 2025?
Sure, would love to provide you with a copy of our scorecard. It's something that I've implemented at every agency to track our progress. If you have it, where do I start? I mean, I can talk about our support of small businesses. I know you have an economic development mindset. We are the largest contributor to the district's SBE and CBE program. Our goal last year was $387 million. We are on track to meet that. DSLBD is validating that. Then also, it raised our goal in FY26 to 410 million. I'm proud of our energy commitments. We have delivered over 1 million square feet of net zero energy ready facilities. Really proud of that. I'm proud of the work that we've done in Ward 7, from the Fort DuPont Ice Arena. DPR is doing a wonderful job of programming that space, I think, beyond how it has been historically programmed, thousands of people each month. The Jerry Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center, that's a world-class facility now, restored to prominence. I'm proud of our leasing strategy. If you look in Ward 7, the fact DGS and DOC is there, we're engaging the community. Your office has a presence there. I can go on and on. I don't want to take the whole 10 minutes, but I'm really excited about the work that we've done, and thank you for posing that question.
No, I appreciate that. And you mentioned that your SBE goal is $410 million, which is, it seems like a $100 million increase from last year. How are you working with DSLBD to get the word out on possible opportunities?
We're always partnering with DSLBD, and we have a very close working relationship with them, specifically for technical assistance, right? We engage a lot of businesses that aren't familiar with the CVE process, right? And they were able to refer them to DSLBD for the actual certification process. There are agencies that are companies that we work with that are eligible for more CBE and SBE points, right? So always providing technical assistance. I would say for us, one thing that I'm always cognizant of, and even now I think that, the mayor introduced legislation that we support, we think to strengthen CBE rules. And I think that those are all positive. We want to make sure that bona fide CVEs with a local presence that are owned and operated by district residents are participating in the business that we have. And then we are discussing internally how to ensure that we have equitable representation, specifically amongst SBEs, because remember, you have CVEs and SBEs. CVEs can be really large, right? But we want to make sure in addition, because we're doing a lot with CVEs, right? That's now the conversation is shifting. How do we balance between larger CVEs and also SBEs? And then DGS SBEs are companies that generate less than 21 million in construction over a 5-year period.
So I'm looking at your DGS Beam scorecard. And then I think about, if I look at the breakdown, you guys focus on bill, agency management, sustainability, maintenance, and economic catalysts. And I put all those together, there's only one thing that I think about, and that's RFK, the redevelopment of RFK. And I want to know, what role do you see DGS playing in ensuring that the project is delivered on time and on budget?
Twofold. A lot of our work with the Sportsplex. In fact, we just awarded a contract for a construction management and project management firm. We'll onboard them in the coming weeks. They'll help us to develop a scope to go out to procurement for a design builder for the Sportsplex. But also, I'm really proud of the horizontal work that we're doing, the infrastructure for roadways, wet and dry utilities. Deputy Headley, if you could, can you speak to what that scope consists of in support of RFK or the Commander Stadium?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Councilmember. So as the director indicated, DGS has been collaborative in working with the Project Management Office, as well as DEMPED and DDOT and our sister agencies, and not only planning, but looking to procure the day one infrastructure work. Some of that would include the new street, 22nd Street from Benning, running all the way in front of the stadium, as well as just the offshoots and supporting streets. We also intend to support them in the utilities infrastructure development. So PEPCO, we're working hand in hand with PEPCO to ensure that they are also there for day one, and supporting the commanders and making sure that they have all of their utility needs to continue going vertical and not delay their opening.
Now, you guys mentioned the work of DSLBD in terms of working with small and local businesses. I saw specifically for the RFK, there was a matchmaking opportunity. With all of the projects within your portfolio, do you guys have matchmaking opportunities for small businesses, or do you guys have something that's comparable to March Madness that really highlights what's on the pipeline as it relates to opportunities for small and local businesses?
We do. We have a series of events that we host on sometimes 2 or 3 times a year. In fact, we streamline those events to just focus on our procurement forecast and matchmaking. In fact, we even did I think we call it a speed dating session last summer, which was well received. Additionally, we've launched phase 2 of our Mentor Protege program, where you have like large CBEs that are working with smaller CBEs. And I'm really proud. JL Terrell is partnering with MCN to build the Jelliff Recreation Center. You have a really large firm with both the CBEs with a smaller firm. Caramonte Construction is working with another smaller firm to do interior demo and work at the Harry Thomas Senior Recreation Center in Ward 5. So there are opportunities to grow that, but it's something that we have a focus on.
As the chair of the subcommittee on local business development, I would love to work with your agency to figure out how we can support one another. My lead question was, what are the things you're most excited? What are the things you're most? What were your biggest successes? With everything, there's a contrast. Director, what are your biggest challenges that your agency face?
I think it's top of mind for everyone on the council, the mayor, agencies. I think we all see fiscal headwinds, right? Where the cost of goods and services, cost of electricity and energy, the cost of FTEs and headcounts is all going up, and are decreasing and going down. I think that we're going to have to be more creative. I think we as a government, council, agencies, mayor, we're going to have to really make some tough decisions and some trade-offs. Like, we cannot do it all. We may not even be able to do what we've done historically. So it's going to take some trade-offs and some prioritization. And what I'll say, it's nothing different than how we manage our households. I can't do as much as I did 5 years ago. And my wife and I, we have to have trade-offs. So we're going to have to do the same thing as a government.
And you mentioned prioritizing. What are your top 3 priorities in FY 2026?
The new priorities, I would say, first and foremost, is continue to deliver the capital projects that we have, especially ones that are east of the river, right? I know we've talked a lot about, RFK and the Sportsplex, but we have a number of schools in Ward 7 and 8, a number of recreation centers, because we know how much these capital projects mean to east of the river. That would be number one. My second would be continuing to just improve our work order management process. We still have a ways to go, but we've made improvement. And what I've seen as an opportunity for growth is strengthening our building management program, strengthening the leadership of said building management program, like how we communicate and manage expectations will be a second priority. And I would say a third would be more broadly, continuing in the same vein, executing like our energy savings performance contracts. We're about to bring another 18 megawatts of energy online, right? Not only does that further our environmental goals, but again, it speaks to the fiscal impact and how we generate, how we reduce some of those pressures that I see coming that'll be even more acute than they are now.
And then my final question is around, if you had one wish that you can give to the council, what would that wish be to support your efforts?
I think I've heard every question in 10 years except for that one. I'd have to, I would say more broadly that we can just continue to work collaboratively. I appreciate, our relationship with Councilmember Lewis George and the committee. I think it's evolved. I think that we've established trust on both sides. I appreciate my relationship with you and with others. I think we're having more thoughtful dialogue because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, whether it's the mayor, agencies, us three in particular. Like, we are born and raised here, right? We know what it means, what these facilities mean. And I think that we know there's more mission than money. And I think we all have to be thoughtful and honest about what our joint priorities are, what we want to hang our hat on at the end of the day. So I hope those conversations can continue.
I'm glad that I could pose that question. I think that's one of the benefits of being a fairly new council member. So I appreciate you, Director. And Madam Chairperson?
Thank you. The millennial in me immediately thought, if I had one wish. Millennials, every statement is a song in our heads, and we will continue in that direction. Councilmember Nadell, your turn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Thank you.
Oh, That is amazing. I was just saying really nice things about all of you, but I won't repeat all of that, obviously. We can just get down to it. All right. So, Director, we had our oversight hearing with DPW yesterday, and it seems like there are continued issues with them having a handle a lot of time-sensitive maintenance in-house, and that money's coming out of DPW program budgets. What conversations have you had with your team and Director Crispino's staff about how to improve DGS's responsiveness to DPW facility needs?
Well, again, I don't know if you caught Councilmember Henderson's line of questions, but DPW is one of the agencies that retains some maintenance responsibilities. So responsible for their capital improvements. And I do think that's a part of the conversation. And we have actually expanded our HVAC preventative maintenance programs to 35 DPW sites, right? So we should see some improvement there. This is the FY25 was the first year in which we've done that. So we're about 15 months in, and happy to go into more detail through Associate Director Croft if you need it. And I would say just furthermore, really trying to drive capital dollars, because while there's a maintenance component, there is a need for capital infusion. I believe it's the 15th Street to W Street location where we're executing a roof replacement or facade replacement this year. So I think we have to continue just to do that. I know that there are some challenges with their ability to do maintenance on their own.
Yeah. Is there, I mean, it seems that, like, I agree with you. There are some maintenance that we know they handle that they should handle. But is there any sort of MOU in place to clearly lay out which agency is responsible for which type of repairs?
There isn't, but we all know, right? We all know that we do capital, and then typically it's been more ad hoc. It's all right. Well, we tried it and we're unable to do this on our own. Hey, DGS, can you come in and provide technical assistance? Or hey, can we work on a capital allocation? And that's been the same with DORS and some other agencies as well. Maybe there's an opportunity to sort of improve that or revisit that. Again, DGS turns 15 this year, right? So maybe it's time to revisit the level of support we provide to agencies that have historically retained some maintenance responsibilities.
Okay. I think some of the issues that we've heard about over the years have been things that are DGS, but they couldn't wait. It was just taking too long. And so they had to do it themselves and pay for it, like the roof, right? Like, I know you're working on it now, but they've done some of it themselves just to prevent leaks from ruining equipment. So I want to keep working with you on that. But moving on from that, we also had a robust conversation yesterday about waste diversion, specifically composting. And the DC code does spell out composting requirements for all government facilities and agencies to source separate compostable materials. My understanding is the DGS oversees solid waste management in DC facilities. Is that correct?
Most facilities, that's correct.
Is food waste diversion offered in any of our government facilities besides the pilot in the schools?
We have piloted at some other building types like FEMS, for instance. And, we have some lessons learned there. But our focus historically has been DCPS schools.
Okay, so it is the law that we should be doing composting at government buildings. So what is the plan for implementing that?
So today we are actually posting our RFP for organics collection. And so this will be a contract for a base and 4 option years. And it's an IDIQ, so it will allow us to scale how many sites we collect organics at each year. Whereas our previous contracts were a little more rigid, and we kind of had to decide upfront how many sites were going to be included in it.
And Jim, would it be fair to say that this is subject to funding?
Yes, organics hauling does the number of sites will certainly be subject to funding. Mm-hmm.
How many sites are in the RFP?
So what's great about this RFP IDIQ is that we don't need to decide that right now. When we issue a task order, that's when we decide which sites are included and how many.
Well, how much funding do you have set aside right now for this?
We are using some of our waste budget to fund this. So right now we've gotten strong interest from about 5 or 6 schools that have historically used the organics program and done it successfully.
Oh, so this is still for schools?
It is for schools, but it can be scaled to other building types.
But it doesn't sound like you have any plans to do that.
We did pilot for, I think if a building type comes up where we think there's enough food waste and the occupants are going to sort correctly, then we will certainly pilot at that building type like we did with FEMS.
But I think
Okay.
the crux is that there's no dedicated funding for this. We are diverting money from our general waste hauling contract to stand this pilot up again. And I won't call it a pilot, I will call it a limited service offering, just because these 5 schools or these schools say, hey, we really, really want this. This was successful. Can you bring this back? I know you've referenced the legislation and it being a law, but we can't implement something that is unfunded.
Sure, but I mean, I don't know when this became law. It certainly wasn't one that I passed, so it's probably before my time. So we're talking more than a decade. We can go back and look at it. It's DC Code Section 8-1031.04A. I mean, when there is law that governs your agency and it's not funded, do you try to figure out how to find that funding? I mean, who's responsible for figuring out how DGS is in compliance with the law and where funding needs to be?
But council approves the budget, mayor proposes, council approves.
Well, I know, but this
That's
is an
a
old law.
mechanism.
It's an old law. So, I mean, presumably when it was passed and became effective, there was funding for it. I don't know. Then I know how the budget works. I'm asking, if you find out you're not in compliance with the law, what do you do next?
What we're doing now, from Peter to pay Paul, we are diverting money from our general waste hauling budget to at least stand up these 5 sites where we have the greatest demand. We have over 800 buildings, Councilmember Nadeau. To go from 5 to 800, I would love to, but I probably would have to stop picking up trash at our locations.
Well, we would we would work with you on that, but okay, so just so you know, it's a 2014 law, so.
Yeah, I just want to note that DGS is in an interagency working group where we're working with other agencies on a strategic plan for expanding organics. And I will say, I do want to note, and we want to do organics wherever we think there will be low contamination levels, because there's no point in doing organics if the load is contaminated and it has to be thrown in the trash, and then that will cost extra in addition to all the greenhouse gas emissions from transporting that contaminated compost. So I'll just say, like the DPW program, for instance, that's an opt-in program. We strongly believe that in order for organics to be successful and to not have those high contamination rates, the building occupants need to want it and support it, because at the end of the day, it's the occupants who are doing the sorting. And if it's not done correctly, then we're just wasting DC government taxpayer dollars and transportation emissions.
Maybe, but I think there's a chicken and an egg problem here, because first of all, we are the government, so we get to be the ones on the leading edge if we decide by law that we want to be the ones on the leading edge. And so if we wait until people say they want to opt in, then we're never going to get anywhere. We're just going to get the early aggressive adopters. 2, you can't tell me that we can figure out how to teach school children how to separate their food waste, but we can't do that for government workers. It's just doesn't pass the smell test here for me. So to be continued. I don't want to keep down this path if we're not going to make progress here, but this is definitely something that I want to keep working with you on. And I actually have a couple more lines of questions, and I don't think I can get to in 40 seconds. So I'll just stop here and wait for my next round. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll start here, so that way maybe I'll ask some of them, but I do think DGS received 3 FTEs in fiscal year 2022 to implement the requirements under the legislation. Is DGS still using all 3 FTEs for this legislation, or are they filled, or we eliminated them?
Yes, and we want to thank you for that. It's been incredibly helpful, and those FTEs are they're our eyes and ears in the field. They're doing regular daily site visits for and meeting with schools about how to properly recycle, and in the case of organics, how to properly sort organics. So yes, we are fully utilizing those FTEs.
Okay. The DCPS Recycles program, which was the one that was intended to bring schools into compliance with solid waste regulations, including the requirement that all schools recycle. What's the status of the DCPS Recycles program? How many schools are participating? And does DGS have an FTE implementing that program?
Sure. Yes. So all schools are offered recycling. We haul recycling from them, and then we use the FTEs we have to educate and train all levels of school staffing, students, and so forth on sorting correctly with recycling.
Okay, so right now, DCPS schools recycling as required by law?
Yes, I just want to reiterate that we control the collection of recycling and then the training of recycling, and then it's up to DCPS and the students in the building to enforce.
Enforcement, so
yeah.
enforcement's on the DCPS side?
Yes.
You just provide the materials, okay. And what I had heard is that, zero waste was going well, and then pandemic happened, and then we just never picked back up after the pandemic on the zero waste efforts. How many schools are in compliance with the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act?
So all of the schools are recycling, and then kind of like I said, we have the select schools that are participating in organics collection.
How many are participating in the organics collection?
5 to 6.
5 to 6, okay. If I had one wish, this is an easy area. If you all could get DCPS schools, more than 5 to 6 DCPS schools, I think this is actually one of the areas where you could actually perform really well, knowing the staff that you all have at DGS to do this work, where you could get, majority of DCPS schools in line with composting. I think there's an excitement there from the schools ends, and I'm talking DCPS schools, but DC public charter schools are already doing it as well. I went to DC Bilingual. I was blown away by their composting they have going on there. Many of our DC public charter schools are participating as well. So it could be a huge win in the sustainability tracker. So I know y'all can get it done if you put your minds to it. So I look forward to hearing the success we're going to have in getting all of our schools to zero waste, because they're excited to do it. I want to go to a few of some of the specific issue areas that have come up as well around in our portfolio management division. There's been a lot of confusion over whether Winston Educational Campus is in DGS or DCPS portfolio. Director, which is it? Whose portfolio is Winston Educational Campus?
So it's technically a DCPS school, but because they don't operate and there's no programming, and it's for all intents and purposes vacant, we've had to board it. We will handle any sort of ancillary maintenance issues that happen there, and I think there's a desire to surplus that property at some point. And the surplus is handled by DMPED. I'm not DMPED, forgive me, Deputy Mayor for Education.
Okay. So because it's not actually, DCPS is not doing anything, it's technically DGS's portfolio right now.
That's right.
What has happened is I just was at a meeting where 7 residents are really upset. And I know DGS recently shared that you all consider the campus secure and haven't really seen evidence of reports of intrusion. But Ward 7 residents told me and some of my colleagues, including the Chairman Mendelson, it was Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, as well as Councilmember Crawford and Felder, and all of them at a meeting said that particular property is not boarded properly. There are people inside of the building. There needs to be some type of a gate put around it, because they feel that lots of illicit activities are happening there. So I was just hoping One, can you all give me a commitment? Are there building entrances monitored either through camera or electronic alarms? Does it have that cameras or electronic alarms? And if not, can you all put those things in place so that you can really ensure that the people are not entering the building?
Yes, we last did a sweep on February 10th and there were not any signs of intrusion, but I realized that was 30 days ago. There could have been activity between then and now.
Okay.
We will ensure that this is on our special attentions list. I don't believe there are cameras there just yet.
Okay.
I'd have to explore that as a possibility.
All right, so what the Ward 7 community is asking for is if there could be some cameras, some electronic alarms, and they really want to see like a gate put around it. Now, I don't know how much that would cost, but overall, the community wants to see some better security there, and have made it a council-wide have made that request. So I want to directly make that request of DGS to go out there and really secure that area in a meaningful way, and also have some eyes on the area via cameras or electronic arms to ensure security even when you all are not there for a spot check.
Okay, and I wanted to correct my last statement. Actually, the Deputy Mayor for Education is doing a dual language feasibility study for the site, because I think ultimately we have to get the site back to good productive use, which will get rid of a lot of that untoward activity. But we will add it to our. It's on our special attentions list. I'll try to figure out how we can get more eyes and ears and resources there in this interim period.
Let's have a fence around the perimeter now.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Does the campus have a fence around the perimeter?
There's a fence on the back end that separates the campus from the Hillcrest Recreation Center, but I don't believe there'd be a fence on the front.
Right. Well, if you get back to us on what you all are capable, what is possible there as far as electric alarms or cameras or a perimeter gate until DMPED makes a decision about what they're going to do with that property, or DCPS makes a decision that they want to reactivate it and bring bilingual education to the area, which I also would support and think is a great idea actually for the schools over there. I wanted to ask about in addition to that, I wanted to talk a little bit about what is DGS's formal building electrification roadmap and fossil fuel phase out timeline?
Thank you. So for electrification, we haven't done a formal roadmap.
Okay.
But we are incorporating electrification into our BEPS compliance. So for instance, last fall, we visited 50 of our largest buildings to do an electrification assessment and also a condition assessment of each of the pieces of HVAC. We have grouped based on the condition of the building, the age of the HVAC. We make recommendations on whether we should do a whole system retrofit and when. So for instance, if it's brand new equipment, we wouldn't want to suddenly rip that out and replace it. But if it's going towards like end of useful life, then that's a perfect time to move to all electric equipment. And we'll typically, if we have the funds, we'll do an energy audit of the building prior to the capital project.
Okay.
So that the energy audit can then inform the capital project to upgrade the HVAC.
Okay. And do you have a timeline on when you all will be doing that?
It's site specific because it's phased in.
Okay.
Right. So it all depends on the age and the condition.
Of the building. Which DC government-owned buildings have access to sufficient open space to install a geothermal heating system that could at least partially heat the building?
Sure. Yeah. A lot of our schools have access to large fields, so they're perfect candidates for geothermal. I will say not all of them. For instance, like Adams of Oyster Adams, there was no room or access points for a drill rig to drill geothermal for that site. But a lot of schools are good candidates, and that's why most of our modernizations where they can do geothermal or hybrid geo air source. Certain recreation centers are also good candidates if they have large fields where we do encounter some challenges sometimes with, keeping a certain distance from the root zone of heritage trees and avoiding like underground utilities. We can't just drill anywhere. We also do sample tests to test for soil conductivity to see, is this, how deep would we need to drill, and is this a suitable site?
Okay, great. I'm gonna go back to Councilmember Nadeau, but I want to follow up about the energy savings performance contract as well as looking at where we are with our solar work up next. Councilmember Nadeau, back to you.
Thank you so much. Director, could you please provide an update on the Amigos Park project? What is the current timeline and what step of the process are we in?
Sure. We are working with DPR to host a community meeting in March. We are committed to building on the portion of land, I'm sorry, with MOLA, not with DPR, with MOLA. And we are committed to building on the portion of land that the district owns.
Okay, so negotiations over the privately owned parcel have concluded.
Yes, meaning that there was no agreement, and we did not purchase any land that we didn't purchase any additional land, so we'll build on a portion that we own.
And over the past few months, are you aware of any community engagement that either that you have done or DPR has done around the park?
I would say that the last, my team will remind me of when our last formal community meeting has been. I do know John Stokes, our Associate Director of External Affairs, is in constant communication with the ANC.
With the ANC, okay. And a contractor has been chosen, is that correct?
That is correct.
When do they plan to have a final conversation with the community to share the plan?
Well, again, we'll do our kickoff meeting. We already had an internal kickoff meeting with the contractor, and that happened on February 25th. So the next steps is to schedule that community meeting, and we will commit with MOLA to having that during the month of March, and we'll share that design and also updates on construction and timeline.
Got it. So that MOLA meeting is where the design will be shared.
That's correct.
Okay. Is DPR involved with that also?
Not at this time.
Okay, interesting. Is that unusual?
Excuse me?
Is that unusual? I would think, aren't they the client agency?
They are not in this instance. I think if you recall, this park is a lot different than any other park, right? Initially, it was a space that I think it was a DDOT easement, right? I believe a DDOT easement. So everything about this has been a little non-traditional.
Okay. Do you know once it is officially a park if it's going to transfer into the DPR portfolio?
I'm not certain at this time.
Okay. And then what's the timeline for completion and groundbreaking?
If it goes well with March, our plan is to finish this project by winter of next year, winter of 27.
Okay, so like January, February, not like December of 27.
No, yeah, winter, spring. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And what's the plan for maintenance and operations then?
We'll work through that with MOLA. We likely will add it to our existing trash and snow collection, right? We'll add those to our citywide contractors for mowing, trash collection, recycling, et cetera. And we'll work with DPW. Of course, they have some responsibilities. If there was a trash can on public space, we would work with them to add those collection points to their routes.
Thank you. Okay, I want to shift to some maintenance issues regarding the Columbia Heights Community Center. It's my understanding the playground needs repairs and was requested by commissioners and residents since around September. Are you familiar with the issues there?
I am not. I'm looking at my open work order for those sites. I saw some pest control work orders, regular treatment. I am not seeing anything specific to the playgrounds, but happy to take a look.
Okay, we'll follow up. We understand there have been multiple 311 requests about swings that were removed without replacement. Could you please flag that also as a priority?
Yes.
Okay. We also have constituent complaints about the women's restroom at Raymond Recreation Center and doors that don't have any locks and just swing open while the residents use the stalls. Has that been brought to your attention?
Okay, happy to take a look. Is this, you said Raymond?
At Raymond, yeah, we sit across the street from Ward 1, so we use it too.
Okay,
I will note personally, and I don't know if this has been resolved yet, but I did call this one in myself, is the soap dispensers also don't work in the women's
Okay.
bathroom at Raymond. Okay, and DGS has been working at the Walter Pierce Park to install the city's first Portland Loo, which is now open. Congratulations. We heard some concerns about the hand washing portion of the bathroom not working and it's leaking.
yeah, it was ripped. It was a case of vandalism, which I think we have to anticipate, to be quite frankly, quite honest with you, and we'll repair that in short order. We are servicing it once a day. In addition to that, constituent, our staff, when they clean it, they noted it as well. It was a case of vandalism. So we're gonna look at not just restoring that, but see if there are any maybe vandalism, maybe a dispenser that isn't as prone to vandalism.
Okay, so it's being cleaned once a day.
That's
And
correct.
the cleaning staff is noting maintenance concerns when
That's
they're
right. Absolutely.
there. Okay. And are those DGS staff or are they contractors?
No, this is DGS staff.
Okay. They're on rotation.
They are. That's right.
Okay. So we put $100,000 into the budget for this. And that isn't more than once a day.
No, we're looking to do right now. We're staffing it with internal staff. The goal is, once we start our rotation of outdoor restrooms. Remember, this Portland Loo is a bit different, right? So typically, outdoor restrooms at DPR sites will open up towards the end of March, beginning of April, to coincide with spring. And then we're looking at combining that 100,000 with other contract funds to be able to service those sites.
Okay. There is one other maintenance issue there. Well, actually, I think construction issue there. So the water line to the bathroom has pavement over it that is sinking and appears to be a tripping and mobility hazard. I know there were some issues getting all of this installed, but has that been flagged for you all?
It has been. I think this may be associated with the PEPCO installation of power. So we'll continue to close out any punch list items. I think the focus was to get it open as quickly as possible. But as a part of our closeout, prior to any sort of final payments, that'll be resolved.
Okay, and that would also include the large hole with the cone over it next to the bathroom.
That's correct.
Okay. I would like to come back to you, not today, but to talk more about the maintenance budget there, the $100,000 for the servicing and how that's being combined once the rest of the restrooms are open, because I just want to understand how that all works and with that funding, just to make sure we have the resources we need for the Portland Loo. Since it's the first one in the city, we want it to be successful. We want to show that it can work. And that was the point of that funding. So.
That's right. And the goal is to increase the frequency, especially as we get into the spring. I mean, the spring
Warmer
is
months.
hopefully here. It's going to be 80 degrees next week, like close to 80. So I'm very aware that, while we're seeing good usage now, it'll be tenfold in a month's time.
Very good. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
One more question. So stay. So in case you need, Councilmember Nadeau asked Director Freeman about Parkview Recreation Center. She made a 4.3 million enhancement, and based on communications through it, thought it was understood that this enhancement was for full modernization. She was assured that the 16.65 million total budget was in line with comparable projects. What additional budget is needed for a full modernization of Parkview, and what is needed to ensure that lead remediation is included in the modernization?
Sure. I want to tag team with Deputy Headley on this. And I think One of the things that we're seeing, in particular, when we get to community engagement is how should we prioritize the dollars, right? On the facility, I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback, either on the facility or on the campus as a whole, right? And I know there is a strong interest in converting the kiddie pool into a splash pad, also repairing and replacing the playground in the fitness area. So I wanted to speak to that, and also can you add a little bit more about the scope? But I will address a lead. You know, there's no lead inherent to the playground. There's no lead in the active recreation center. There are no actionable levels of lead in the water fountain, although that will be replaced as a part of the capital construction. And then we've remediated lead in the historic field house. You know, we painted, I think, the soffit area. The columns are encapsulated, and that is sufficient enough to mitigate any risks to lead at Parkview. And as you know, we've done testing on-site community meetings, a very active and engaged community on Parkview. And I don't think any of us want to, I don't think we can demo the old historic building. So it will be with us. We just have to work on mitigating it. Anything you want to add about the decision for the actual site?
Yes, I would say in addition to some of those programmatic elements that the director brought up, the funding in of itself was, and the project as a whole was looked at holistically. I mean, the site has many of exterior amenities. So in addition to the building itself, part of the aim of the project was to enhance most or all of the exterior programs and features. And so as part of the decision-making, we focused primarily on renovating the existing facility, knowing that it's historic, as well as the bathhouse that's on the exterior, as well as converting the kiddie pool into a splash pad. And for the budget that we have, we did not see it feasible to have a full demolition and a rebuild within that price.
Thank you, Councilmember, for bringing this up before my round concluded, because I am actually livid about this issue and brought it up with DPR. We used the comps provided by DGS to add millions of dollars to this project, and we weren't told until it was presented to the community that the demolition of the non-historic part of the site would not be done. And this was very important to the community and to my office from the outset. So what we are asking now is, what will it cost to do the thing that we said we wanted to do? Because we will be moving money from another project in Ward 1 to do it.
Did you also, or do you think the community would be open to maybe scaling back on other amenities on the site to accomplish a full tear down?
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, what does it cost to do the thing that we thought we were doing? Because this was the number we were told we needed, so now I need to know the new number.
Councilmember, we will go back and take a look at that particular ask. We will work with our design team and the contractor to come up with a number to incorporate all of the programs that we, with that DPR and DGS discussed.
Okay. That building being where it is on that site is a public safety issue. It is not a good layout for the site, and that has been at the crux of many of the issues that we have had over the past decade more. So, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you on this. Just want to say that there's more work to be done there. So I agree with you. We want to work with you on that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. DGS awarded the district's government first energy savings performance contract, ESPC, with construction planned to begin this summer. DGS said construction is dependent on completing financial discussions, and DGS is working through challenges with OCFO. What are the financial challenges of this that have been and still need to be figured out?
Really, it's about capital eligibility of said items. And also, the district, unlike other jurisdictions, we are prohibited from basically borrowing money, right? That's not borrowing money outside of our kind of bond program.
Gotcha.
Right. We looked at a comp in the state of New Jersey, right? And you can have a external sort of third party that you can finance that debt. However, I'm very encouraged. We've been meeting with OCFO nearly on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. We have a firm understanding of what it would take to execute this. We would have to utilize DGS capital funding for this. And then we're looking at for non-operating or non-capital elements of this, another funding source as well. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we can get this across the finish line. What do you think, Jen?
Okay, do any of the measures planned under the ESPC replace boilers or furnaces with electric alternatives such as heat pumps?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, you know, I'm very happy to report that the vendor selected for this work is their focus is electrification and efficiency. So there are some sites, depending again on how the finances go. There are at least 2 schools where we're looking to remove the problematic VRF systems, and one of them install a geothermal system, another one an air source heat pump system. We also have 3 school pools we're looking to electrify through heat recovery methods. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of really great electrification work that goes on with this bundle of sites.
Okay. Is one of the schools Roosevelt by chance?
Not for this bundle.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said VRF systems. I was like,
Yeah.
there.
We would love to do Roosevelt. However, the upfront cost, the savings wouldn't pay for it.
When you all have it, can you DGS provide a list of the 40 buildings that will be covered under the ESPC?
Definitely.
Okay. And then if you all, in follow-up, want to know how many tons of CO2 could be saved per year under the ESPC and some of that data, and the guaranteed annual KWH savings under the 40 building ESPC as well.
Yeah,
Just
we
some of
have
that
that.
information. Great. While I'm glad DGS has finally entered into solar PPAs, as you know, I'm concerned about the pace and worry we aren't taking advantage of all the credits that are going to soon expire. DGS pre-hearing answers state that a second solar PPA is in procurement for fiscal year 26 and a third solar PPA is anticipated. How many MW of solar capacity, megawatts of solar capacity will be installed under the PPA currently in procurement?
So there's one PPA that's awarded and in design, and that's for 27 sites. And then there are 2 PPAs that are in the procurement phase. And those are for roughly like 23 sites, I believe. Total capacity of all 3 sites is around 18 megawatts, which would essentially double the capacity that DC government has right now.
Great. Will these 2 PPAs be executed so that the solar installer can begin construction by June of this year to benefit from the tax credit that otherwise would expire?
Right. Yeah, we're looking to be able to take advantage of the solar investment tax credit, so that the PPAs would be awarded before July 4th, 2026. Okay,
great. Of course, solar PPAs help us to be good stewards of not just the environment, but also taxpayer dollars. I'll follow up with some questions about price and cost savings that we're going to talk about during the budget hearing, but just wanted to make sure we are in the right direction, going in the right direction there as we look. Wanted to head up and talk about a capital construction. DGS said it has standardized quality control and quality assurance protocols for all DPR recreation center modernizations and new construction projects. Can DGS share a copy of those new protocols?
Sure. I think we said we're expanding it beyond DCPS, and the first 2 sites cited in my testimony is the Fort Davis Recreation Center and Jelliff Recreation Center. And if you'd like, Deputy Headley can speak to what that consists of, and we can formally follow up with what that scope looks like.
Yes.
That's right. So the idea is to pilot and continue the DCPS brand. And we've already onboarded an individual who has been working with us to not only review plans up front, which will help to capture and highlight design deficiencies, That way, as we go through design all the way into operations, many of those issues that have been plaguing us on other sites would have been caught and addressed and would avoid long-term operational issues. So it is a program that, I think, it's long overdue. We're excited about it. And we also hope that it would help inform our specs as we move forward.
Yes.
Right? So we'll know what works, what doesn't
What
work.
doesn't.
And in addition to that, we'll know if there's any particular trades that have had, particular issues, we can work with them to correct those. So it's a program that we're very much looking forward to expanding.
Okay. I want to turn to some specific projects. Let's get an update on the DC archives. What is the current timeline for reinforcement, structural demolition, and primary construction of the new archives facility?
Sure, we are working with with UDC, University of the District of Columbia, now on garage remediation. That will be completed this spring, and we expect over the summer and into early fall to complete the demolition of Building 41.
Okay.
Our plan is to continue that work to bridge the majority of the funding as it is currently slotted. The bulk of the funding is in FY28. So we run the risk of stopping at the remediation and demolition and waiting for a year.
Yeah.
That's not ideal. Our goal is to stretch the remaining dollars to do site work, civil work, after our demolition this fall to try to bridge that gap. And maybe there's some movement in this year's budget cycle to expedite and move that forward.
Okay, so garage, we're talking like April, May.
That's right, garage remediation and the underground parking lot, and then we'll demo Building 41.
In like June, July.
That's right, this summer, and that'll be done. We've already completed selective demo, interior demo. We've relocated the 911 tower, removed any sort of environmental hazards. So now it's just we have permits in hand. It's about raising that building now once we complete the garage remediation, which is happening now.
Got it. And how is Gilbane spending its awarded funds before full appropriations can be issued?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How is Gilbane spending its awarded funds before full appropriations can be issued?
Well, if I understand you correctly, what we've done, I do have a breakdown of how we've spent those funds to date of design, which is existing demolition, and some others. So far, we've spent approximately 15 million of the 164 million, which is the lifetime allotment. Of that 15 million, 8 was has been expended on design, 2 million on project management, and then additional 5 million on the relocation of the OUC 911 radio tower, and also on selective demo of the interior of the building. We're also 1 million was transferred from the University of the District of Columbia to DGS for garage remediation.
Okay. What improvements have been made to Naylor Court with the council's 2 million budget for maintenance?
We are still in design for that.
Oh, wow.
Or
Okay.
in planning, but I can get a more precise update on Naylor Court.
Okay. And so will the money be spent in fiscal year 25?
I'll determine, do you know?
Yes, so we do have the $2 million. We are in procurement. I would anticipate that in the next 4 to 6 weeks or so, we should have a solicitation that's out. The monies would be spent on exterior facade work. The facade is in bad disrepair, as well as some interior improvements as well. So the majority of it is just stabilizing the facade and making it safe.
Okay. Is the solicitation for design or construction or a design build?
It's a sole source that we're hoping to expedite, and it would be for both design build.
Design build.
Right.
Okay. And has all 2 million been allocated?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
We'll confirm.
Okay. Any additional updates regarding DC archives?
Not at this time. The
Okay.
remediation work is going well. In fact, we just had a site visit with UDC personnel and staff just last week.
Okay.
That work is proceeding, and we're on track to raise that building this summer.
This summer. Okay. If you could just keep us updated as you meet milestones on that project. Okay. Wanted to ask, some of the projects that have come up were that people want to talk about was the turning to non-field outdoor lights. So the lights on Marvin Gaye Trail in Ward 7 are frequently in need of repair or replacement, which is causing safety issues for pedestrians and cyclists. We received testimony about that. When replacing bulbs, I imagine DGS strives to install the same type of bulb to match color and intensity. Is that correct?
It is. I think in the case of Marvin Gaye, it's been deliberate. It's been vandalism. It's beyond just a broken bulb or blown fuse. It's been deliberate and intentional. We work with MPD to try to apprehend and figure out. I think that there's some criminal activity and some folks that don't want those lights working.
Lights working.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess my ask was just DGS look into the lighting issues and address them as soon as possible, but I understand that there's some greater issues around the lighting issues. One of the things I was gonna ask if DGS thought on what your thoughts were on expanding the current list DGS 311 maintenance issues report to include broken or malfunctioning lights?
I do. I fully support that. I had a dialogue with a resident in close proximity to Calorama up here. And we were able to resolve those issues about maybe 2 months ago, just before the holiday. And I am committed and I will commit to adding that as a work order type for 311 requests. So we can just better identification. I recognize that as a weakness and I want to rectify that.
Great. Thank you
And
so
I
much.
commit to doing that this fiscal year.
Thank you so much. Bryce Harper Field, Ward 4. I asked DGS for assessment of the field lights at Bryce Harper, which for almost a year have been shining directly into neighbors' homes. DPR and DGS both came out, and I really appreciate the responsiveness in that respect. Previously, I was told DGS conducted its assessment and determined a cost of $100,000 to remedy the situation. However, DGS response was the agency is still assessing options to address the perceived light pollution at Bryce Harper Field. Did DGS not complete its assessment?
We're using what is called light blinders. We did complete that assessment. It's not 100, it was about 26,000. And this 26,000 for what is known as light blinders will be installed to minimize the impact of field lighting on adjacent neighbors. And that work will be done. I believe we've committed to completing that work this month, like meaning March.
Okay.
Yeah, we agreed. I think my colleagues that attended that visit with you said, hey, this is pretty pronounced, and those light blinders will be installed. So, in fact, my team just confirmed, it's confirmed for this March.
Okay, great.
This month.
Thank you all so much. And I know Langdon Park also had light issues. Many residents struggle with light pollution from the field and pool lights around there. What actions can DGS take to ensure that DC residents are not further impacted by large field lights on a system-wide systemic fix for the system?
It varies by location. I think often from council and agencies, we will sometimes hear from those that have very legitimate concerns about light pollution. But I've been around long enough at both agencies to see both sides of that argument where MPD is saying, hey, leave the lights on. Well, we're hearing from residents, I think even in the last hearing, hey, no, we like these lights. That provides an element of safety. I think we just have to find a balance. And when you're in an urban environment where you have homes, like I see it at Watkins, I see it at Taft, I see it at Langdon, it's going to happen. We try to achieve that balance. Deputy Headley, if you could you talk about like how we design when we do have to replace lights, what that design process looks like, and how do we minimize like light pollution?
So generally, our design team would consider like all the elements that the director mentioned, light pollution, homes that are around, how far or the proximity of residences from the fields. Would also, in conversation with DPR, try to get a better understanding of their operational hours so that we can have timing mechanisms to have them go on and off at a specific period of time. But moreover, the blinders that the director spoke of is one of the tools that we go to first to make sure that the lights are angled in the proper direction and shrouded in a way to keep the glare from anyone's homes, their bedrooms, etc. And what guides that is just an overall study of the field and the lighting, lighting arrangement of that field to minimize, the pollution as best as we can. I mean, there is no fail safe, but we do our best to just focus the light and be intentional about not being a nuisance to the neighbors.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want to discuss some specific maintenance issues regarding the Marion Berry building. Elevators continue to be an issue. Public witnesses, and we've made strides in elevators, especially in our DCPS portfolio and within our DPR portfolio. It's our other government buildings that we're having some real maintenance issues around elevators specifically. Public witnesses testified about chronicle and critical safety issues plaguing the Mary Berry building at 441. Have you heard one of the workers actually testified? I know you all were listening. One of the main problems has been the elevators that routinely trap staff and members of the public, and in some instances, they have fallen with people stuck inside. The fiscal year 26 capital improvement plans include funding for critical upgrades, including replacing the elevators. We're now in the 5th month of the fiscal year, and it appears little progress has been made because, according to the members who testified, DGS was not responsive to employees' questions once they submitted a FOIA request for information about the elevator replacement, and DGS response was that no contract or solicitation. There was no contract or solicitation. When does DGS plan to solicit and replace the elevator at the Marion Berry building?
That work will be completed this calendar year. But I wanted to speak to the scope. It's not for a full replacement. We're replacing the doors and the controls for that. That's approximately a $988,000 project. A full replacement will likely run $15 million. That is not funded at this time.
$15 million to replace the elevators at 441?
Absolutely. You have 2 elevator banks, I think nearly 16 elevators across 11 floors servicing.
I used to living there. Basically, when I was an attorney, I did live there, but I used to work in there. It is a lot of elevators. So wow.
It is a freight elevator. It is a comprehensive system, like I said, partially because it's 11 stories and nearly 900,000 square feet. Now, with that being said, we have increased elevator preventative maintenance at the sites, and we are seeing fewer folks to be stuck in said elevators and that. And I, certainly respect the advocacy and the strong feelings of the, employee. And, we're working as fast as we can to complete this elevator project. And I do think it's something I'll come back to.
Can you give us something more than this fiscal year? Can you give me something more specific?
This calendar year?
This calendar year, I meant.
Yeah, no, I can't. Again, I just want to confirm, I have summer 26 on my tracker. I want to confirm that.
Okay.
But we have a vendor on board. We are Spectrum, which provides CMC services for the site. The work will be executed, so there's no separate procurement. That was the rapid way, the most efficient way to do so.
Go a long way to fixing the issues that we're
It'll
experiencing.
help. It'll help. What we've noticed through our third-party inspections, I know we may get to that, through our third-party inspections and more frequent PM, the fact of the matter is that there has been a reduction overall citywide in elevator work orders because of the focus. We're replacing cables, we're calibrating systems, more eyes and ears are on these elevators more so than in recent years.
In addition to the elevators at 441, there's a terrace that releases flood water into the 9th floor of the building if not stopped by a sandbag barrier, having recently resulted in a partial flooring replacement on the 9th floor due to persistently flooding carpeting. Instead of asking about them, I'm just going to say I want DGS to prioritize the flooding terrace and the worsening pest interventions. And if you have information of what is DGS doing to permanently fix the flooding terrace, what is the DGS plan to remedy the chronic pest infestation, specifically roaches, which are now falling out of the ceiling onto employees?
Which floor is this, are you referring
This
to?
is the main floor of the Marion Berry building.
We are, the two active capital projects, one to replace the waterproofing on-set terrace, and also we're doing some window flashing repair work actually now. Actually, like as we speak, currently now there's window flashing work being done to help with water intrusion. Again, Marion Berry is our largest facility. It's in sore need of capital investment, and we are executing the capital projects we have as quickly as possible. In fact, I think we even had some concerns about some of the drilling during the daytime. Was like, hey, we got to get this work done.
Yeah.
So it certainly is a priority.
The other thing at the Marion Berry building is the fire watch. Does DGS believe the placement of fire watch groups is an adequate and equally safe contingency for fire alarms? And are there any limitations to how long a building can be under a fire watch, or is it however long the fire alarm system is down?
We do. This is a mandate of the fire marshal. It was done in coordination with FEMS and the fire marshal. ORM, the Office of Risk Management, has taken an independent look. I want to share this. We don't want a fire watch there. It's costing us nearly $100,000 a month. We have 7 individuals that are there 24/7, right? So 21 individuals. The issue is, again, with such an aging infrastructure, we've had to order parts from Siemens, speakers and strobes. And those had to be customized because the system is so old. Those are scheduled to be replaced within the next 30 days. And I will gladly reallocate that $100,000 a month to other pressing facility needs. What I would say long term, there is approximately $12 million in funding over fiscal years 27 through 31 to replace the entire fire alarm and sprinkler system at that location. So again, we've done tremendous work. I think at one point there were what we call troubles. I kind of compare it to like a check engine light on your vehicle. There were over 500 troubles for that system. We got it down to less than 20. But when we received these Siemens parts, which had to be manufactured overseas and designed for that outdated system, we expect that work to be done in the next 30 days.
Okay. Just overall, we've heard from several employees in 441. They are absolutely they're just miserable about the situation. If you had to get on the elevator every day and you were afraid that the elevator there was a real risk of you getting stuck on that elevator, the elevator dropping. I can't imagine the anxiety because I've been stuck on an elevator before and it was not great, but it is one of the worst feelings. And so I don't know. Are we with the Marion Berry building? I'm just wondering, do we think we've been trying to keep our buildings online older than they should be? Because it sounds like this building needs some real capital investment and it's just going to bleed us dry in maintenance over time.
Yeah, I think that we've done yeoman's work to keep these, like here, we're doing a full replacement of the elevators here at the Wilson building. These elevators are 30 years old. 30 years old, right? And you can only do but so much PM. You have to replace them at some point. Just like we're replacing the elevators here bank by bank. I care a lot about the Marion Berry building. It is our last great municipal building.
That's right.
It is our largest at 900,000 square feet. I do think that we have to have discussions about what a capital improvement plan looks like for that facility. We've done a lot, right? From roof replacements, again, that roof and that window flashing issue will be done this summer. We have done facade improvements. We've refreshed our ADA restrooms with ADA compliance on the interior, but a lot more work to be done.
Okay. All right, now let's end where I used to always love to start, but we've made so much progress in this area. I didn't start there. Our facilities management division and preventive maintenance. DGS expanded preventive maintenance on HVAC systems to include non-DCPS locations in fiscal year 26. What client agencies is HVAC specific preventive maintenance being expanded to?
DPR and DPW.
Okay.
35 DPW sites and 70 DPR sites.
Got it. And in your testimony, you mentioned DGS reduced heating work orders by 27% and closed work orders 80% faster between January 2025 and January 2026 due to HVAC preventive maintenance program expansion. Does DGS consider this data to show a causal relationship between the number of work orders and how long it takes to close them?
Yes, it is all integrated, and the success, I think, is that not just because of PM. We've increased our vendor capacity to, quite frankly, non-CBEs as well, to supplement our anchor CBE partners, because this is such specialized work. We can't just have our eggs in a basket. So we have reached out, quite frankly, to non-CBEs, and that is paying dividends. I would say PM is helping us to just keep a handle on the issues, and then also a steady stream of capital investments. I think I talked about, sites that like Garnett Patterson, where we had elevated issues, has now been replaced, right? We're replacing the Thomas Elementary HVAC. We've replaced that. There are a number of, like Riggs LaSalle, which has had chronic issues, right? That HVAC project will be completed this summer. So I think a steady stream of capital investment combined with increased preventative maintenance will help us to close this gap. We're not quite where we need to be, but I think over the next, I would say 3 to 5 years, we'll be in a strengthened position compared to where we are now.
Got it. Given the cost to complete each work order is generally increasing more than budgets, to me, it seems there's something beyond resources that attributes to how many and how quickly we're closing orders. And it sounds like some of that is really just, contractor capacity, which is great. What else is DGS doing in terms of specific policy or procedures that account for these improvements?
I think in general, again, there's no silver bullet, so I don't want to point. Like the PM has been an anchor.
Yeah.
It absolutely has been an anchor. But capital improvement, the capital improvement plan is also helping us to close the gap. Again, sites like Riggs LaSalle, which has chronically had issues during the summer, that HVAC is being replaced. There are a number of sites on elevators and HVACs that we're seeing progress on. So I think I don't want to pretend that there's a silver bullet. I think that you have to have two. You can't have one without the other. Great HVAC program without any capital replacement is going to sink you. You do capital replacement, but you don't do PM, it's going to sink you.
Does DGS have a written preventative maintenance plan?
We do.
Okay. And does that maintenance plan allow you all to look at the scope and the quality of preventative maintenance so that every building can really be assessed?
We publish a one page on our HVAC preventative maintenance program. Meaning a flyer or a 2-pager. I look to that and ensure that it has what the full scope of our HVAC preventative maintenance plan
with us.
We can.
Okay, great.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, team. I think elements of it is currently online. Yeah, it's currently online, and I will look to even strengthen what we have.
Okay.
Like where we can list out the scope, the frequency, especially because for those DPR and DPW sites, including DCPS, like the number of touches, what the scope includes. We're now tracking elements of that preventative maintenance in Smart DGS or Salesforce.
Okay. As far as the work order closures and timing, I wanted to ask, do work orders that were closed for reasons other than the work was completed count in DGS's analysis of work order closure rates? I'm asking because I know about 1,571 work orders were closed because they were created as a new related work order. So how do you all count that in the analysis of work order closure rates?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, one of the weaknesses that I want to address is when a work order is open, an interim measure is completed, but we know there's still an underlying issue, like a capital project or something that's needed. I think there's an opportunity for us to improve upon how we describe that. Right? Like I'll give you case in point, right? Hey, this roof is leaking, right? But there's a capital replacement to do that roof maybe in a year's time, right? But we go in and we fix the leak and then it's closed and then another leak pops up. Someone will say, hey, wait a minute, you guys closed this work order, but this leak is still there. If it's tied to a capital project or it's tied to a more sustainable repair, then I think we have to better notate that to be able to manage expectations. Like almost like this is an interim work closure. This is the timeline for the underlying work that has to be done to fully remediate that issue. That's the biggest frustration that I will sometimes hear from residents, right? And I think the way our system is not descriptive enough, but we're working on this. In fact, it's one of the things I didn't explicitly state it, but it's one of the things that's listed on our scorecard, right? Is to revise how we describe work orders that I believe are more like in the interim or purgatory phase.
Okay. Among all requested and approved in fiscal year 25, 78% of emergency work orders were completed within 24 hours. 25% of high priority work orders were completed within 10 days, and 56% of routine work orders were completed within 45 days. Why is DGS struggling to complete high priority work orders within their service level agreement so much more than with emergency and routine work orders, which have had response times increase over the years?
Well, I think just given the nature of emergencies, like they have to be done now. Emergencies impact maybe life and safety. There's been some acute event, a weather event, a car accident. Like those are things you have to replace now. So they always will receive the quickest response. High priority and routine tends to be what I would describe as like low hanging fruit, right? So things that are just easier to close. High priority, and again, I have to do it, every work order is different, but high priority can sometimes denote something that is really important, but maybe you need a procurement for it, or maybe you have to contract it out and you can't do in-house. The majority of our routine work orders are closed by in-house staff.
Got it. Among work orders requested and approved in fiscal year 25, the problem type with the highest rate of completion within the service level agreement was exterior services at 69%, and the lowest rate was environmental services at 29%. Overall, we're looking at 55% of work orders completed within their service level agreement. While DGS talks about the total increasing, we still have to get complete enough work orders within the proper time frame. What are you all doing to increase the overall number of completed work orders within time frame, and what is necessary to increase the 55% to 100%?
I would say when we have had dedicated work order reduction funding, we've seen greater results. I think the mayor has been proactive about funding the committee. Thanks to you, we've had dedicated work order reduction funding in some key areas, and then we've seen positive results. That is the formula. What I will say is that we recognize, the fiscal headwinds that are ahead. And some of the things that we have done to help to continue to kind of close this gap just is just prioritizing equipment and supplies. We have stronger relationships with vendors to be able to source, items more quickly. We are investing in onboarding more skilled tradesmen. I'm really proud of the fact that, we've increased the ranks of our plumbers, and those are all internal products. Folks that started off as doing landscaping and janitorial work and became apprentices. In fact, I don't like to mention employees' name in particular, but Terrence West, we're really proud of him. Several months ago, not only has he advanced from his apprentice, he now has received his journeyman's license. And this is someone that was doing groundskeeping and janitorial, is one of our highest performing plumbers, right? And that's the work that we have to continue to do to meet the expectation. Again, we're making progress. We're not quite where I want to be, but we have to continue to make those investments in dedicated work order funding, and then just growing our ranks of skilled trades, men and women, and then also sourcing supplies to do more work in-house.
Okay. Thank you for that thorough answer and really helping us understand what's going on there. The environmental, what's stopping us from, it looks like, because environmental services was at 29%. They stay open after remediation methods are implemented, so it is not closed before the problem is solved, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. It's pest control. Right, okay. It's pest control. So you need multiple treatments, and it tends to be ongoing. That's probably something we need to change how it's described, right? Because aging isn't a bad thing, right? Aging denotes that there are multiple treatments. And a lot of times what we're finding, it's not just treatment, it's education of those building occupants. Sometimes it's where you store trash. Sometimes it's where you keep doors open. Sometimes it's properly securing trash and refuse of the litter. And sometimes there are other environmental factors like restaurants and other homes nearby. So it's comprehensive, and we tend to have to treat it like you can't go and say, all right, this issue has been resolved, right? Typically that's 30, 60, 90.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's ongoing, it's open-ended. So I don't think that the work of the that team responsible for that, our EHS team, I don't think the work order neatly or accurately describes the hard work that they're doing to remediate those issues.
Got
So
it.
maybe that needs to be not counted towards the aging process or treated a little differently so it doesn't skew our overall work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think if we find a way to pull it out, it could actually help the percentage and since those are being particular. Does like mold fall under that environmental?
It does. Yes, that's
Because when I was at the oversight hearing for DOC and they had a person on staff who was like trained in, what was it, mold? Like they could identify, what was it called? Mold identification. They have people. Do we have people in-house that are trained in mold identification?
We have staff that has expertise. One in particular, the team that has done this work for well over 20 years. So we have some in-house expertise, and then also we rely on our vendors as well.
Okay, yeah, because one thing that helped them, and I said I would say this to DGS, is that they brought in some in-house people who, at least two that they trained in mold identification, which helped them close those work orders. As you can imagine, the jail is very old and.
That's right. That's right.
So I was wondering if that's something we could learn from them and get at least a few of our members in trained in that or have that so that way that maybe could help that percentage.
Sure. If they have best practices that we can learn from, we're more than happy to do so.
In the fiscal year 25, DGS had a new initiative to focus in-house maintenance items on completing new work orders. DGS said this initiative exceeded expectations within in-house teams closing 84% of new work orders. This is really great work. Under this initiative, the DGS expand its in-house FMD team?
Well, we did. I gave some examples of the plumbers, and we also filling a number of vacancies now. You know, the district-wide, there was a hiring freeze. That lasts from April basically through November. We have been rapidly hiring and onboarding folks. I talked about those 19 of those 23 PSD officers are now on board. But what the numbers on is great. Within FMD, we also have onboarded a number of facility maintenance folks as well.
Right. Did using the in-house team lower costs for completing new work orders or break even?
Well, no, it does. The more work you do with internal staff, it's always going to be cheaper than contractors. Oftentimes what we see, like we know we can't do it all in-house. Like sometimes for certain electrical issues that are high voltage in nature, typically I think we do, don't quote me, but I think we do maybe up to like 30 feet. You know, if something's 100 feet in the air, then we'll bring in a specialized contractor. But we try to do as much as possible. I would love to get to a point where, 90+% of our work orders are closed by in-house teams.
Yeah, that was my next question. So glad you answered it beforehand. How is our first team doing as far as formalizing and implementing new service level agreements with client agencies? When will DGS finalize incorporating resource and budget considerations into our service level agreements?
It's ongoing. So the first group is DCPS. We socialized the plan maybe 6 months ago, and we went back and forth on edits and clarification. We also want to spell out the level that we believe should be the responsibility of DCPS janitors and custodians that are in sites. There's a huge volume of work, and we've went so far as to now engage their union because we share a union.
Yeah.
And I think, he's very thoughtful, Mr. Settles, very thoughtful in his administration of his union duties to really work on what that looks like. And I think now we're beyond a point of where, we should be doing that. Now it's more so, well, how do we do it? Well, how do we make sure that they have the tools necessary? Because again, I've seen instances where we're calling, plumbers out to reset garbage disposals that should be done by someone that's in the building. You don't have to deploy someone from, 20 minutes away to do something like that and take a day where it can be done in-house. So those are some of the nuts and bolts that we're working with DCPS on. It has taken a little longer, and because they have very thoughtful, real considerations.
The challenge here is the possibility the possibility of more accurate timelines may be helpful. I think we got to also be careful about whether the SLA changes are essentially moving the goalposts.
That's right.
And so essentially, we're going to have a lot more work orders where the SLA says they won't be completed for a while. And so they won't be. And so as a result, I'm worried we won't be able to monitor when work orders actually should be completed based on the severity of the problem. So I think it does have to be done thoughtfully and carefully, because right now, if we use our numbers right now and say 55% work orders weren't completed within their SLA, that number would skyrocket as these new SLAs are, if they create new normal that problems are going to take longer to fix. So I just wanted to get a sense of where you all were on getting there, and also making sure we're finding a real balance with the new SLA.
That's right. And we have started, my team has reminded me that while DCPS, I think, is the furthest along, we have started with DHS, DPR.
Okay, great.
And also FIMS.
Great. And then how do we balance accounting for resources while also ensuring we are still tracking accountability for when a work order should be completed based on the urgency and need?
Or that's a part of
That's a loaded question.
Right.
Got it.
Again, that's the crux, right? Because
That's the crux.
if resource with no issue,
Mhm.
every emergency could be, most emergencies are, to be quite honest, resolved immediately. And I think we talked about this in previous hearings. At times, the emergencies can cannibalize the high priority in a routine. Right. So there always will be a nexus to funding. I don't want to use that as a crutch because, again, given our fiscal headwinds, it's not going to get any better. It's only going to become more challenging. So the management expectations is going to be key. And at times, we went to DPR and said, hey, you got X amount of lighting issues. What do you think we should prioritize? And they may say, hey, prioritize Bryce Harper because of the activity. Hey, we'll try to get to I know this is the same site. We'll try to get to Tacoma, maybe next year. And those are the thoughtful discussions when you're in a resource constrained environment that has to happen.
Okay, I appreciate that. DGS provided an overview of the 5 quality control assurance methods for work orders. I wanted to talk about each of them, but for the sake of time, we're going to do a lightning version of it. Field verification. How does DGS know the documentation and photos being submitted for every work order actually reflect whether the work order was completed?
So the work of the last team is key. I know we talked about first, and we love about acronyms. This first is an acronym. Last is also an acronym. So last is working on that verification if it's in-house work. Tradesmen and women have done a great job now of downloading that information, closing out work orders, submitting pictures from their phone. That has really strengthened and I think helped us to kind of close these work orders out. So that's been a key component.
Great. And then supervisor validation. Is DGS now tracking whether work order documentation was reviewed by a supervisor?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's it. And I wanted to add that we all have embraced, similar to our capital discussions, how we talked about how like warranty and latent defect repairs, things like that. It's more than just one person. It's a mindset that I'm embracing, that we all are embracing. And even, the QA/QC for this work, in many instances, this is the COTAR. If it's contract services, it's FMT, it's the COTAR that's going out there that's confirming that this work has been done to our satisfaction before we release payment.
Okay. Spot checks. Is DGS said it does not track in-person reviews by trade supervisors?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
For spot checks, you all said you don't track in-person reviews by trade supervisors, and if not, why not?
I need to look into that a little more. What I can tell you is that depending upon the severity of the ticket. So for instance, if a plumber is replacing the flush valve in a toilet, that doesn't, you don't need a supervisor necessarily go out and do that, right? So the more complex ones that require maybe a master plumber or a master electrician, is a little more detailed. Those are the ones we tend to prioritize. Again, those routine ones we can close with great success, and we do trust that our employees, if it isn't anything that's beyond just their scope, to be able to close and verify without having to deploy a supervisor out. Because again, in many instances, our supervisors are not just responsible for verification, they're providing the technical know-how and muscle, sometimes helping an apprentice or a journeyman or a younger tradesperson on how to resolve this issue.
Yeah. I think this one was like the crux of what we wanted with the work order integrity, which is like just some in-person review. QA/QC. I know it costs more labor and time, but I think it also saves money and time by getting it right the first time. So I understand you can't do it for everything, but I think if we could maybe track areas where we see the most frequent closeouts where we have to end up going back, then that's where we can actually implement spot checks, a mandatory spot check until we see an improvement overall.
That's right. And when we've seen success, we have a formalized QA/QC program for summer readiness efforts. And a part of that is just because, it's tough when you're working over 70 or 80 schools, right? And over a condensed period of time, you tend to, we've seen that works, right? By having a formalized QA/QC program. So we want to be able to expand that throughout the year.
Okay. The customer confirmation piece of the QA/QC, I was surprised DGS said it obtains confirmation from the requester or facility manager that issues are resolved before closure for most requests. To confirm, is this customer confirmation step referring to the 14-day review period?
It is.
Okay.
It is. And again, what I see the challenge is if that repair is an interim repair pending maybe a more substantial capital improvement or another project, that's where I think that there's some rub and need for improvement.
Okay. Only last year, the number of work orders that were closed automatically was around 98%, with only a small number being affirmatively marked completed by the client agency. How have we gone from under 5% review by client agency to more than half?
Well, I think you recall a couple of years ago, we instituted more robust training, and I think yearly training for CPS staff. That has likely led to the increase.
Okay. Again, we've made great strides in QA/QC, and especially tracking down and doing more in-person review. Earlier you said a reason for how successful DGS efforts were multiple people in DGS leadership were doing their own QA/QC of snow removal. And I'm confident we will see similar success in other areas with more of that in-person QA/QC as by problem type. The last questions I had were around security, particular work orders. The last area that we really want to just see some improvements in is security-related work orders, particularly, and increasing those numbers. Unfortunately, in fiscal year 25, DGS closed only 62% of lock and door work orders within the SLA service level agreement. Does DGS expect this rate to increase as the number of physical locks in the DCPS portfolio decreases as DCPS enters the final phases of transitioning schools to interior electronic tap systems?
I am, one of the things that there's a body of DCPS electronic lock and security work orders, which we have funded directly through DCPS through an MOU. I think last year was 75, this year 1,000. It was increased to about 150,000. So I think properly resourcing that will help a great deal. And as you know, the committee receives our security sensitive memo, but there's also just a larger, universe of workers for DCPS that we continue to tackle. And I think that, well, while there is room for some improvement, I think that those numbers are fairly strong.
Okay.
Especially like those emergencies. Like right now, there are no emergency work orders for the DCPS lock and door.
Yeah. I hear you. I just want, what I would say about locking doors, which is I want y'all to start categorizing interior door, instructional, and administrative lock and door work orders as high priority, which we put in the DGS Process Improvements Act, if I remember. And now we know it's not just me, and the council who thinks this, but I think the Inspector General report on DCPS security, which determined inconsistent classification and prioritization as one of several casual factors for the delayed or non-completion of safety and security-related repairs. Does DGS disagree with the OIG's conclusions in the report, including the role of inconsistent classifications and prioritizations?
I'll say this. We made a commitment, I believe, last year to, in our conversations with the committee to revamp that classification, and that has not been done, but I will commit to that being done this fiscal year. We made that commitment publicly, so I want to honor that. I met with the Inspector General on this, and we had a very fruitful conversation about this because I disagreed. I felt like he treated all locking doors the same. And again, there are two universes, right? The security sensitive memo that we send to the committee on a monthly basis, it contemplates entry doors, interior exits, exit doors, loading dock, main front doors, main ADA entrances, security, roof access, back door, and playground doors, right? So that's a subset, right? That's a lot of work orders, but it's not the entire universe of work orders, right? Like for instance, I think what we share with you all is maybe a subset of 500 or 600 work orders.
Mhm.
You know, FY 25, there were 2,000 total lock and door work orders for DCPS facilities, with 86.2% of those being closed out. So what my disagreement was is that when it comes, trust me, I think we want to get to a point where there are no lock and door work orders,
Mhm.
right? But in an environment where you have to prioritize what you focus on, we focused on those that are captured in that security sensitive memo. And again, there are no open emergency work orders for those that are most pertinent to life safety in the event that there was an unfortunate event. So again, I disagree with the scope. And again, I spoke with the Inspector General about this particularly, and I said, hey, you have to, when you make these evaluations of agencies, you have to look at funding. There has to be a nexus to funding. And then what have you done with the funding that you do have in order to inform the public on the effectiveness of an agency's effort?
Great. I appreciate that feedback, and I think that's fair regarding the scope and the classifications for sure. And I am happy that the number or 0 on the safety list. I'm going to always want to see us treat more interior doors because of the high risk and because of the current climate the U.S. is in right now, that we treat interior doors the same as exterior doors, because if someone was to breach our schools, we want to make sure that we have an extra layer of defense there, and that people can go in and lock their classroom doors. So progress is made, but this is the one area, in addition to zero waste, where I'm excited to see the turnaround DGS is going to do in those two particular areas, and make some additional strides in getting that complete. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, for a round, and then we will close out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Lewis George. It's quite a feeling when you walk in the room and you see that every single person in the room thinks, ugh. I mean, I sort of apologize, but got to do my job. So thank you for your indulgence. And thank you very much for the summary of Ward 3 projects and progress. That was very helpful and shortens the list of questions quite a bit. Just this morning, I bumped into a constituent on a playground in Ward 3, and she wrote this, and that's the first part of it. She shared with me her recent experience of her child's classroom experiencing a flu outbreak that impacted 70% of the students. This obviously disrupted classroom instruction. Could you explain what steps DGS has taken to improve the quality of indoor air in DCPS schools as it relates to the transmission of viruses that impact student health, attendance, and learning? Specifically, has DGS implemented or even considered any of the recommendations made by DCPS parents, including conducting an analysis of adopting the ASHRAE Air Quality Standard 241, or developing a published policy on donated air filters?
I can speak for all the new construction and major capital improvements are installing dedicated outdoor air systems, so DOAS. So each new school that is modernized brings in DOAS, has DOAS that's bringing in fresh air, And a lot of those are based on carbon dioxide sensors in each of the classrooms. So if it sees that, for instance, CO2 is getting high, it brings in more fresh air into the classroom.
So, and I know this could be a costly big ticket item, but I mean, for each new school, we are trying to prepare it so it is on a higher standard. But then there are the existing schools, and what is the thinking about what to do to ensure the highest air quality in our schools? And this person says, often folks think, oh, it's just a given. You go to school and you're going to catch something, but there's ways to avoid it. So how are we thinking about for our existing stock?
I would say our focus is on just the preventative maintenance that we have for said systems to ensure that we're changing out those filters, that system is in good working order. Of course, you can't install a DOAS where there isn't one. But that would be my response. The focus is on making sure that system is in good as working order as possible.
Yeah, just to add to the director's comments, the HVAC preventive maintenance program is changing out filters every quarter. So that's an industry standard, and that's happening at all the schools, whether or not they're new or existing.
Okay. On the list of work orders, there was one set at Merch. I think in the recent storm, they lost a lot of slate off their roof. I think that you guys went out and you took, bags of slate, and also there's the kind of guards that are up there, the little metal guards. What's the plan to replace that? Because we can't just take away a whole bunch of slate off a roof and leave it exposed. Is there a plan for when that's going to be addressed?
Happy to look into that and follow up with you on that. I don't have that on my list of open work orders or capital projects, but happy to take a look.
Okay, and so then also the pre-K playground gate fell off and still needs to be replaced. If you could keep that on your list. And one of the elevators is currently out of service.
Sure, I do have an update for the elevator. We expect that to be resolved. We've ordered parts for it, and we expect that issue to be resolved by mid-April.
Okay. So then on the list of work orders, there's two places that are flashpoints, Turtle Park and Guy Mason. And to look at it, there's a bunch of things that have completed next to them. But do you think that your work at Turtle Park and at Guy Mason is complete, or are there still things that because I continue to hear a number of issues about both places.
It's one of those you can't please everyone. I think for Turtle Park, the issue was erosion. We completed the erosion by adding placement of stones, and now it's, hey, well, we don't like the stones. Well, that's a central part to handling erosion. You can't, again, it was all related to stormwater management, and it's doing what it was intended to do. I think it's like, oh, well, we don't want the kids picking up those. Those are boulders. Of course, there's an element to that. We try to add as much. You need the depth of rock placement in order to prevent true erosion. Again, if erosion is the issue, that's been resolved. So I know that I think we even put a net over some of those stones, right? So they're not easily can be picked up and be used as weapons. I assume. And we haven't had many complaints since. So I'd like to, be able to check that off. I think for Guy Mason, the issue was related to nets. We've ordered nets for, I think, almost 5 sites across the city. Those nets are scheduled to still be installed this spring.
I think at Turtle Park, the erosion was a big thing. There's also things that I'm hearing about overgrown vines. There's a drain behind the tennis court that gets clogged. And I think we still are experiencing flooding in Turtle Park in some places. So I hope you'll keep a focus on that. I hear you on the back and forth around the stones, but there was a fair amount of work that needed to be done there. And at Guy Mason, I think you guys did a walkthrough, and there was a fairly long list of things on that list. And I'm not sure that all of those have been addressed yet. Do you think they have?
I'm happy to look into that.
Okay. Couple of places where there's stuff that's on the way, and I just want to make sure that it's coming. The Fort Reno tennis courts and the electricity, will that be?
This spring, that's right.
That's this spring it'll get done?
Absolutely.
Okay, Newark, this spring?
Let me check on that. That's a capital project.
Mhm.
Newark, Newark. Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that remains on track.
Mhm.
Okay, so give me 1 second. The leaks at Man, do you feel like you've gotten those under control yet?
Let me. So I'm looking at my open work orders for man. I see 4 work orders associated with leaks. All the leaks have been addressed, so we continue to monitor those spaces during periods of heavy rain before closing out those work orders. And that was update as of December of 25.
Okay, so let's, I mean, this has been a nagging problem for a long time. Let's make sure it's been fixed and fixed for good.
And I did want to go back to Guy Mason. I think you referenced some broader issues. Let's see, ADA alarm that was completed. There was a broken dog park fence, which has been completed. Basketball court fence, which has been completed. Rodent abatement is ongoing. That's a never-ending battle. You got to continuously treat it as well. So those are just some other work orders associated with Guy Mason.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you say that about rodent abatement isn't ongoing, because rodent abatement is listed on your thing for both Turtle Park and for Guy Mason, and it says completed, but it's almost never completed.
We just talked about just before your arrival, like it's ongoing. Like literally, you can't. Especially we know there are a lot of restaurants and associated in the neighborhood. Like you have to continuously treat.
Okay, Janie and the skylight and the plan. I mean, I take it your hope is to address it this summer. I'm curious whether you're thinking about geothermal in the mix for that project, and whether you can think about geothermal in the mix for that project.
Oh, are you referring to the HVAC or skylight or both?
Well, it's the skylight, but then while you're doing the skylight, you're going to be redoing stuff with the HVAC, and it's a little bit, if you give a moose a muffin. If you're doing all of those things, it would be an opportune moment to also do geothermal on that site. So I'm curious, you look like you're ready to answer.
I am. So we are looking at potentially geothermal for the energy savings performance contract. So I believe you were at the school when our vendor was there. So these are separate projects with separate contractors, the atrium and the geothermal system. So if we're able to proceed with the ESPC, we would love to get rid of the VRF at Janie and do a full geo field there.
And then if you did a geo field there, seems like the place it would go would be where the field is now, and then you'd have to replace the field. Is that the concept?
Yeah, so if you're looking at an aerial view of Janie on a Google map, the space we're looking at is to the right of the school. To
the west?
To the might be to the east.
Between the school and the library?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So would you have to tear everything out there and then put a geothermal field in?
Yeah, so we would we would need to drill the wells, and then when we're done, we would fix any holes and remediate the place. We'd like some of the wells we're specifically trying to do where the wood chips are. But you know, each well needs to be 20 feet apart from the other well, so you need quite a few.
Did you look at where the little soccer field is? Is there not a way to do it there?
There was a specific reason why we chose the location that we chose, but I think there's also some thinking on potentially replacing the playground in the future. But I can get back to you on the specific reasons why.
Yeah, let's do that because there's lots of things that get talked about in that area and I want you to be fully informed of all of them. So let's
Yeah.
put a pin in that and let's have a conversation about it.
We've met with the arborist for that area to look at heritage trees and spoken with the school. And yeah, we're happy to talk more about it.
Okay, well, and there may be other dimensions that you're not aware of. So let's follow up on that. You look like you got your hand up.
I did. If you were referring to the conversion of pickleball court, the team has shared an update that is still slated to be completed this spring.
This spring.
Mhm.
All right. On that cheery note, I will get out of the way and let everybody get on with their day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Before we close out, there was one orders I did not get to do, which was cover, which was accessibility work orders. I had a great conversation with Office of Disability Rights team about the progress they and DGS have made, increasing participation in maintenance and capital projects. So thank you all for continuing to work with ODR and making changes. And I think there's a lot more they can do as well, Office of Disability Rights in supporting accessibility related work orders and capital projects. The one thing that did come up was my concern is the nature of accessibility accommodations is that we have to prioritize those work orders because your DGS's reasoning was that an ADA issue would be prioritized as high priority work order if, for example, it significantly disrupts building operation or access. But that can't be the case for those things because my concern is the nature of accessibility accommodations is that they are really needed for a smaller subset of the general public. So while they wouldn't necessarily qualify for a broader definition of a high priority emergency work order because they don't disrupt building operations or access, letting the ADA issues sit unresolved creates significant legal liability for the district under both local and federal law. And so DGS said y'all are not prioritizing ADA work orders because that ensures consistency and equity. But I think that is really translating to prioritizing the privilege of the masses over the physical needs and legal rights of a marginalized group. And so what I would like, my ask is for DGS to reconsider its position to lump a broken ADA door, ramp, railing, toilet, with light bulbs and ceiling tiles so we can finally get close to meeting the district's legal obligation under the American with Disabilities Act and our moral obligation to district residents, employees, and visitors with disabilities. So the short way of saying that is ADA-related work orders need to be emergency and high priority. They won't fit the major definition because there's not a big building disruption, but it can create legal issues because of the American with Disabilities Act, both local and federal laws.
I think that there's work to be done. During our last hearing, I believe it was January, when we were discussing, I think, PACE and I think ADA accessibility. One of the things that I firmly believe is that we as government can do a better job of communicating on one end all of the ADA upgrades that we are making, right? When we redesign or renovate a school or recreation center, it's done with ADA compliance, right? So I think we have to communicate that to the public. And we also can communicate not just what's in our CIP, either through major modernizations or standalone projects, but the work that we've done for like previous fiscal years. And additionally, one of the things that I want to commit to is we're exploring preventative maintenance for ADA operators, right? The push buttons, right? Those push buttons. I think what we're experiencing, quite frankly, is I think they're being used incorrectly. An ADA operator should not be used by a resident or constituent that does not need it, right? So we really have to change out our specs in our schools, right? To have perhaps even a separate door that is a security door right, that can control access, right? That's separate from one that utilizes the ADA operator because there's
Yeah.
too much traffic with our ADA operators. But we are exploring pricing now to pilot specifically within our schools and some of our municipals. We're going to look at a subset of routine maintenance for those ADA operators because it is what I would classify as a weakness of the agency.
Yeah.
And they're really expensive, right? To replace 2 ADA operators at Maury and Langdon ran us nearly $20,000.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, across the board, that's the biggest issue here is like ADA doors. But at recreation centers where seniors come a long time, when those doors are broken, we hear about it from the day it's broken until the day it's fixed. So overall, wanting to just see that that we characterize them as high priority or emergency where necessary. If it's not, a door is high priority, but if it's like a lift and somebody needs that to get to a second or third floor, like that's an emergency because there's very limited accommodations that can be made that are within ADA compliance and can do the work there. So I just want to see that. And I've seen you all do a lot on the capital end with ODR. I just want to see more of that proactivity of asking ODR to look at our capital projects. And I know they're in ADA compliance, but ADA compliance is the floor, not the ceiling. And so where we can even be more thoughtful, which you've done, right? When you look at a school like Dorothy Heights, where you all created a playground that was accessible in a different way that really took into light different intellectual disabilities that children may have. It's a great playground. It's more than ADA compliant, but it's not the floor. It really wasn't the floor. It really is the ceiling of what we can do. So just wanting ODR to continue to be a part of your capital team, as far as not just being compliant, but really trying to see how we do more. And then wanting to see from a facilities perspective that for preventative maintenance and that high prioritization of work orders so that we can stay in compliance with the ADA.
Okay, and just for the record, if I could, I just wanted to quantify ADA work orders in FY25. We completed 885, and it had an average aging date of 43.7 days, which is a lot, right? In FY26 year to date, as we've worked with ADA, ODR in different groups to date so far, we're about halfway through the fiscal year. We have 330 complete, and the average completion has been cut in half from 43 to 20. And I think a lot of that is attributable to the fact that we have dedicated more of our operating dollars to replacing ADA operators, right? But we can't replace our way out of this issue, especially when sometimes ADA operators are, again, $20,000 to replace the operators at Langdon and Maury. What I want to commit to on the record is that we will identify funding by this summer to pilot preventative maintenance on ADA operators at a subset of our buildings. So we'll prioritize some schools, right? Maybe some of our large municipals like Marion, Barry. Again, the ADA operators work great here at Wilson Building, but we're funding it through preventative maintenance through the CMC here. So we have a good sense of what it costs, right? It's just a matter now, again, there's an opportunity cost. It will be my hope that through this pilot to be able to demonstrate, X investment equals Y result.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, with that, I want to thank you all. We'll follow up with any other, additional questions we may have that may be ward specific. I have some ward 4 specific, but for the sanctity of time, I will follow up with those afterwards. Let me look. All right. Councilman Furman, you had anything else on? You're good to go? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Sebastian, as well. Thank you for your partnership. And Councilwoman Frum, I know we were joking, but as you were walking in, but no, I really appreciate just your thoughtfulness. I think we have a great rapport, and I just love the way you go about doing your work. So no, it was a joke, but I want to thank you for your partnership. And last but not least, I want to thank Alan Kanowski, Michelle Loggins, Daniel Meadows, Daniel Evenew, Tedesse, John, and the Osei and Jen, just for their hard work and preparation for the day.
Awesome.
And thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to also give some thanks to Sebastian Wyman, my facilities chair, for all his hard work in preparing for today. This concludes today's performance oversight hearing for the Department of Parks and Recreation and Department of General Services, government witnesses. I intentionally set the public written testimony for 2 weeks after today so that residents can submit new or supplemental testimony about the information the agency shared today. So reminder to residents, you can submit testimony by 5 p.m. on Thursday, March 19th by uploading your testimony to the council hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The time is 3:53 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.